Good morning, everyone. First thing, Linda, don't go anywhere because I would love to have you there with me and we can kind of like, bring value together. I usually do presentation mode and I speak for, X amount of minutes. But I was thinking like maybe what we could do, and I'll jump into real success and all that good stuff. But I was thinking what we could do is reverse engineer what people are here for, right? Why are they here this morning? And what will be valuable for them? Because there's always a little bit of obstacle in life that we have to things that we don't know that we don't know. Maybe we haven't walked that path before, and I really want to bring value to them on where are they right now in their path, and how can they move to the next step. So I'll tell you a little bit about me. In fact, right now I'm in my way to Los Angeles. I was in San Francisco doing a mastermind. We rented a hotel and there's about 60 people for 3 days doing a mastermind, all brand new and seasoned investors. And anyways, so the team is there. I'm driving back to LA today. I'm actually at a Starbucks right now. I wish I would have been in my office. This is a last minute invitation, so I have to go. Otherwise I would be in my office. So anyway, so my journey, Linda, is I am originally from Argentina. I'm 41 years old. I came to the US to be a filmmaker. I came when I was 19. I came with no money, no family, no language. And I found myself doing quinceañera photography and wedding photography. And about 10 years after that, I was like, this is not what I signed up. I came here for a dream. I remember watching movies when I was a kid. I don't know if you ever watched the cartoons, the Fievel cartoons about the little mouse that goes to America. I don't know if you remember those, but I do. And, there's a play on there's cheese in the streets. So I will be in Argentina watching the cartoons, and I'm like, I want to go to America because there's cheese in the street, right? Whatever cheese means to you, it probably meant cheese for me when I was a kid. And so I was like, I'm gonna go to America. And when I was 19, I was able to go cross the border. Again, no family. I just wanted to come. And fast forward 10 years, I'm like shooting quinceañera photography, which there's nothing bad about it. It's just not what I really wanted to do. And I found myself at the end of the year, I would make $50,000-$100,000 a year. I'll pay my credit cards and I'll go back to zero. And 10 years ago, I made the commitment because I was thinking about doing real estate for so long, but I was not taking action. So 10 years ago, I flipped my first house and I joined a community that changed my life. I was for 5 years, I was thinking about doing real estate, but doing real estate is very important about community building, because it's osmosis, right? It's osmosis. The water always seeks its levels. So you're as strong as your weakest link. And if the weakest link is flaws that we have as humans, then that's as strong as we are. So I did a 3-day workshop, and I connected with that community. And since then, me and my partners have flipped over 100 properties. We have turnkey rentals. We have multifamily. And the reason why I tell my story is because, I'm not smarter or less smart than anyone else. We're all the same. We're all the same. So if I could do it, anyone can. Anyone, because it doesn't take intelligence. We're all intelligent, and it doesn't take intelligence to become a real estate investor. So, arguably you can break down intelligence into different types of IQs. So you might have a street IQ, you might have a numbers IQ, you might have a social IQ, you might have sports IQ, right? But I feel like real estate is something that if you can learn the way and hopefully make little mistakes, or you'll never do little mistakes, but hopefully if you can learn from other people, so you can learn those lessons so you don't make those mistakes. You might make other mistakes, which is okay. And that's my mission, Linda. I opened a company. I started about, so I've been flipping houses. I opened a construction company in the way, and I started helping friends, right? They started as private money lenders. They started giving me money and I give them a return. And about a few years ago, friends and family would ask me, hey, can you help me? Can you teach me how to flip? I got some real nice returns. How are you doing that? So I started teaching one person, two people, four people. And it got to a point that a lot of people were asking me to train them, and my time is limited, right? Time and money, and time is way more valuable than money, because money you can work and do it, but time you can't replace time. So I built the last 3 years, I've been building Real Success. Real Success is one of the 5 departments that we have. The education department of Real Success is one of the 5 departments. We have fix and flip, we have turnkey rentals, multifamily, we have wholesaling department, and then we have the education department. And that's where we help people to get started. And we have tons of students. We train thousands of people monthly. But we have from 18-year-old, we have a new student right now. He's 18. He joined 2 months ago, and he's wholesaling his first deal right now. He's going to make $20,000. His name is Yanni, and I love it because he's 18. So he's
amazing.
He's amazing. I love that.
Amazing.
And you know, I and then you have people that have been in the program for a few months and they haven't done anything, which is great too, because I tell people this is not about building. This is not about getting a deal in the next 3, 4, 5 months. We want you to get a deal, but this is about building a foundation so you can be financially free for the rest of your life. And that's what real estate is, right? We live in a incredible country, best country in the world to live in. The time is fantastic. Arguably, we might be we might go up or down with the economy, but those are things that you can always surf the wave, right? There's a lot of millionaires and billionaires get made on market changes. So when people tell me, it's just a good time to invest, I said, absolutely. But it depends on people's strategies. Do you want to do active income? Do you want to do passive? I just got the tail of the last class that they were doing, and it sounded more like a passive investment opportunity. So that's another opportunity where you can become a passive investor. But if you want to be active investor, you can flip houses. You can flip buildings, right? You could do multifamily. So there's always great opportunities. But I do say that education is very, very crucial. I made mistakes on my first few flips. Even though I make money on the first flip, I remember I made a $56,000 profit in 3 months on my first flip, but I would have made another 30,000 if I would have known that maybe it's not the best idea to hire a contractor that is not licensed, and the license is the B license. Right? And then, you learn things in the way, and hopefully they don't cost you too much. But my motto, I always tell people that my mission is to make money and make a difference. And I have to be equal, because if you only focus about making money, the path gets pretty lonely. But if you only focus on making a difference, then you're the person giving, but not receiving. So it's always good to balance those things out. So that's my journey, Linda. I put together, I created SOPs, which is standard operating procedures. When I started flipping after 5-7 years, not when I started, but I started building a portal. So I started compiling the best kitchens, the best master bathrooms, all the legal documents. There's documents that I spend $2,500 for 2 documents, right? JVs and stuff. So I started compiling everything on a portal. I call it the Elite portal. And now what we do is we just use those documents, plug and play. I got a flip. All right, I'll download all the scope of work from that kitchen. I'll send that to Home Depot. I'll get that kitchen delivered in 3-4 weeks, or I'll have it picked up on the job site, right? So I'm very operational inside of building structure and building SOPs. And, I think that information and application builds knowledge. So we can learn, we can go to YouTube, you can hear me today, you can do all this research, logical work, but if you don't apply it to reality, there's no knowledge. It just stays informational. And our goal is to move from the domain of information to knowledge. So I was thinking, driving here today, I was like, what would be the most valuable thing for our, attendees today, and I can teach something, I can talk about private money, hard money lender, or, how to find off market deals. But I think that what will bring more value for everyone. And I've been, because I do trainings every week to my own students. And I've noticed that what people get the more value is to identify, I've been doing this for a while, and I would teach something for 20, 30 minutes, but then I'll see my students not moving forward. And so they hear it, they take notes. But I started applying like about 6 to 8 months ago, where you are right now. Let's roll our sleeves. Let's get real. Where are you right now? You've been saying that you want to start. What's stopping you? Is it the LLC formation? Is it, is it like it's a lot of money that you need? You think you might need money, you might not think. So I think it will be beautiful, Linda, for today, for the rest of the time that we have together, is where are people being stuck, or if people are taking action, what's the next step, right? And I think we can make it more of a dialogue, not so much of a monologue. And maybe, yes, maybe if people want to learn something specifically about it, we can go in that direction. I have my slides always, but I think it will be more valuable for people. Where are they being stopped, and what's the next step? Would you agree with that, Linda? Or maybe you have some questions and then we can go to it. We could do
Sure,
a
I
podcast
love
today.
it. I love
I'm gonna make you work
engaged.
today, Linda. I'm gonna make you work. You're my podcaster today. So
No, I love it. I love answering questions that our guests may have about real estate investing. So please type in the chat any questions that you have for Joe about fixing and flipping, about your real estate journey.
turnkey rentals, multifamily, wholesaling.
Mhm.
I'm actually interested, Linda, excuse me, if you don't mind if I say this. Where are people being stopped?
Mm,
What's the next? Because everyone is gonna have logical questions.
yeah,
How do you do this? How do I do that? And that's great questions. That's in the domain of information, and I can answer those questions. But I would love to learn from the attendees today, where are people getting stopped, right? So I don't know if I can see their names right now. I would love to call. Oh, there you go. So I see Carlos Leal, Carlos Rodriguez. There's Elena, G, Henry, Jennifer, Judith, Lakshman. There's Matvey, May, Mike, Nick. There's two Nicks. There's Pat, Scott, Stephen, and Vicky. So if you guys don't mind, let us know where are you being stopped right now, or what would be valuable for you in your journey. And we can wait for that, Linda, and see if anyone respond, and we can answer some of those questions. And if not, we can go in any direction that they want to go.
that sounds wonderful. And may I just make a quick comment that one of our longtime readers and members signed up with your training. This particular reader, I've known her, wow, since we started the publication about 16 years ago. She attended one of our very first events in Los Angeles about 15 years ago. Her name is Stephanie Diane, and she had never really pulled the trigger on any training. She was just absorbing information all this time, really trying to, grasp all the knowledge. But when she saw Joe, she went to one of his free trainings. We invited her. And when she saw Joe and learned from him, she signed up for his training. And we were just so happy because she was in our network for, like I said, at least 15 years. And it was so exhilarating to know that after all this time and after absorbing all this knowledge, she finally took action with someone that she felt really comfortable with and felt that she was really going to learn from. So kudos to you, Joe, for making such a big difference in her life.
Thank you so much. And what's her first name? See if
Stephanie.
Stephanie. Okay. And what's her last name?
Well, she goes by Stephanie Diane, but
Stephanie.
her son actually is the one that pulled the trigger. She
No,
took
is that
him.
Yanni?
Yeah.
Is that
Uh-huh.
Yanni? Oh,
Yes.
so I just talk about Yanni. I didn't. That's the mom.
I think so. I think that's
Amazing.
the mom. Yeah.
Yeah, Yanni. Yeah, yeah. The mom. She came to
Young.
your
He's
events.
young.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's amazing. Yeah, he's 18. He's gonna make $20,000 on a wholesale that he's closing this week. And I asked Yanni, how long did you work on this deal? He says 3 hours. And he's 18. I'm like, that's definitely our youngest student, because usually we have people signing up over, under 40s, 30s, 50s, 60s. That's amazing. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, and the mom has been following us for 15
He
years. So
has.
since he was a little boy, she attended our event in Los Angeles in person about 15 years ago. And I was the one that told her, "You are so lovely. You really should think about modeling or doing something like that." And she started modeling. She became a big food blogger, and
Mhm.
I mean she's done amazing things. But all this time she was following Realty 411 and learning from.
That happens a lot, like Linda, too. Thank you for sharing that. That happens a lot where people, including myself, by the way, before I start flipping, I wanted to do it, right? I wanted to do it. I was thinking about it. I was a quinceañera photographer and a wedding photographer, and I was like, I really want to do real estate. I was seeing some of my, not friends, but people I knew that were making good money. Um, so I think that finding a community, but a community is not just like a group. I'm talking about people that hold you to account. It's a big deal. It's a big deal because Yanni, I will tell you about Yanni. Yanni shows up. We have coaching calls every day. So we have about 3 coaching calls live every day,
Wow.
different topics. This weekend, actually, today and tomorrow, for our students, obviously, because that's the community we're building. Every once a month, we have a 2-day virtual, 8 hours on getting really deep.
Wow.
Yeah, and then we do also like in person. We every 4 months we have a 3-day mentorship in person. So, um, but it's holding someone to account. Holding is very, very important and powerful.
Yes.
Let me see some of the questions.
Yes,
Vicky,
we
thank
have.
you so much, Vicky. Good morning, Vicky. Making sure you have a good deal, also access to good training that is affordable. Well, let me tell you about access that is affordable, because I think there's something important to do to you know I personally, since I started my journey for the last years, 10 years in real estate, I probably spend under $60,000-$70,000 in education. Um, and 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 I will tell you something. I went to school, and this is on real estate education. I went to school when I came to the US. I went to school and I spent a lot of money in school. And I got a major on mass communication. And you can argue that I used that or not, but I really never like applied that to anything in my life. Or maybe I applied to photography and whatnot. But so something that I just want to, you can look at good training that is affordable. That's kind of like the do it on your own, looking at videos, right? Like YouTube videos, there's a lot of that. But what we have to start switching from consumer mindset to investor mindset. Because if you want to work with people and investors that are actually doing it, any coach, they'll charge you, they're not cheap. So that's the thing that, and I didn't know that until I started at the beginning, when I started seeing my profits go down. I made a mistake on my first flip with the contractor I hired, and that cost me $30,000, my first error. And then, the second flip, I did really well. I made over 100K in the second flip. And I got lucky. There's not a lot of mistakes, but then I did the third and fourth flip, and you start risking a little bit more. And then like not making a sewer inspection, and I bought the property without a sewer inspection. Then the person that bought it found a bunch of stuff in the sewer cracked, and then they asked me for a $20,000 reduction, right? So all these little things you learn, you start adding up. So I don't know how many mistakes, over 100. I have hundreds of thousands of dollars on profits that I didn't make on mistakes. So so good training that is affordable. There's a lot of do it on your own. There's friends and family that can help you. So that maybe that's a good approach. I know that we do 3-day workshops. I was actually in this mastermind that I was telling you. So we do 3-day workshops. We charge $195 for the 3-day workshops. And in that 3-day workshop, we offer a lifetime opportunity of coaching, right? And that has a price because we have to pay for like coaches and whatnot. But I tell people, even if you do the 3-day workshop, it will get you closer to your goal, right? It can be with us. It doesn't have to be with us. Like you can go online. But I always suggest that when you surround yourself with a community, your trajectory. I mean, think about Yanni, this 18-year-old kid that he's making 20K on a wholesale deal in like 2 to 3 months since he signed up. We have lots of students like that, tons of students that are doing really well. So let me see some of the other questions. Finding good deals. That's a really great question. It's hard to tell you in 30 minutes. It's not hard, but it will be very conceptual. I think that finding good deals, there's, there's ways you can find deals, off market. You can find deals on the market on the MLS, doing reverse MLS. Reverse MLS is a strategy where instead of looking for properties that just came to the market right now, you look properties that have been in the market for like over a year. And there's reasons why they didn't sell. So you can find the deals from agents. If we're talking about fix and flip, if you're looking at multifamily, then you can find deals from brokers. A broker is the same term as an agent, but in the commercial world, it's called broker. And there's websites called LoopNet in the commercial world. But if we're talking about fix and flip, you can find them pre-foreclosures, people that actually are defaulting on their loans. You can do divorcees, people that are getting in divorce. These are all sources. You can talk to wholesalers. I don't mind people making money. A wholesaler is a person that is a middleman that find a good deal. People say that properties are in distress, but are they really the properties in distress or the owners, right? And it's the owners. They have a problem and we have a solution. So you could do that as well. You can talk to wholesalers, and as long as we're getting a good deal, I don't mind if someone is making $20, $50, $100,000 in a wholesale deal. You can do divorcees, you can do fire damage. I bought properties fire damage. Fire damages are good as long as there's not a lot of damage, because our conventional loan might not want to buy that property. So, it's only cash buyers, and we're leveraging OPM. Everyone type OPM. Everyone, let's do it a little. Everyone, please, I got a request here. Everyone type OPM. Okay, Linda, you're a good student right now. Oh, thank you, Vicky. Let's see who is actually listening to this right now. Vicky is a great student as well. So OPM. Thank you, May. I appreciate it. OPM. I'm gonna wait for everyone to type it. We're gonna be here for 20 minutes. Thank you, Elena. OPM. So OPM, as we all know, is other people's money. Thank you, Carlos. And OPM is hard money and private money. So when you flip a house, and some of you might know this, some of you might not, but when you're flipping a house, you don't need to use any of your money. You leverage. Thank you, Cedric. Appreciate it. You leverage other people's money. So that's how I do all my deals. And sometimes people ask me, Joe, I have money. Should I use my money? And I say, get in the practice of not using your money for active income. Use your money for a passive income. If you want to invest on a multifamily deal, if you want to buy a turnkey rental, you can definitely leverage your own money. But for active income, I wouldn't do that. And I have my own rules of when you flip houses, where you should flip, what kind of permits you should use, how much time you should remodel, how much time you should buy to sell, what should be your profits, your minimum profits. I have a whole formula that I created that was very beneficial for me on my path. So I know, Vicky, that didn't really answer your question because we have trainings. We have 2-day trainings we do virtual trainings. Linda, right now we're doing one where we go on a Google Maps and we do a virtual walk, and we literally look at the addresses as we go on a walkthrough on Google,
That's
and
cool.
and we get the addresses and we skip trace the phone numbers from the walkthrough, and we call those buyers, those owners, and we have conversations about selling. So instead of walking reality, like all guys getting into a bus and taking a walk in a neighborhood and blah blah blah, we do that because of technology.
I love
And
it.
skip tracing, with skip tracing, you can get information from, if you get an address, I can get emails and phone numbers from people, and we literally call them on the spot, and we make offers. Hey, would you be interested? We have scripts, right? Would you be in? Have you ever considered selling your property? Or we'll virtually live download a list of people that are going into pre-foreclosure, and we call them. And some people is like, don't call me, I don't want to. But some, because they have emotional stuff they're dealing with. I totally get it. But some people are like, oh yeah, thank you so much. I've been literally considering selling my house. And it's like, well, let me check right now. We just see as you sold that. There's a property that sold a few months ago, 3 months ago here. I see that your loan, you need to pay $300,000 to be done with your loan, whatever that situation is, and either we do, we just kind of like negotiate it, right? So it's pretty cool. So let me move on.
Now,
Vicky.
Carlos does have a question as well about mentorship. And he wanted to know, how do you find good mentorship willing to share the good and the bad?
Yeah,
Not
the good.
just a mentor selling a program or selling access to deals or lists.
Yeah, of course. There's a movie by Sergio Leone that is called, I'm going to take you one step more, Carlos. The Good and the Bad. One of my favorite movies is called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I can share the bad, but the great is the ugly. That's what we really learn, right? So I mean, the access through, the only access to success is through failure. The only access for a breakthrough is through a breakdown. Absolutely. So that's my whole mantra and motto in what I'm doing is, sure, I love to make money. Everyone should love to make money, because making money is a great thing, right? Remember, making money attached with making a difference, because if we're taking advantage of people, making money is not a noble cause, right? I was parking right now. I'm at Starbucks right now on my way to LA, and I was thinking about this. Is 20,000 thoughts we have. Fleeting thought. One of the thoughts was, in life, and Grant Cardone talks about it, right? Sell or be sold. But in life, you have someone making money and someone buying a service or a product, right? So one person in any transaction, one makes more or less money. It could be a retail, wholesale deal, whatever. And the other person is paying for that. So you just need to figure out on what side do you want to be. It's simple as that. Do you want to be the one paying, right? Paying, be consumer, buying arguably liabilities, whatever it is, maybe buying assets too. Or you want to be the person that is generating that. And being an investor equals being that person that is generating the income. You have to hire people, and flipping a house. One of the things I love about flipping is that you're literally putting food in the table for 50, 70 families, from your escrow, title, contractors, partners, private money. You start breaking down all that. Providers, and so. So Carlos, a good mentorship willing to share the good, the bad, and the other. Yeah, absolutely. That would be a good mentorship. Selling a program or access to the LMS. You mean the MLS, the multiple listing service. So yeah. Here's the thing. As much as making money is good, making a difference is good. Remember, either you're going to be sold or you're going to be the one selling. Either you're going to be buying or selling. You have to figure out in what side you want to be. I mean, we walk out of the street and we're spending money already, right? Literally. So that's one thing that I would say. Mentors will sell you programs. We're investors. Like we're always on selling mode. Either we're selling a house, or we're more than selling a program. Is you're building community. But you have. I remember when I started my coaching program, I would literally I started doing it for free to my friends. And then more people want it, and more people want it. And then I'm gonna have to charge you something, because I'm stopping from doing that. It's gonna be $100 an hour. and then it's $300 an hour, and then you got like 200 people that want it, and then you do like a big virtual or a big live event, and that's kind of like. But here's the thing, because a lot of people, including myself, we get caught up on programs, right? You don't need a program. You can, but you don't need to, right? I bought a program. My program 10 years ago changed my life, because it's not just how much money, like we buy a car, it's $30,000, right? Like we pay a good education. I mean, think about the education, $200,000, $100,000. It's more of, of course we're in, we're in a world where things move by money, but more than that is sure, if you want a program, there's going to be a fee for that. And that's okay. That anything else, anything education wise, that you actually have someone devoted to you, there's going to be a fee. But I think that a lot of people, including myself, when I started, I got caught up on how much is it? And then what I missed was, okay, well, that's an education I can buy for a lifetime. So I can actually get in action, number one. And number two is, there's a price for not taking action. There's a cost for not taking action. Because I wanted to flip houses for 5 years and I did nothing. If I would have started 5 years ago, like before 10 years, 15 years ago, there's a cost for not taking action. There's a flip that I didn't make money because I never did it, right? So that's the other part. There's a cost for things. So let me jump to the, so we got, oh my God, we're 35 minutes went by already. I gotta stop talking and take more questions. Let me see. Any more questions? How to avoid mistakes? Elena is asking steps, how to start and finish and keep benefits. Elena, if you can tell me a little bit more about that on the text, I'll join to the next one. How to avoid mistakes. I think, Linda, the best way to avoid mistakes is to learn from people that have done those mistakes. I think I would come to my workshop, come to my 3-day workshop. I think you'll get a lot of value. Either you buy like a lifetime of education or not, those 3 days will get you closer to your goal. I would say that. Any more questions?
Yes, there is another question by G. Hi,
Mhm.
Joe. If you have a single family house, what is the best way to generate income in high tax California? Is it ADUs, convert to additional living space, Airbnb? What do you recommend?
That's a great question. I think that what I always do is I reverse engineer the questions. Where you want to be, G? So literally, where you want to be in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. You have to think about it, right? You have to sit down with a pen and paper and just really like build it out. If you're looking for passive income, and I know that it's more of a passive income question, commercial, great, right? You're getting into the living space, community living. I know community living, it's a great, there's a lot of profits to be made. ADUs are great as well. I mean, it costs about $100,000 to convert your garage, but then you have someone paying, literally paying rent. It depends, G. Are you living there? Are you not living there? You want to do a 2-unit? I know right now in California, the rules have changed. So you can do up to 4 units, right? So you can build 4 units on. I'm muted. Sorry. I don't know where I left it. So it really depends on your strategy, I would say. I don't know where I left on because I got a little unmuted there, but I would say that if you're living there, it's one thing. If you're not living there, you can turn. Now there's new rules in California, and I don't know if everyone's from California or not here, where you can build up to 4 units. But I've done ADUs. They're great. I've never done community living spaces, so I can't speak to that, but I know some of my partners are, and they make great profits. Airbnbs are great. Also, the rules are changing in Airbnbs all the time. So it really, maybe you like start doing that, but then on that, hotels have been like really gaining power on states and communities. So let me go to the next. I hope that answers G the question. I think ADU is a great opportunity. If you can, depending if you have construction experience or not. If you do have construction experience, you can hire your own subs, and you could literally like, you'll save 20-30% on the cost. You can also hire a coach instead of hiring a contractor, and that contractor could be your coach. And you can learn, if you're planning to learn how to flip houses, you can do the ADU on your own, where you're not lifting a single hammer, but what you do is you're learning and you're putting all these faces together, which you might make mistakes, but you will learn some amazing. And if you hired a contractor or someone that can help you in the process, not only you'll save 20-25%, but you'll learn all the processes. So when you flip houses in the future, you have hands-on. Next question, Linda, go for it.
Yes, Cedric would like to know, what's your thoughts about the current interest rates? And also, what do you think is best? 30-year fix, 10-year arm? What's your thoughts
Well,
on
it
finance?
depends on the context of this question. Are you planning to buy and live in your house, or are you planning to flip it? If we're trying to flip it, I don't really, it doesn't matter the interest rates, because we're going to get a hard money lender, and a hard money lender will give us a 10%, 11%, right? Yeah. So if you're going to do a rental, 30-year fix, I would just say, when the interest rates go down, just, refinance. I just bought a flip right now, in an area called Studio City in Los Angeles, really nice area. And I got it at 6%. It's not going to be a quick flip. I'm not intending it, because if I would have done a quick flip, I would have not get a commercial, a loan, a conventional loan. I would have gone in a hard money loan, because a hard money loan might be 10-12% yearly. But when I flip within 2 months. So between I buy and sell in 4 months. So if I'm paying 12% yearly, I'm really paying 1 point a month. So I'm paying 4% on a quick flip. But this is a longer flip that I bought. I'm adding 1,500 square foot to the property. I bought this one at 1.5, and I'm planning to sell at 4 million. So we're gonna add massive value to the property, but this is a long-term play. So we're gonna add 1,500. It's a really nice neighborhood. It trades about $1,000 a square foot. So I bought it at 1.5. I'm gonna remodel it and add 1,500 square foot and sell $4 million. But this is more like a more risk project. My goal when I flip houses, I make 50K, and I do quick flips, 4 months, 2 months remodel, in and out. I make the money on the buy, because I buy under market. I keep the money on the remodel, and then I cash my money out on sell. Cedric, I don't know if that answers your question or not. Thank you for your thoughts. Studio City is nice. Oh, you used to live in SoCal. Amazing. Yeah, it's a great neighborhood. We bought a great property right there. I think Elena asked something. Do you mind checking?
Yes, Elena said, I can do fix and flip loans. I've never done flipping. I
Yeah.
would encourage you to try it, Elena. If you're in the business, you definitely have a great advantage in knowledge. And also, I'm sure you have a lot of associates that could possibly even bring you some deals.
Absolutely. Yeah. Question is, where are you going? What's your why? Why do you want to do this? I mean, we're not teaching how to cook here. We're teaching about how to do real estate investments. And if you're interested in adding an additional source of income, absolutely. Like, make $50,000 every few months flipping houses by buying buying properties for. Don't try to make the money on the remodel. That's a big error that a lot of people do. I did it myself when I started. Don't make your money in the remodel. Make your money on the buy. What does that mean? Don't try to add enough value that now you're raising the numbers on the remodel. Do that remodel so you can actually keep your profits from the buy. So it's all on the buy. It's all in the buy right now. So, so Elena, I would completely invite you to flip, you know, and if you want to do an additional source of income, maybe you're tired of your job and you want to start looking to build your own business, or if you want to do some passive income, we have buildings. Didn't have a chance to share a lot, Linda, but we have buildings where we get investors in, kind of like the other speaker that was sharing. We have passive income investments. We do a lot in North Carolina, Texas, Las Vegas, and then our flips. When you flip a building, that's a whole different animal, because instead of flipping 3-bedroom, 2-bath, you're flipping 40 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and that's the next level of wealth.
So I like your strategy, Joe, that you're flipping locally and then you do your buy and hold sometimes in other markets if needed.
Yeah, California, not the best for passive income. Great for appreciation, but the rates are so high right now that you don't want to like hold in California, because the goal when you're doing rentals, either residential, commercial, multifamily, is we make the money on the cash flow. These are our long-term strategies, right? So it's hard to cash flow when your mortgage is so high, because now the renter has to pay for your mortgage. And on top of that, they have to pay for the costs, the rental management, the management company. And on top of that, you want to have $500 a unit, $400 a unit, $300 a unit, depending on your investment strategy. So yeah, so we do workshops all the time. I want everyone to come to our workshop. We have education that if people are interested, we can help them with education. And the education is lifetime, and it costs between 20 and 30,000. But you don't need that. That's only for people that are fully committed to elevate it and maximize their curve of experience. But if you don't have that money, or you don't have to do that, just come to our workshop and learn. You'll get a little bit closer to your goal, right? So that would be my suggestion.
And one thing I'd like to point out is that Joe started his workshops in Southern California, but now I see that you're expanding and you're hosting workshops in other states as
We're
well.
nationwide. It started with a friend asking me for help, and then the friend of a friend, and then a family, and then someone in LA, and then someone in Tampa. We're like, hey, this, and then we got calls, and right now we're in San Francisco. We're going back to LA next week for the 3-day. We're doing Hawaii in 2 weeks. We're going back to Houston in 4 weeks. So we've been really, really growing the community, because it's amazing. It's really incredible to really build this together with as many people as possible. So I'm in some Elena's like, I'm in San Francisco. We're in this weekend. So
There you go.
Yeah. So if you're interested,
and Jennifer wants you to add her on LinkedIn, by the way. She sent.
Yeah, we have so Elena, Jennifer said that. So Jennifer,
Elena
what I
and
would
Jennifer.
suggest, yeah. So here, let me give you some info. And I have I'm glad we're taking questions, because I always have my slides ready, but
and Vicky lives in San Francisco as well.
Bring value to people like that. So right now, let me check where we are right now. We're doing Denver, San Bernardino, California, Atlanta. We're doing let me here's what I could do for everyone. I'm gonna put a link, right? An email. That's the email. If you're interested on coming to one of our workshops, just email us and say where are you doing your next 3-day workshop. Now it's a 3-day workshop, all day, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And you're gonna learn a lot. You're gonna make ready to take notes, because it's heavy on knowledge and information. And the whole idea is that you really like move forward on getting projects done within the next few weeks or months that you actually attend our workshop. So we're all about application. So write down that email because it's info@ourrealsuccess.com. Email us, let us know, hey, I live in, whatever you are. I'm in New York or I'm here and there. When are you guys coming next? I know that we are going to Denver and Atlanta and Honolulu. I think we're going to Hawaii in Honolulu in the next few weeks.
Do you hear that, May? He's going to Honolulu. We have a loyal listener, May, who lives in Honolulu.
Yeah, we're
May
doing Hawaii.
Akamine.
We're doing Hawaii next weekend. So if you are available the next 3 days, I would just tell you it's the best investment. $200 for 3 days, helping you how to get started or move to the next level. I highly suggest.
May, I'm sure you did not fathom that someone would be coming to your area from a Realty 411 event. But yes, Joe will be in Honolulu, Hawaii. Oh, she says aloha. Yes, I'm emailing info right now. Mahalo.
I have one of our students. I love this group. There are 3. And they brought me some Hawaiian beef jerky, delicious. They give me like cookies, and we met the other day. But anyways, great food. I love the food from Hawaii. It's delicious. I actually went on a pre-honeymoon with my wife, which got married a year ago, to Hawaii. Gorgeous place. Anyways, great for investments too. It's a lot of great for fix and flips. A lot of profits there. We have students making good money there.
That's so
All right.
awesome, Joe. I really love the fact that you're traveling a lot more now because we do have a national network. We just got back from Texas. We had an event in Arlington, Texas. We had over 100 people there. We had a great time, met some amazing investors out there. Texas is such a great place also to invest. So we're just really excited that Joe is able to travel and he can meet up with everyone in our network. This is the perfect opportunity to learn in person from someone associated and who has worked with Realty 411 before. And as I mentioned, our members have already signed up with his coaching and training. They're really happy. And I know that you'll get some great information and tips by attending his workshop.
Yeah, whatever you do, I would say is take action, whatever that is. Because I talk, and I thought about investing and doing this, and not even investing your own money, but just doing it for so long. So I can put my Instagram as well. Let me see. I used to manage my own Instagram, but I don't do it anymore because we're growing and growing. But that's my Instagram right there. And then let me see my other Instagram. I have 2 accounts, one for my own personal, and then that's for the business that we have, Real Success Investments. So you can follow me. Yeah, make sure really time goes by, folks. I'm 41. Last time I thought about, being 40, I was 20, and 20 years went by so quick. So we're all passing by in this life. So it's very important to, we all have things going on and ups and downs, but I think seizing the moment and taking action, because in 20 years, we're going to be 20 years older. And then we're going to be, I don't want to get too philosophical, but in 100 years, our life is going to be gone. And it's all about enjoying our lives and having fun and taking action too, because then regrets come in, right? We're 70, 80 years old, and then we look back and we have regrets. So that's why it's important.
We don't want anyone on this call to ever have regrets.
And we will
think, what if I would have done that, or I should have done that?
Yeah. And honestly, 80, I mean, there's no stats on that, but I would say 80, 90% of people will have regrets. But now is the time. I mean, I meet investors all the time that they're like, I've been thinking about for 30 years. I mean, we did a workshop in person, and this lady, she was crying. She's like, I've been making people millionaires as an agent, and I've been giving to, and I've never done it. And She's like 65. Great. Carpe diem. Seize the moment. Start. It's never late.
Wonderful. And
How did you get,
Jennifer wants to know, Joe, how do you get so many followers on your Insta accounts?
Jen, I'll tell you so I'll tell you a little something I learned about, well, it's all relative, right? A lot, little, there's people with millions. I don't know. There's actually like there's two Joe Arias imposters on Instagram asking money to people. So if I ask you for money, it's not me, okay? Because we don't do that. But it's all relative. My neighbor has 150 million followers. She's so what is a lot and what is a little?
Wonderful, Joe. Now, before we let you go, we have 6 minutes. Before we let you go, I do want to ask one question that I think is important. How do people know whether they should be active investors or passive investors? Because we've been talking a lot about both.
Mm. You know, I think it all comes back to your 5, 10, 20-year plan. I would suggest that everyone becomes a passive investor at some point. You have to, because at some point you want to make money while you sleep, right? Either it's a single family or a multifamily. I'm launching a company in a few months, Linda, on multifamily, because we have a lot of people want to learn how to flip buildings. So I said, okay, we'll do it. So and even when you do buildings, you can do passive or active. Because if you flip a house and you make 50K minimum as your goal, you can do 500 to a million if you flip a building, right? So but how do you do that? At some point, we should all be passive investors. And then the active part is, how much time do you have and where you want to go? Are you happy with your job? If you're whatever's, either you're a doctor or a janitor, whatever you do, if you're happy with your job, keep on doing it, because that makes you happy. If you're not happy, jump in to do some active. And if you're happy and you have some extra time, then you can also be active, right? So I think the goal for everyone would be to get into multifamily, and you make a stop before and turn to rentals. It's always good to have, I love fix and flips, but people can do also wholesaling. And wholesaling is a different strategy where you don't actually are putting any of the money. Flipping houses, you put not your money, but someone else. With wholesaling, you don't have any money involved, because you're flipping the contract, not the house.
Amazing. Wonderful, Joe. Well, it's been such a pleasure having you. Does anyone have any questions before Joe leaves our stage? He's been just sharing such wonderful information. And Joe, may I just say, I commend you for taking action at such a young age and, you know, leaving your home, all you knew, to come to the US, the land of opportunity, but it must have been so scary. And my husband also arrived at the age of 19 to the
He's an
US
immigrant too?
from Greece.
Oh, Lord. Good for you. That's awesome.
Yes, yes. And
Ah,
he was fortunate enough to make the decision to come here as well and, build a life here with me and other family members. And it's not easy to take such a big step.
it's all relative. I appreciate the acknowledgement, and it's yeah. Sometimes it's all the wiring, right, Linda? And it all goes back to our why and our commitment. For me, it was just the necessary steps, right? I didn't see it as anything else than, something that I wanted to do. But it's like falling in love, right? When you're with someone that makes you happy, then everything it becomes easier. And for me, my dream was I fell in love with my dream. So everything else was kind of like, you know, not important. I just, you know, and flipping houses is no different. You can fall in love with your dream, or you can, you know, push yourself that you should do that, and then you're going to be battling it. And then, you know, you have to create an empowering context for you as an investor, because then everything is fun and it's enjoyable. All right, let me hear from everyone. If have you guys is this been bringing value for everyone? If you can just say yes or no. Did you guys get value today? We got 2 more minutes. I know Bob is waiting patiently. Jennifer, thank you. Yes. Vicky, yes. Definitely. Thank you, Joe Carlos. Michael, yes. May, very valuable. Elena, thank you, guys. And if you can write down, what was your takeaway today? Just write down whatever. Think about it for a moment, a word or something or strategy. Cost of non-action. Okay. Amazing, Jennifer. Good job. The cost of non-action. Absolutely. That's a powerful one. Just write it down. Reverse MLS. Okay. I love it. May is like logical. Is like, I like that strategy. Go from thinking to doing. Yeah. Yeah. Ontological. Just get started. Bring value together, Jennifer. Yep. Yeah. And I would say one more thing to wrap it up. There's a study called there's a philosophy called ontological, the ontological study, which is the study of the being. There is the study of the doing, which is what we do as human beings. But then there's a study, which is the ontological study, which is the study of the being. And I challenge and invite everyone to start in the next 3 months, start working on your being. And you work on the study of your being by not on your own, but get a coach, get someone, because that's how you really start looking within. When you start tapping within, you could create any reality outside. And Bob knows this. Bob is agreeing. I know he wants his stage time because he's logging in right on time. So I can see your feet, Bob. You're kicking me out over here on my stage. That hurt, man.
Good, Joe. Great job. Sounded wonderful. Yeah, you got a great program, Joe.
Thanks, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Bob has great hair. I can tell that. I love that.
Well, thank you again, Joe. We really appreciate it. Folks, we hope that you can meet Joe in person when he shows up in your area.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Send me an email and we'll go from there. And if we can help you, we know we will. Linda, thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. I'll leave you with this very good looking gentleman, Bob. And I just log out, right, Linda? I just log out. Okay.
Thank
you
you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Wow, that was amazing, folks.
Very good.
And we're so excited to have Bob Bluhm with us here today. Bob is a renowned attorney joining us from the great state of Texas.
Right.
Thank you so much for joining us, Bob. He is located in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. His company, Asset Defense Team, can help you in protecting your most valuable assets. And today he's going to discuss with us what they don't tell us about asset protection that we need to know. Thank you so much for being here, Bob. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
Mm-hmm. Pleasure likewise, Linda. Thank you for having me. And we'll see if we can share the screen. Okay.
Go
and
right ahead.
I've got
The floor is yours.
There we are. And I've got a lot of things to cover today. So I'm going to go pretty fast because we want to get a lot of content for everybody. And I hope you'll all take very good notes because this is information that we just really, really should have. All right. So I'm going to talk about what they don't tell you about asset protection. And just to cut to the chase, not to hold you in suspense, what they don't tell you is that a lot of it doesn't work. So I'll show you what does work and what you need to do to make it work so you really are protected. So here's my promise to you today. I'm going to show you how you can make your wealth invisible to creditors and predators, how you can actually repel lawsuits so you make it so someone doesn't want to sue you, and how you can invest with confidence in real estate, knowing that you've protected your family and you have really no personal liability. All right. So let's get clarity, because why do we set up LLCs? And I assume everybody on this call has an LLC by now. So why do we set them up? And you may think, well, to protect, but the question is to protect what? And really the answer is to protect our personal assets from business risk. No one would go into business if we had to put, all of our assets on the table at risk. Nobody would do that. So we want to have limited risk, and that's what we get when we set up an LLC, if we do it the right way. So here's the problem. People who operate as a sole proprietor with no entity, no LLC at all, they have a unity of them and the business. They're the same. There's no difference between them and the business. And so when the business gets sued, they are suing both you and the business, and you can lose both business and personal assets. That's the worst that can the way to do business. If they sue you personally because you're in a car accident or something, well, they're suing you and the business. And once again, you can lose both business and personal assets. So the far better arrangement is to do business with an entity, because it separates you legally from the business. You're down below, the business is up above the line. And now if they sue the business, well, in a worst case scenario, they could maybe take the assets of the business, but you and your personal assets are protected. All right. On the other hand, if they sue you personally, because once again, you're in a car accident, well, worst case scenario, they could take personal assets, but your business assets are then protected. So we use these entities to protect. And what protects is the thing in the middle. It's that corporate veil. It is the difference between you and the business. So we want to maintain that corporate veil. So without a corporate veil, you have unlimited personal liability, and your risk is very, very high. So as a sole proprietor doing business without an entity, you also have unlimited personal liability and very significant risk. So a properly structured limited liability company can do really good things. It can lower your taxes, it can protect you from lawsuits, and it can protect you from IRS audits. But what they don't tell you about asset protection is that most LLCs don't lower your taxes, they don't protect you from lawsuits, and they don't protect you from IRS audits. And you may wonder, well, why? I mean, an LLC is just an LLC, isn't it? And it's kind of like saying, well, a mushroom is a mushroom, except there are thousands of different kinds of mushrooms, and they're not all the same. And limited liability companies, you'll learn, are not all the same. Very big differences. So just to give you a little bit about my background, I'm a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for over 30 years. I'm a former trial attorney, and I used to sue people, defend companies as well. And I started out in a big international law firm with offices all over the world and 1,000 lawyers. And for years, I've represented the world's largest airline, which was by far the funnest job ever. And I represent thousands and thousands of real estate investors and business owners, and I've spoken on asset protection literally all over the world and set up many thousands of limited liability companies and limited partnerships and corporations and trusts. And you may wonder, well, if I was a trial lawyer, why in the world am I now an asset protection attorney? And it started out, as I mentioned, I was in a big firm and doing litigation trial work, and got an assignment to defend a particular company in a lawsuit. And you would all recognize the name of the company, very big company, very famous. But they had really done something wrong. They had fired some guys because of their age, and that is age discrimination. Can't do that. Now, nobody goes to jail. That's not a criminal penalty, but it is a civil penalty. And that means if they sue and win, they're entitled to money damages. So they had a great case because my client really had done the wrong thing. We were in trial. They had the law on their side. The facts were on their side. Things were not going great at trial. We were getting beat up pretty badly. But the plaintiff's lawyer made a really serious mistake, and I capitalized on that mistake, and we won the case. Now, normally when you win, I mean, you've invested months and months, sometimes years in preparing this case. And you've lived it and breathed it. And when you win that case, that is cause for major, major celebration. But this time was different because so often in litigation, it's one company suing another and the loser writes a check and life goes on. But this time, these were people. And they had been wronged by my client. And they deserved to have their wages returned, their back wages, their pensions restored. And as I left the courtroom, I saw them weeping with their families. I saw them huddled, and their wives were saying, we're going to lose our homes. Because these guys knew they were never going to get another job at the same income level at their age. And they were ruined financially. And that was simply wrong. And I was part of that wrong. And I decided right then and there, I cannot do this anymore. I am not going to do it because I didn't go into law to hurt people. I went into law to help people. And so I took everything I had learned about trials, courtrooms, and tactics, and I turned it all 180 degrees around, and I use all of that information and have for many years to protect people from lawyers like I used to be. So doing asset protection law, that creates freedom from fear, financial security, and ultimately peace of mind, which is so much more satisfying to me. And I've been an asset protection lawyer for many, 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 many years now. So Joe Arias, who preceded me, did a wonderful job at explaining how to make money in real estate through flipping, other means. Wonderful way. But when you're making money in real estate, we call that offense because you're trying to score. And so when you play offense, you're trying to score against the other side and make money, obviously. But when they play offense, they're trying to score against you and take your money. And so there's offense, and when they're playing offense, you've got to play defense. And so the question is, what's your defense going to be when they play offense against you? And so here's how they're going to play offense against you. They're going to take advantage of the U.S. legal system, which allows what we call contingency fee lawsuits. Now, that's where a lawyer will actually invest in the case. They will basically, pay all the court costs, the legal fees, not charge for their time, and then assuming they win, they're going to take about 50% of everything they collect. And so the lawyer gets paid contingent on winning. Now, that means that the plaintiff, the person suing, has no risk, because if they lose the lawsuit, they just walk away and they don't owe anybody a dime. So they have all the incentive in the world to sue. Now, for that reason, and plaintiffs' lawyers stand to make a lot of money, and they do make a lot of money. So they want to get as many cases in the door as possible so they can pick among the best cases. And so they use the internet to create ads, essentially ads, in the form of information to encourage people to sue. So tell me this, true or false? Anyone can sue you anytime for any reason. Now, I didn't say they could win the lawsuit, but could they sue you? And the answer is yes. And tell me this, is this true or false? You can be sued even if you've done nothing wrong. And that doesn't make sense, but I'll show you that's the case. So with our U.S. legal system and contingency fee arrangements, here's what lawyers will put all over the internet to try to encourage people to sue. CanISue.com, put up by the lawyers. WhoCanISue.com. How to sue someone. These are all from the internet. Sue your landlord. How's that? Suing a landlord in 7 steps. 8 times you can sue a landlord and win. How to sue someone in a business dispute, and suing your landlord for mold-related health problems. So it goes on and on. There are thousands and thousands of websites like this, just encouraging people to sue people like you. So think about this. The plaintiff has no risk at all. You've got a lot of risk because you're being sued, and maybe all of your assets are on the line. But the other person with risk is the plaintiff's lawyer, because they are going to spend their time and money investing in this case. And so to minimize their risk, a plaintiff's lawyer can go to the internet and do what is called an asset search. And if you didn't know that this exists, this is going to be eye-opening. So here is a site that provides asset searches. And here's what it says. It says, we identify bank accounts, brokerage accounts, real property, vehicles, watercraft, aircraft, business affiliations, and other valuable assets to satisfy judgment. So if you own it, they're going to find it. It goes on to say pre-litigation asset searches determine what assets may be seized in the event of a judgment and to decide if the lawsuit is economically worth the effort. So the whole idea is the plaintiff's lawyer wants to size you up before they ever sue and figure out, assuming we win, how much could we get from you? How many assets do you have that are easily seizable? Here's another asset search company, which will show you, or show them, or rather, your real estate you own, the values, and the equity in the real estate. Here's another one that will show them your net worth. So these are all asset search companies. Now, here's another asset search you can do, which will show all the properties you own, the sale date and what you paid for it. They'll also find all your buddies from jail, if you have any, complete address history, social security information, and your current address. And once they get your current address, now they can go to any number of free websites and find the county appraised value of your home. Now, they don't care what the county thinks your house is worth, because what they're trying to get at is how much equity do you have in your home? Because in most states, assuming they win the lawsuit, they can seize your home and sell it off and put the equity in their pocket. And that's what this next asset search does. It includes a real property equity assessment, because this is all public record. Now, if you understood what I just showed you, you will realize how vulnerable all of us really are. And we're really kind of just relying on luck and hoping that nobody zeroes in on us and decides to sue, because this is all available. All right, so a simple asset search can identify assets you own in your name, and this makes you a much more likely target of a lawsuit. All right, and I mentioned in America today, you don't have to do anything wrong to be sued. Now, once again, I didn't say they could win the lawsuit, but they can tie you up for several years in litigation, cause you to spend all kinds of money defending yourself. So take a look at some of these things. Here's a guy, and this is a real case. This is a guy who burglarized a house. He tried to escape through the garage, but the darn thing wouldn't open. Then he turned to go back in the house, and the door was locked behind him. So he was stuck in the garage for 8 days with only a case of Pepsi and a bag of dry dog food to survive on. When he got out, he filed a lawsuit for mental anguish, and the jury awarded him $500,000 for his suffering. Ridiculous. Here's Red Bull that has a famous slogan that says, Red Bull gives you wings. And that got the company in some trouble, because the class action lawsuit was filed accusing the company of false and misleading ads. The plaintiff said the energy drink did not give people wings, even figuratively speaking, meaning they didn't feel energized. So they said the company lacked evidence to claim the beverage could improve one's focus. And Red Bull settled out of court and agreed to pay $640,000. That's our legal system. Notice this mac and cheese says it's ready in 3.5 minutes. So this is a case that hasn't been resolved yet, but a woman is suing Kraft, the maker of this stuff, because she says the mac and cheese cups are not ready in 3.5 minutes. The woman claims the time on the front of the package does not include other time-consuming steps, such as tearing off the lid. And the lawsuit accuses Kraft of false and misleading advertising, and this thing has not been resolved yet. But this is the kind of ridiculous lawsuit that is filed even though nobody's done anything wrong. In fact, oftentimes the people suing are the ones who did something wrong, like the guy who was the burglar. So, you know, a lot of times people say, well, I don't think I know anybody who's ever been sued, but think again, because divorce is a lawsuit. And now you know all kinds of people who have been sued. And frankly, with no fault divorce laws, you don't have to prove that anybody did anything wrong. If you're an employer, you can be sued for what your employees do wrong. By the way, if you own even one piece of property and somebody gets injured on that property, now you can be sued for their injuries because you have a general duty to protect people from injury. Here's a case. Two teenagers were trespassing on railroad property where they came across two live electrical wires and they were severely burned. You know, teenagers, they'll pick up anything. And the plaintiff's lawyer conceded his clients were trespassers, but said the property owners were still responsible, and a federal jury awarded them a total of $24.2 million. Property owners beware, because you have that kind of duty to prevent someone from being harmed. If you own assets in joint tenancy, the first of these ways you could own assets with somebody else, you can lose your assets if your joint tenant does something wrong. Here's an example. This is an actual client. She said, my husband was involved in an auto accident that killed one man and injured another. The second man sustained injuries that cost over $1 million in medical bills. I was sued for everything I had. Now, keep in mind, she's at home minding her own business. Her husband's driving and gets into an accident, and she gets sued. She said, I hadn't done anything wrong except for owning a Lincoln Town car in joint ownership. There's the problem. I was being sued for millions, and my entire estate was at stake. You can be sued even if you've done nothing wrong. Now, this has a happy ending. I may share it with you later. Handshake deals, general partnerships. We do a lot of deals with people in real estate. And if you do a deal with somebody else, but do not form an entity, you're in a general partnership, which means you can go broke for what your partner does wrong. So if you're going to do some kind of deal with somebody, always form an entity to do it. Just owning an asset can be dangerous, because if you're the parent of a teenage driver and they are driving your car and they get into an accident, you get sued for their actions. Once again, when you sign a contract, you got to be careful how you sign it. You never want to sign your name as the buyer. Why? Because that makes you a party to the contract. Now, if the other side thinks you didn't fulfill the contract, they can sue you personally for breach of contract. So what's the better way? Let's have our LLC be the buyer. And yes, your name is on the contract as the manager of the LLC, but you're not the party to the contract. The LLC is now the party to the contract, and you cannot be sued personally. We should have insurance, premises liability insurance. That's part of asset protection, but insurance does not cover everything. And as you can see, some of these things are not included. And somebody once said that insurance is a little bit like a hospital gown. You only think you're covered. So always have an entity in addition to your insurance. These are all ways you can be sued, even though you've done nothing wrong. And it's because of a legal doctrine in our country called vicarious liability, which means you can be sued for what someone else does wrong. So that's how they play offense against you. And so the question is, what's your defense? And the answer is your defense is going to be asset protection. And you got to know how to really play defense. So, you know, our ancestors knew something about defense. In castles, they had 3 lines of defense. They had a moat, then they had walls that if they got across the moat, they had to still get over the walls. And then even if they got over the first wall, they had a second set of walls. So, you know, you might say, well, you know, I don't need insurance and LLCs. Well, they thought they did, and they needed those lines of defense, and you will too. So let's take the first line of defense. And what is it? It's privacy, financial privacy. Our first goal is to keep you out of a lawsuit because they're expensive and time-consuming and stressful and risky. And they're distracting. I mean, there are people who are involved in lawsuits for years and it ruins their health and their marriage. And so lawsuits are no win. Even if you win, you still lose because of all the expense and what you went through to win the case. So we've got to keep you out of a lawsuit. And that's really the first goal. And so keeping your assets private makes you less likely to be the target of an opportunistic lawsuit. Now, here's what I mean by an opportunistic lawsuit. My wife was in Walmart a while ago, and they were stocking the shelves, and a box fell on her head. Now, she could have made a big deal about that. She could have, claimed, mental anguish, pain and suffering, all this stuff. Of course, she didn't do that because she's not looking to sue. But are there people out there who would have made a big deal out of that? You better believe it. That's what I mean by an opportunistic lawsuit. Now, if you really, let's say you're driving and you got into an accident and killed a family in that wreck. That's a real lawsuit, not an opportunistic lawsuit. And I'll tell you this, privacy isn't going to protect you at all if you kill 5 people. But a lot of these lawsuits are opportunistic. So you want to stay out of these lawsuits, okay? Nuisance lawsuits. So how do we do that? Well, the privacy solution is do what Joe Arias just showed you. Become a really good real estate investor and be rich. But when a plaintiff's lawyer does an asset search on you, you want to look flat broke. Why? Well, because if you look broke, there's nothing for them to get if they win, and so they lose interest very quickly. All right, so how do you look broke? Well, you get assets out of your personal name and you get them into entities that are going to protect those assets. We have a business privacy system, which involves privacy trusts and private realty trusts and privacy LLCs. So what's a privacy trust? Well, it's a special trust that's designed to serve as the owner of personal and business assets to prevent your name from appearing on a public record. Remember, if you own assets in your name, they can find all of these things in an asset search. But if we put them in a privacy trust, now the trust owns those assets rather than you, and trusts are private. They're not filed anywhere with the Secretary of State, and therefore they are not searchable. So these assets simply disappear in an asset search that a plaintiff's lawyer does on you. Privacy trusts allow you to own many valuable assets, so a potential plaintiff cannot assess how much they can take from you if they win, which makes them much less likely to want to go ahead and go through the effort to sue. All right? Now, private realty trusts, sometimes called land trusts, are used to hold title to real estate rather than holding title in your name, and that gives you way more privacy and greater security. This was a typical deed record search, and this is a guy named Vasilius Lentis who owns lots and lots of properties, and this went on, by the way, for page after page after page. So when somebody does an asset search and sees that he owns all these assets in his name, you can figure this guy's a player and he's got money. Game on. So what do we want to do here? Well, we want to create private realty trusts that will replace your name as the owner on a property deed. So somebody searching property records can't really tell that who owns these properties. These trusts are not filed with a state or county. They're not searchable. And this is what would come up in a property in a deed search, rather than all these assets looking like you own them, which you do. So private realty trusts allow you to own lots of properties privately. So once again, a potential plaintiff can't assess how many properties you own or the value of your properties. And once again, that makes it less likely you're going to get sued in an opportunistic lawsuit. All right. Privacy LLCs are LLCs that are filed a very careful way in only certain states to prevent your name and address from appearing on a public record. Now, Florida has lots of disclosure. This happens to be a Florida Secretary of State search. And we're looking at Sun Properties LLC. We just looked that up. And lo and behold, we find out that the guy who owns Sun Properties has his address on the public record. His name is even on the public record. Bad idea, because now we can look up his name and find out that he owns other companies as well. So what's your conclusion? You think this guy probably has money worth suing? Mm-hmm. That's what a plaintiff's lawyer would conclude. So when we file a privacy LLC, it's the same LLC, but we don't use your home address. We use a registered agent's address, and we don't use your name, and we don't use your email address, and we don't use your name as the manager. We use a privacy trust as the manager. The Sunshine Trust Limited is the manager. All right. So privacy LLCs keep personal information off a public record, so your businesses cannot be connected to you, and that gives you business privacy, and nobody can see how many companies you own. So the ultimate business privacy system gives you much greater security by keeping your assets private and having them essentially disappear to a potential plaintiff. So when you have financial privacy, it gives you security and confidence and much greater peace of mind. So that is the first line of defense, which is privacy. The second line of defense, let's assume they got over the moat and now they're trying to climb the walls. Well, you want high walls. You want a strong defensive structure to discourage them from going forward with the lawsuit. Because assume you didn't have a privacy system and the plaintiff's attorney discovered all of your assets. So now we're going to need a really strong defense to discourage plaintiffs from pursuing their case, because it's a cost-benefit analysis. They've got to decide if the lawsuit is worth the effort. So a strong defensive structure is going to raise the plaintiff's cost of litigation and make it less likely that they're going to recover. So the benefit may not be worth the cost, is the calculus that the plaintiff's lawyer is going to make. So we want to use what's called a lawsuit protection entity, which is a family limited partnership and a limited liability company. Now, an LLC protects your assets, and a limited partnership too, because of something called a charging order. And a charging order means that they're going to get two things if they sue you as a member of an LLC and they win the lawsuit. They will get only a certain percentage of the assets in your LLC, and the answer is they get zero, none of your assets when they sue you personally. The second thing they do get, though, is your LLC income, and that's bad. So what we do is we draft our LLC operating agreement so you don't have to distribute income. You can hold the income back, which means that they will not be getting any income or getting very little income over a long, long period of time. And so that forces them to want to settle the case much more quickly on much more favorable terms to you. All right. So the only way to get the benefit and protection of the charging order is with properly drafted documents that specifically define how your money is going to be distributed from the LLC. We don't want it to be a pro rata distribution. We want it to be a non-pro rata distribution. We want it not to be a mandatory distribution. We want it to be a discretionary distribution. So it's very careful drafting in the operating agreement. So a family limited partnership or a limited liability company can protect assets from a lawsuit, but only if it is structured properly and drafted properly, I should say as well. So all LLCs are not the same, as I mentioned some time ago. There are 50 states in our country, and only some states have really strong protection laws, and many of the states have very weak protection laws. And God bless you if you're in California, because it's basically the LLC there is pretty much not worth the paper it's written on. All right. So there are strong and weak. So once again, a Nevada LLC or a Wyoming LLC is going to perform much better than, say, a California LLC. And so automatically, those are not the same type of LLCs. One protects, one doesn't protect very well. There are 24 different types of LLCs that I've defined or identified, and they're based upon what the LLC is supposed to do, because that determines how we set it up. So you can take a look at this, but the different purposes require different designs and structures. So when somebody comes to me as a brand new client and they say, Bob, I've already got an LLC, that's kind of like saying I have a house or I have a house. It doesn't tell me anything about the house or the LLC. It's like saying I have a car or I have a car or I have a bank account. Yes, or I have a bank account. So the question is this the kind of LLC you have, or is this more the kind of LLC you have? And so let me just analogize to building a house. You all know how that looks. We start with a foundation. Then you frame it. You put the roof on. Doors and windows go in. Now you can work on the interior. You finish the interior. You dress it out, and now you've got a beautiful house that will protect you and your family. So the question is this your LLC, or is this more like the LLC you have? And what I mean by this is a foundation. This is the start of a house. Many people think they have an LLC because they've gone to the Secretary of State website and they've answered 3 or 4 or 5 questions, and they pay their filing fee, and out comes 1 or 2 pages of an articles of organization. That's not an LLC. That's the beginning of an LLC, just like this is the beginning of a house. But that will not protect you from the wind and the rain, and neither will that start of an LLC protect you. So when we set up an LLC, we go through a long list of questions. So what do you want this LLC to do? Do we want it to be a management company or a holding company or an investor LLC or a flipping LLC or a wholesaling LLC or a short-term rental LLC or a long-term rental LLC? What do we want it to do? Because based on what it does is how we set it up. Is the LLC going to own assets, or is it just an operating company that does not own assets? What state should we set it up in? Should we set it up in a strong state or a weak state? It depends on a lot of different factors. It's not a slam dunk. Always set it up in Nevada or Wyoming. How many members should there be? Should it be a single member LLC where there's only one person who owns it, or should it be a multi-member LLC? Here's the problem. Single member LLCs generally do not protect. There are only a few states that say a single member LLC is just as good as a multi-member LLC. 60% of LLCs are single member LLCs, and they will not protect you in most states. Who are the members going to be? Is it going to be you and your spouse, your kids, a corporation, a trust, or maybe another LLC, which would be a holding company? Who manages the LLC? Is it going to be manager managed or member managed? How is the LLC going to be taxed? It can be taxed as an S corp, a C corp, a sole proprietorship, or as a partnership. Each one of those matters because it's going to have different tax deductions, and you can save more money based on the correct method of taxation. Do we have protective documents such as an operating agreement, such as a capital account ledger, meeting minutes, resolutions? Are there key words such as mandatory distributions or discretionary, pro rata or non-pro rata distributions? This controls whether you keep your money or you lose your money. So the question is, do we have a well-designed, well-thought-out LLC, or do we have just a kind of a slapdash, here's my LLC? Well, that's the question. So when we set up an LLC for you, we plan very, very carefully. We start with a one-on-one consultation and listen very carefully. I'll show you more of what we do. But as an example, we go through all of these different questions and more. But when somebody simply goes to, say, LegalZoom or a Secretary of State website, they skip those questions and just start pushing buttons to create an LLC. And that is where the fallacy is. That's what they don't tell you about asset protection. That doesn't work. So we create powerful interlocking structures with a lot of care to detail, such as, once again, what is this LLC supposed to do in the overall structure? So we may have something that looks like this. This is a rental property LLC, and someone may also be flipping or wholesaling. That's a separate LLC. And then we may want to protect our personal assets, which we use a family limited partnership for. Now, somebody may say, well, Bob, I've already got an LLC. And that's good. That's like saying I have one club out of the bag, but you don't play 18 holes with one club. you need more than one type of LLC, because the value of the tools is not just having them, it's having these tools work together. And let me give you some examples. Here's an example of a strong defensive structure, and let me kind of break this down for you. Sometimes we see people who have one LLC, they've got lots and lots of properties in this one LLC, and the danger there is if there's a slip and fall on one of those properties, the plaintiff sues the owner of the property, which is the LLC, and they can potentially take all of the assets in that LLC. That's called an inside lawsuit. So this is why people will separate assets into more than one LLC. Now, I'm not suggesting that you have one LLC per property. It may look like that, but I'm not suggesting that. You can have several properties in one LLC. All right. Now, one other reason you might want to have more than one LLC, not only does it lower your risk, but you may be investing in other states. So just as an example, when we have multiple LLCs, we've reduced our risk, because if there is a slip and fall on the one, well, they could maybe take the assets in that one LLC, but all the other assets in the other LLCs are protected. This is how we minimize our risk. So once again, I mentioned you may be investing in more than one state. And if that's the case, then we would need different LLCs in those different states, because you do not want to own Florida real estate in an Alabama LLC for many, many reasons we don't have time to go into. So there is a reason to use more than one LLC, and I hope I've shown you that. Now, these LLCs up on the top would own the properties, but then who owns these LLCs? And the short answer should be a holding company should own those LLCs. Here's the concept. We want the single member of those LLCs to be the holding company. Now, a minute ago, I said, don't use a single member LLC. And that's true if you are the single member. But if your holding company is the single member, that makes all the difference in the world, because you'll see as we proceed, we're worried about piercing the corporate veil, protecting our personal assets. So these top LLCs own the properties. Who owns those LLCs? Another LLC set up in a very strong state, maybe Wyoming or others. So here's what we're doing. We're actually putting those LLCs inside the protective cover of a strong LLC. So now we have two layers of protection to better protect your personal assets. All right. So your business assets are really well protected if you are sued personally. You're in a car accident, they sue you. But what can they take in a judgment against you personally when you're in a car accident? They can take your personal assets. So how do we protect personal assets? We use a family limited partnership to protect personal assets. Excuse me, sorry. Well, then what do? We want to ultimately have a living trust that owns everything. So remember, the blue circle, the holding LLC, owns all of the LLCs that in turn own the properties. So we're going to put the holding LLC into the living trust. The limited partnership, the pink box, owns all of your personal assets. So we're going to put the pink box in the living trust. So now all of your assets are not only protected by the holding LLC and the limited partnership, but now a living trust protects those assets from probate. So, and passes all of these assets onto your family. So that is an example of a strong defensive structure. And I wanted to explain the reasons why we do what we do. But just some other examples of strong defensive structures are this. It could be this simple. Maybe all you need is one LLC, but you better hope it's a well-designed LLC. It owns maybe just one rental property or several, or it could be more complex, like this. All right, because now you have investors, you have many properties, you want to protect personal assets, etc. Here's another example of a structure for somebody. It could be very simple, it could be complex. It depends upon what is appropriate for you. So these structures make the plaintiff's lawyer's job much more difficult, more time-consuming, more expensive, more frustrating for the plaintiff's lawyer, Because if they're going to come after you, our clients, we're going to make this a very difficult game for the plaintiff to play because you have such a good defense. Remember, when we were all little kids on the playground in elementary school, they didn't pick on the big kid. They picked on the poor little defenseless kid, and you don't want to be that kid. So one of our clients wrote in and said, as soon as they found out my assets were protected, they dropped the suit and walked away. And that is the value of having a strong defensive structure. It just wasn't worth the plaintiff's lawyer's time. So a strong defensive structure combines these property owning LLCs that protect the rental properties, a holding LLC that owns those LLCs, a family limited partnership to protect your personal assets, and then a living trust to avoid probate and pass everything on to your loved ones. That is a strong defensive structure, and that is your second line of defense. But what if they got over the moat, they got over the first set of walls, and now they're at the third set of walls? And what is our third line of defense? Well, it's this. Oh, by the way, look at this weak LLC. The guy used his name. He's the single member. It's set up in a weak state like California. That is not a strong defensive structure for your second line of defense. So the third line of defense is you've now been sued. It's a real lawsuit. You maybe killed 5 people, in a car accident. You've now got to rely on your third line of defense, and that is bulletproof entities to protect your personal assets. All right? That is the corporate veil that we talked about earlier. And a corporate veil means this: your LLC provides a veil of protection that shields your personal assets from creditors. So ultimately, if they sue the LLC, we want them to, at worst, take the assets of the LLC, but leave your personal assets alone. In other words, don't let them take your personal assets. So LLC means limited liability company, which means your liability is limited to just the assets in the LLC. That's the protective corporate veil of an LLC. So your personal assets are not at risk. But that protection is not automatic, and it's going to depend on many different factors. Plaintiffs will attempt to pierce the corporate veil and seize your personal assets, and they actually succeed in over 50% of the cases. So this is not a rare occurrence. This is something that happens all the time. So remember, when you have an LLC, if they pierce the veil, because it's a weak LLC, they can go right through the LLC, get at your personal assets, and seize all of your personal assets potentially. So how do we prevent them from piercing the corporate veil? Well, to prevent that from happening, courts require three things. They want your LLC to be properly structured, number one. 2, fully documented. That means an operating agreement, minutes, resolutions, membership certificates, ledgers, et cetera, et cetera. And you've got to operate it in a business-like manner. That is where people so often fail. Now, they often also fail on number 1 and 2, but if we set it up for you, it's going to be properly structured and fully documented. All right. But then the question is, how can we teach you to operate it in a business-like manner? This is a sample, just a tiny sample of the thousands and thousands of cases where the corporate veil was pierced. Here's a case where they pierced the veil because of something called alter ego. Now, alter ego means that your LLC lacks a separate identity from you, so that you and the business are basically the same. And that's what I was showing you at the very beginning, where you and the business are like a sole proprietor. Even though you have an LLC, there's not enough separation between you and the LLC. And if you're having trouble understanding what an alter ego is, think of Clark Kent and Superman. Different identities. One is an LLC, one is you, but they're really the same person. All right? The courts will pierce the veil if you don't have enough separation between you personally and your LLC. Here's another one. The veil was pierced because the LLC failed to maintain separate books and records. Are you keeping separate books and records for your LLC? This veil was pierced because the formal legal requirements were not observed. What are the formal legal requirements? You're going to see in a moment. This veil was pierced because there were no separate bank accounts and profit and loss statements. People will come to me and say, well, I've got all these LLCs, and do I have to have a separate bank account for all those LLCs? And the answer is yes, because we want these LLCs to be real businesses. What real business doesn't have a bank account? Also, look at this, profit and loss statements. Are you maintaining financial records for your LLC? If you're not, if you don't have P&Ls, you don't have financial statements, a court will pierce the veil and get at your personal assets. Here's a case out of Wyoming. Now you're going to hear nonsense where they say Wyoming's a vault state, or whatever kind of term they use, a shield state, a shelter state, whatever. And Wyoming is unpierceable. Well, this is the Wyoming Supreme Court who pierced the corporate veil and said they did it because the LLC or the owner failed to maintain the requisite corporate formalities. Wow. Here's one. These are the formalities. The failure to keep detailed financial records and minutes of business decisions and meetings and decisions. Are you keeping minutes for your LLC? And if you're not, you're in danger of having that veil pierced. So just one weak entity in your overall structure can put your personal assets at risk. If they pierce the veil on just one of those assets, they can potentially get at your personal assets. So piercing the veil, once again, just the concept allows a plaintiff to seize your personal assets. And that is exactly what we don't want them to do. So here are the types of LLCs that put your personal assets at risk. Single member LLCs, easily pierceable, set up in a weak state, as you can see. A one-page LLC with no additional documentation, easily pierced. No books and records, no profit and loss statements, poorly maintained records. People will say, yeah, I got an operating agreement. I'll say, okay, send it to me. And this is what they send me. Fill in the blanks, which haven't even been filled in. No bank account for the LLC, no minutes or resolutions, commingled assets, which means you are a little short on your own personal bank account. You had a lot of money in the LLC account. You just paid the credit card bill through the LLC account. That is commingling assets, and the courts will pierce. Over 50% of LLCs have their protective veils pierced and personal assets are seized. Those LLCs provide no protection. So here are some real LLCs. This is Bill Gates's LLC. It's called Cascade Investments LLC, has $30 billion in assets, and I guarantee he didn't set it up on LegalZoom. This is the Walton family's LLC. It's called Walton Enterprises LLC, $90 billion in assets. Now, you don't need a whole bunch of money in an LLC, but you sure as heck hope it will protect your personal assets. That's the whole point. Fake LLCs look like this. Fill in the blank operating agreement. One-page LLC. Somebody tells me, I got a free operating agreement off the internet. Good for you. Okay, guess what that's going to do? This is a lawsuit, and I hope you never see one of these, but as soon as you get sued after the pleading stage, you're going to get a subpoena to produce documents, and they will demand that you produce all of your LLC documents at that point. And as a plaintiff's lawyer, I did exactly this. I put these documents under a fine-tooth comb and looked for omissions. What is not there that should have been there? Here's a letter from a plaintiff's lawyer, and you never want to get this. It says, I will ask the court to amend the judgment to name alter egos, including your LLC. Your LLC is undercapitalized. It lacks documentation reflecting any corporate formalities were followed. It will not be difficult to seize your personal assets. So is it reasonable to think that you can spend just a few minutes filling out a simple form to create an LLC, and that is going to defeat a team of seasoned plaintiffs' lawyers who know every trick in the book? Think about that. How do you think a judge is going to react when you say, this is my defense, Your Honor? What do you think a judge is going to do? Look very skeptically on all of that. So setting up your own LLC even on LegalZoom, with all the complexities, it's kind of like going to a garage sale and buying a secondhand parachute. You have no idea if that thing is going to work, and it's got to work because you have one chance for it to work. So this is not the kind of thing we take lightly. There are some do's and don'ts on how to maintain the corporate veil. And there are cases that lay out all of the different factors. This is one of the key cases that talked about piercing the veil. We also send you a short article on what to do, how to protect, how to operate your company to minimize taxes and protect yourself from liability. We've also developed a corporate veil compliance system where we check your entities. A lot of entities have gone inactive because somebody didn't know they were supposed to file an annual report and pay an annual renewal fee. Here's another one that was involuntarily dissolved, inactive. These will not protect you. Those LLCs have gone away. So our corporate veil protection system, the third line of defense, we review your current entities. We review a custom flow chart, a diagram of how these are supposed to work. What relationship do they have one to another? We confirm what are you doing in these each of these LLCs. Is it a flipping LLC, a wholesaling LLC, a rental property LLC? We verify compliance for each one of the entities. We draft annual minutes and resolutions because usually they're missing. We confirm transfer of titles. A lot of people will set up an LLC and they never even transfer the title out of their personal name into the LLC. We stress test each entity for whether the protective veil will hold up, and then we personally coach you on how to operate your companies so they really do protect you. Also, there's a law called the Corporate Transparency Act, which is going to require everybody with an existing LLC to report to the federal government who is the beneficial owner of that, and we will include that in our corporate veil compliance system. One woman said, I was sued for millions of dollars. I hadn't done anything wrong. After the plaintiff's attorney received copies of my lawsuit protection entities, I didn't have to pay them anything. Your structuring saved me $3 million plus my entire real estate career. I will always be grateful. And another client said, we have 2 of your lawsuit protection entities. We took them to our attorney, and he said they were bulletproof. And that's the kind of LLC we set up. Another client had a little different take. She said, excellent. I had no idea that I could protect my assets and screw a lawyer at the same time. All right. Well, here's our offer and the whole point. We will offer you 2 45-minute consultations with our legal team. In our first consultation, we're going to ask a lot of questions. What kind of real estate business do you have? Are you a flipper, a wholesaler? Do you do short-term rentals? Are you doing commercial, multifamily? What are you doing? Do you have a property list if you already own properties? In what states are you doing business? What entities do you have? We'd like to know the names of the LLCs in the states so we can check them. How are your entities structured? Are they single-member LLCs, multi-member? Who are the owners of your entities? Is it you, your spouse, somebody else, investors? Who are the managers, officers? What are your goals? Are you planning? Are you stopping where you are, or are you going to continue to build your portfolio? Do you have business partners or investors? Do you have an operating agreement, minutes, resolutions? Send them in. We'll review those things. So that's the first consultation. We examine your business plans and your present structure. Next, we take that information and we go to work. We review the documents you send us. We confirm the status of each entity. We're going to look them up on the Secretary of State website. We're going to analyze your current structure for whether you have good privacy. We're going to analyze whether your current structure has weaknesses. Do you have that second line of defense? We're going to analyze the strength of your corporate veil. That's the third line of defense. We're going to examine whether you have necessary contracts in place, such as a management agreement. We're going to draw a diagram of your current and proposed structure. So we always start with a blueprint if you're going to build a house. And so we will draw a diagram of your particular structure. That's what we do in between our consultations. That's a lot of work and a lot of time. Our second consultation with you is we're going to report back to you what you have. We're going to review the diagram that we drew of your proposed structure. We explain the reasons for our recommendation. We answer all of your questions. We may modify the diagram based on your preferences. And we really want to educate you on why this works, why that doesn't work, why we want to do this or that. We teach you how to stay in compliance, and we teach you how to maintain the corporate veil. That is our second consultation. So the goal is to decide on a plan going forward to better protect your assets. All of the above, the first consultation, the work in between consultations, and the second consultation where we decide on a plan to better protect your assets, all of the above is for $495. That is a steal because we've got a lot of legal time involved in that. And as you know, lawyers charge hundreds and hundreds of dollars for their time. There's a lot of time involved in this. This amount, by the way, will be applied to any work you ask us to do going forward. So if you ask us to do any of the work that we're proposing, then the consultation has been free because that $495 is going to be already applied to any work. All right. So if you'd like for us to help you and look at your lines of defense, whether you have privacy, whether you have a strong defensive structure, whether you've got your corporate veil in place, you can go and order at assetdefenseteam.com/realty411. That's our offer to you, and that's available today. That will end at the end of today. All right, now asset protection involves creating roadblocks to frustrate and discourage potential plaintiffs. So the question is, how many roadblocks do you want? How protected do you want to be? This is why we use layers of entities, because the more layers, the more roadblocks to discourage lawsuits and to protect you and your personal assets if you are sued. So once again, the question becomes, how many roadblocks do you want? Do you want to make it hard for a plaintiff to go after you or easy? The real question is, how secure do you want your family to be? So here's our offer. $495. That's a pittance compared to the amount of work we're going to do, the amount of time we're going to spend helping you. And ultimately, there's no cost to the consultation because we'll apply that to any work you want us to do. So when you do what, for instance, Joe Arias just showed you, how to make money in real estate, and you have a good offense and a good defense, you're much better off winning the game. You know, if you go into battle, you got a sword and a shield. The shield is your defense. You don't go into battle just with a sword. So why do you want to do asset protection? Because you have more money because you're paying less tax, keeping more of your money. You have greater financial security, and ultimately you have peace of mind. That is worth everything. So the question is, are you worth the investment of $495? And the next question is your family worth the investment? And if you look at this and you say, I can use better liability protection, I can use more privacy, I could use a stronger defensive structure, I need to make sure my corporate veil is in place, then it's time to take action now. Go to assetdefenseteam.com/realty411, and we're happy to help you. All right, Linda, I think we're right on the dot, and that's all I have for today. I'm happy we could get through it. And if somebody has just a question or two, if you allow a little more time, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Yes, Bob, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Really appreciate your insight, your knowledge, wealth of information. And may I add that the offer that you presented, it's a no-brainer.
It is.
I would encourage everyone on this call to please take advantage of it. I can also put the link on the chat, Bob, that way they can copy and paste. What is that URL again, please?
It is assetdefenseteam.com/this company called Realty411, you know.
Wonderful.
assetdefenseteam.com/realty411.
Okay, wonderful. Let me go ahead and type that in. We also do have some questions if you have a minute.
I do. If we're cutting into lunchtime, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Do you also review the protection layers for businesses that are not real estate related?
Yes, of course. Of course we do. Yeah, we represent plenty of non-real estate business owners. But since this is Realty 411, I made this a real estate presentation. Mhm.
Wonderful. And Vicky would like to mention that you helped her with her LLC.
Oh, good.
And
Good.
she is very grateful. Vicky Slack. She says, "Hi, Bob. You set up my corporation. Happy face. Thank you."
You're welcome, Vicky. Thank you. Glad we could help.
And then another question, what effect on privacy will the upcoming entity beneficiary disclosures be?
Well, the federal government already has all of our information. They know way more about us than anybody else. They know your income from your income statements. They know, I mean, your tax returns. They know everything. So this is information on the Corporate Transparency Act that only goes to the federal government, is not publicly searchable by a plaintiff's lawyer, and that's ultimately what we're concerned about. So yes, it's more and more disclosure. It's more work on all of our part. We do have 1 year to comply. We have to report by the end of 2024 if you have an existing LLC, or a corporation or limited partnership. By the way, if you have a brand new one that you set up after January 1st, we only have 30 days in which to report that beneficial owner information. So I'm not concerned that it's going to destroy anybody's privacy from a plaintiff's lawyer asset search standpoint. Whoops, Linda, I lost you.
Yes, got it.
There you go.
Thank you. Also, one more question. Miss Miller says, "Wow, this is what I've been seeking. Can you explain what a spendthrift trust is, and is it a good approach for property in California?"
Well, a spendthrift trust is designed to protect the beneficiaries of the trust. It is a clause and a provision in the trust that states that a creditor of your beneficiary cannot seize the assets in the trust to satisfy a judgment against the beneficiary. So a spendthrift trust is, of course, helpful, but it's not a primary asset protection tool. It's a secondary kind of asset protection tool that we would use for your children, grandchildren, etc. And you know, maybe to the extent that you are a beneficiary of your own trust, maybe if you've got that arrangement, it could help to protect you somewhat. But once again, the major asset protection tools are family limited partnerships and limited liability companies, in conjunction with privacy tools and other means.
Now, another quick question. One guest says, if we convert our primary house in California into a rental like Airbnb, do we need to set up an LLC, and do we lose our homestead exemption?
Yes, you will lose the homestead exemption, but you will lose it whether you set up an LLC or not, because it's now become a business asset as opposed to your personal residence. The assumption is if you turn your personal home into an Airbnb, you got to go live somewhere else, so that somewhere else home will be your personal residence, and you will have a homestead exemption on that property. But the Airbnb property that was once your personal residence loses the homestead exemption and becomes an asset, an income producing property. And for that reason, because you're going to have third parties on the property who can potentially be injured, yes, you need an LLC for that kind of property.
And in regards to the spendthrift, can that be an S corp versus an LLC?
Well, an LLC can be taxed as an S corp, so you get the same tax effect. An LLC can be taxed one of four ways: as an S corp, C corp, sole proprietorship, or partnership. So we'd really want to talk with you about what kind of business you have. Certain types of businesses should be taxed as an S corp, and other types of businesses definitely should not be taxed as an S corp.
Jennifer would like to know, can you put your personal homestead in an LLC family limited partnership? And what if there's still a mortgage on it?
Well, we can still transfer assets into an LLC or limited partnership if there's a mortgage, but once we make a residence an income producing asset, it no longer is a personal asset and loses the homestead exemption.
Okay, got it, got it.
Now, the one thing is, if somebody's in California, you got to make sure that you're careful about Prop 13, that you do not trigger a reassessment under Prop 13. And there's a way to do that. You shouldn't be concerned, but you do have to be careful to make sure you check a certain box to make sure there's no reassessment.
Wonderful, wonderful. I went ahead and put the link in the chat where they can sign up to get the consultation with you, which is a great deal.
It is.
I'm interested in doing it myself. I think it's great for you to review everything. G wants to know, do we still pay the $800 per LLC in California? Yes, if you have an LLC in California, you do have to pay that regardless, right, Bob?
Yeah, sorry to say. All you can do is vote out the people who like that $800 minimum franchise tax and put people in who will charge you less.
Yeah.
It's a pretty bad law. I hate it.
Yes, we definitely want and need more business-friendly minded politicians in our state.
Yeah.
It's evident with all the corporations leaving the state for other, areas, which is unfortunate.
Well, I'm in Dallas, and you're all welcome to come on over to Texas.
Oh, thank you. And boy, have we.
Yeah, true.
There's been so many Californians that have migrated out that way.
Well, zero state income tax, not bad. Unlimited homestead exemption, where no one can take your home, no matter how much it's worth. A lot of benefits. That's
amazing. That's wonderful, Bob. And we want to thank you for sharing all your knowledge. Fantastic. Please get in touch with Bob. He's here to help us. We want to make sure everyone on this call is protected. You never want to go through the emotional turmoil of a lawsuit. It's one of the worst things in the world. And, we all need to protect ourselves.
True. Absolutely true.
So please get in touch with Bob. Miss Miller says, can we establish a new LLC, or does it have to be established in the state that you reside? Example, Wyoming.
Well, holding companies can be set up in Wyoming, but once again, it depends on what that LLC is intended to do. So it's an open question. Can't quite answer that without more information.
So please go ahead and sign up. Get a consultation with Bob. He's here for you to help all of us. We had the pleasure of learning from him in person at the Arlington, Texas event, which was amazing. And we definitely want to have you back in person at our events. In the meantime, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us, Bob. We truly appreciate your time.
You bet, Linda. Thank you. Take care. Bye all.
Thank you. And folks, we're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch. Let's resume back at 1 p.m. Pacific time, which is 4 p.m. Eastern time. So we will go ahead and take a quick break right now. But we will be back very soon. Let me go ahead and put the agenda. We'll be learning from Arnie Abramson at 1 p.m., Texas Tax Sales. Then Dr. Chandra Mishra will be joining us with Blue Ocean Capital. Jeremiah, do the cash compound. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank
There are very few short answers, and sometimes we may have to do them at the end in addition to a shorter answer just to hold it over. So let's get going. Anytime you're ready, just jump in. Let's start with the basics. What is a tax sale? Well, it's a real estate foreclosure auction, and it's for unpaid property taxes from a state government. Now, that's different from a bank or mortgage foreclosure that we hear called trustee sales, because that's where people are foreclosed on for not making their mortgage payments. And there's a big difference, but I bring it out like this in Texas because in almost every county that has a tax sale, immediately after they have the trustee sales. And so sometimes, since we're there anyway, we go ahead and we do some bidding there, and we're expanding that a little bit because now that that market with the interest rate so high, there are so many more foreclosures in those areas. So we're doing that along with our tax sales. So now every state has their own system. I know if most of you are in California, you're familiar, with the tax sales, but about half the states are what they call tax lien states. And what that means is that when they owe taxes, that's a lien that's on that property. And it's a tax lien. And that's the lien that is sold at the auctions in the tax lien states. You don't buy the property, you're buying the lien. And you get to collect the payments and the interest. And if they don't pay, that's when you foreclose and have to go through a foreclosure process. But in the tax deed states, in Texas and California are tax deed states, by the way, the property is sold. It's the property that is sold, not the lien, which is paid. The lien is going to be paid out with whatever is paid for the property. But in Texas, the foreclosure, you receive the deed and full ownership rights. Now, what's interesting is some states are combinations. So we won't even go into that. All we need to know today, since we're talking about Texas, are the tax deed states. So why Texas? Texas is a tax deed state, number one. And that means if a real property owner doesn't pay his property taxes, the county or any other of the taxing units, the city, the county, the school district, the mud district, whatever it may be, any one of them can file the lawsuit to collect the unpaid taxes. And then a judgment is rendered, and the owner is given the opportunity to pay the taxes owed. Now in Texas, it's mandatory that they do this before they can even set up or schedule the property for a sale. And now that's entirely different from the trustee sales because you don't need to do that. So the judgment, and that's why it takes a lot longer to get a foreclosure at the auction than it does in the trustee sales, because they don't have to. They can, as soon as you miss your mortgage payment, they can foreclose, but not in the tax sales. They have to go through this and notify everyone who has an equitable interest and give them an opportunity to pay. And then if the back taxes are not paid, then the property that's being held by the taxing unit is sold at the auction. And that's the way that goes. Now, in Texas, the old owner has no rights. The guy who lost his house has no rights except the right to redeem the property. Now, the last time I checked, California did not have this redemption right. So it is a little different. So the right of redemption. Now, redemption is a funny word. It means one thing in the Bible. We won't even get into that. But in a tax lien state, that means they pay off that loan that you bought, that you're collecting, that lien you have interest. And when they pay it off, they say that's redeemed. So all the gurus out there, tax lien gurus, they're going to say, oh, 90% of the properties get redeemed. Well, in reality, 90% of the liens get redeemed, and that's different. In a tax deed state, a redemption means that they buy the property back. The guy who lost it buys it back from you and has to pay you what you paid for it, plus a penalty fee. Well, needless to say, if they don't have $30,000 to pay back taxes and it sells for $200,000, how are they going to come up with that? So most of them do not get redeemed. So when you hear some of the gurus talking about, 90% get redeemed, they're talking about other states, not Texas. In Texas, less than 10% of them get redeemed. Only a few of the tax deed states have redemption rights, only 6 or 7. Now, if they redeem in Texas, they have to pay us back what we paid plus 25% for every year that we've owned it. And it's not prorated. That's a penalty fee. It's not an interest rate. That means that you'd get the cost plus 25%, even if they redeem it 2 days after you bought it. It's a fee. It is not an interest rate. And that's the highest of all the states, by the way. It could include repair and upkeep costs also. This is in capital letters: to maintain, preserve, and safekeep the property. That's right out of the tax code. And what that means is that if you buy the property and they want to redeem it, and while you owned it, you did some work to the property to improve it. Now, not upgrades, because whatever you did, if you want to get that part redeemed to you also, you have to prove that what you did was to maintain, preserve, and safekeep the property. Then you get the penalty fee. Let me give you an example. If you go in and take the countertop that's Formica and replace it with a granite, that's not to maintain, preserve, and safekeep the property. That's an upgrade. You would not get that money back. But let's say there's a hole in the roof and you fix it. That's certainly to maintain, preserve, and safekeep the property. Now, I'll tell you one that we almost never think about. While you own it, you're making insurance payments to ensure that the house doesn't get burned up. Well, isn't that certainly to maintain, preserve, and safekeep the property? Yes. And that means that you could also charge them for all those insurance premiums and 25% of those as well. Now, if it's redeemed in the second year, it's 50%. Now, that kind of begs the question: how long is the redemption period? Glad you asked that. The answer is, it depends. Isn't that great? Just like a bureaucrat, right? Well, it's 180 days. We used to call it 6 months. It's 180 days unless it has a homestead exemption or an agricultural exemption in case it's farmland or something, or it's a mineral right that's been separated from the property itself. In any one of these cases, the redemption period is then 2 years. All others, 6 months or 180 days. Okay, any questions so far? Okay, so if it sells cheap enough, why couldn't we go in and buy somebody's right of redemption and then sell it or keep it or whatever? Well, legislation in Texas has ruled that any sales and purchase of the rights of redemption are no longer valid because there were too many people taking advantage of these people doing that. So that's no longer valid. That's not a strategy that you'll be successful doing. Now, the third reason, Texas has monthly auctions. Not every state does. Oklahoma, I think it's once a year. Mississippi, once a year. We have them every month on the first Tuesday, always, unless the first Tuesday happens to fall on New Year's Day or Independence Day. And that happened this year. On the 4th of July was the first Tuesday of the month. Would anyone like to guess what happens in that case, if it's one of those? Okay, good guess. It used to be that they wouldn't have a sale that month. but not anymore. Now it means they're just going to move it to the next day. This year, that sale in July was on the 5th, the day after the 4th of July. Okay, now, Texas has 254 counties, more than any other state. That means a lot. Every tax sale day, we'll have between 40 and 90 counties holding an auction. Now, not all the states are going to have them every month because some of them don't have as many people in them as we have on this call. And they're not going to have redemption, defaulted taxpayers' properties every month. But there'll be 1,000 to 2,000 properties for sale on average. That gives us a lot to select from. The buyer in Texas gets immediate possession when he buys it at the auction. I bring this out because some states, like Georgia, for example, my understanding is in Georgia, you buy the property and you own it immediately, but you have to wait a year and then apply for possession. Not in Texas. Immediate possession and immediate entitlement to the rent. Now, when you buy at Texas at the tax sale, it wipes out the non-governmental liens. Now, I need somebody to answer this. Is a mortgage company a government lien or not? I don't hear anything. Okay, the answer is it's not. So watch what happens. Gone. Wiped out. Now, Texas also has outstanding real estate fundamentals, and that's the main thing. You've got to have good fundamentals to even consider. Now, we have a high population growth, statewide housing shortage, and increased housing demand, all of this before COVID and before California people started moving here like crazy. No personal state income tax, which is one of the reasons for that, and great employment opportunities. Plenty of land and cheaper than most places, and very family friendly. And this one surprised me, the next one. There was a study done that said which states are the most diverse culturally, and California was number one. No one was surprised at that. But Texas was number two. Everyone was surprised at that. Someone told me there are 158 languages being spoken in Texas. I told them 60 of them were just Southern drawls that nobody can understand outside of their own county, but nobody listened. We also have outdoor recreation year-round. Not as much as California, but when I lived in California, I had these guys I played golf with, and I couldn't wait for a day to be 80 degrees. They would complain about how hot it was, and they can't play. And I said, no, we're going to play that day, because that's the best you could hope for in Texas during the summer, was 80. Made a lot of money there. Okay, why the opportunity for tax sales in Texas now? Which economy is it today? Every day a new expert comes along and one will say recession, inflation, stagflation. On top of that, we have COVID and all the derivatives there, all these things going on. So in these uncertain economic times, it's always better to stick to basics with capital, no matter what. We all need basic necessities, and we know what those are: food, clothing, shelter, of course. Now, let's talk about that. Where does food come from? Animals and crops. That's real estate. Where does clothing come from? Animals on farms. That's real estate. Now, I know some of you are going to say there's some synthetic clothes also. We'll get to that in a second. But thirdly, shelter. That's where we live. Houses, apartments, condos, where we work, in buildings, schools, in buildings. That's all real estate. Here's the one we added because there's more necessity, because we still need to heat in the winter, cool in the summer, and move around. And in addition, all these man-made clothes that are not from the animals, they're all petroleum based. So we added energy. And where does energy come from? Real estate. So real estate is the common denominator. What state has the most? Anybody want to guess? I know you think I want you to say Texas, but the answer is Alaska. But Alaska is not quite as usable nor as available to get to as Texas. So Texas really kind of wins there. Maybe I should have said what state, what continent has the most in the continental US. Bottom line, here and now is where the opportunities are. So we know where, Texas for sure, but where in Texas? My goodness. Have you ever heard of the Texas Triangle? That connects Dallas, Fort Worth to Houston, San Antonio, and Austin, the 5 big cities. 2/3 of the population is in that triangle. So what does that mean? Roughly 2/3 of the population there. Of course, that's where all the action is, right? That's home of the most competition. Do you want to go where the most competition is? Why so much competition in the metro areas? Because they have tax sales every month. Remember I said some counties don't have them every month? Every one of those counties do every month. More properties in them, more contractors there to do fix up and rehab, more renters if you want to rent it out, more buyers if you want to sell them. Of course, that's why there's so much competition. And who is the major competition? Well, we know it's the big players, right? The hedge funds, the private equity funds, the real estate investment trusts. Let me tell you who the real competition that nobody else is talking about. I'm not going to name it, but I'm going to show you a picture and I think you may get the picture. Ready? Anybody want to venture a guess what that's called? It's called money laundering, and in many cases, legal money laundering. For example, some states, Colorado for one, you can grow marijuana, but you can't take the money you're making to the bank because they're federal bank, federally insured, and they can't take it. But they could drive to Texas, win a bid, give cash to the sheriff, and he's not going to ask you where it came from. Legally laundered. You don't think competing against that is pretty tough? Because guess what? They don't care what they pay for if they can't use it in any other places in those amounts. Now, I suspect there may be some that aren't quite so legal, but I'm not going to go into that. So is competition what we want? Do we want to go where the most competition is? Of course not. Where are the best deals in Texas? Not in the triangle for tax sales. Remember I said 2/3 of the population of Texas is in that triangle? That means 1/3 is outside of it. Now, I'm not saying we don't go into the triangle because there's some small counties there where we do go in and buy. But for the most part, we're going to look outside. Remember, if 2/3 is in there, then 1/3 is outside, and that's 10 million people. And if those outside 10 million people were a state by itself, it would be the 10th largest state. So there's plenty out there. And that's where we've been for the last 10 years. Very much, almost exclusively. We almost never go to the big properties, the big cities anymore. Gone. Where's the least competition? In the smaller communities. Does that look so bad? Are they growing? You tell me. I just randomly picked some small towns to do a little research on. The first one I did was Forney, Texas. That's not too far from Dallas. In the year 2000, these are all census numbers, 5,800 people. 10 years later, more than doubled. 10 years after that, they did double. And look, in the last 2 years, that's pretty good. Princeton, Texas, right outside of Dallas. Look at this. Doubled tripled. In the last 2 years, I think that's 70% increase. Anna, Hutto, Melissa, Fate, my favorite. 600 people to 27,000. And look what they did in the last 2 years. So you tell me, are they growing? Yep. The question is, how? How do we do all this? How do you get to the real estate in Texas, in the smaller towns too, in the smaller counties? Well, all of that'll work. It's all good. Flipping, wholesale, lease option, subject to, whatever you're doing, what the other gurus are telling you, that's great. They all work. And you have to work them. And then they will work. That's where we come in. We give you choices. We can teach you what you need to know, and you can do it yourself. Or we can do the things that you don't want to do of what we've taught you. Or we can just do it all for you. We give you a choice, and you can go back and forth every week or every month, whatever. And coming soon, next year, we're going to have a special turnkey program, especially for our non-Texans, where we can do it. We will do it all for you, and you can not even have to come here. Example of a couple of concerns that people have, you know, the good, the bad, the ugly, and all this. And their concerns, two of the biggest ones is, number one, how do you handle all the auctions that are all at the same time on the same day? Good question. Pretty tough if you come here and you want to go to your auction and you've got properties that you want to bid on in 3 different counties. Well, it's no problem. We have a secret weapon. Don't tell anybody about it. We call it boots on the ground. We can cover many county auctions at the same time, plus the ones that are online. Some of them are. Our boots on the ground are investors who have graduated from our Learn and Earn program, that we've taught them what to do, and we get them paid for doing it. And I got to tell you, for this month that we just passed, October, right? We bid in 11 different counties and won bids, and at least one in every county. We've already, for there's an auction this coming Tuesday. We already have bids for 15 counties. The second biggest concern is no financing, cash only at these sales. Now, that may be a shocker to some of you. Other sources allow you to get financing. You can get a mortgage, right? Try and get a loan to buy properties that tax sale in Texas. Lenders want title insurance. You can't get it for 2 years. So most title companies in Texas will not insure the title from a tax sale until at least 2 years after the sale, and some of them want 4 or 5 years. So tax sales are for cash. In other places, the cash is your down payment, and you can borrow more and pay higher prices for properties. You know, that means one thing. Well, in addition to that, you have to pay the same day. In some counties, even want it as soon as you say sold. That means the properties sell for lower prices than anywhere else in any other form of purchasing in Texas, because at the tax deed sale, because of that. If you have $100,000 that you're going to bid, that's the most you can bid. That's the most you can pay for a property. Everywhere else, with $100,000 in cash, you can buy a $200,000 property, a $300,000, maybe a $400,000. So the prices are necessarily lower because they're all for cash. Now, what if you had financing and no one else does to bid against the other bidders, who are usually limited to buying, to using cash only? Do you think that might be helpful? We have that on a limited basis for now. It took us 10 years to put together enough private lenders to be able to do that, to educate them, to explain to them why they don't need a title policy, because it wipes out all but the non-governmental, liens, and then we can check to see if there are any. So it's really interesting. There are other situations like that that prevent many investors from doing well at the taxes. And the biggest one, of course, is so complicated. How do you do? That's what we're here for. Many of the solutions are proprietary. That means for our members only, because we don't want to teach our solutions to our non-members who are our competition. So what's next? You can learn about everything on your own and do it yourself. You now know enough to get started. But where would you go? Who would you ask? How could you be in different counties at the same time? If you have questions, where are you going? Call me. I love questions. Or you could purchase some of our services. For every step necessary, we can do that on a cash basis, or, on a pay basis. And go to our website and you can see what the pricing is. We have classes and services, and some you don't have to be a member to take, because we want everyone to be educated about these. Or you could join us, become a priority member. The real benefits of our experience and services are reserved for our members, because we don't want to overeducate our potential competitors. So here's my contact information. Call me. That's my cell phone. That's my email address. That's our website. It's txtaxsales.com. I love questions, and we'll be happy to accommodate you. I'll put this back on, but you are invited. So
Be sure to add your questions in the chat, everyone.
Yeah, let me back that up. So there you go. So do we have any questions?
It may take a little bit of time to get the questions going.
Okay, well,
Please
while they're thinking, I've got
share
one.
your questions. Arnie, go right ahead.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
Go right ahead.
Okay. I do have something I wanted to show you, an example of one of the things that we do. We have the service, for example, that it lists every property in every county for sale every month, and the basic data that you need with it. And it has new, every day we update it, because they add new properties. They don't come out all at once and say, all right, here's the sale. Every day there are new counties announcing we're having a sale, and sometimes new properties. And then we also are going to show you every day the properties that are paid off and don't get to the sale. So you're not wasting your time looking at those. And we show that. So what we do, we don't give you the list, we give you a link to that list, because that way you don't have to go sign in every day to look at it. All you have to do is click on it, and it's there. And we got a big red bold line right through the ones that have been paid off. So you don't have to waste your time with that. It's $99 to the general public, no charge for our members. That's one of the examples. And we like to keep it, lighthearted. So, any other questions?
Arnie, we do
Yes.
have some more questions. Vicky would like to know, what are your packages that you offer?
What are the what?
The different packages you offer.
Okay. I was good. Here's what we have. I kind of skipped through it because I didn't want to necessarily talk about it. But we have a lifetime membership. It's $49.97, and I say for now because it's going up next year as we're adding a whole bunch of new things. But anybody who's on this today, you're locked in at $49.97, even if you wait a few weeks and come back, as long as Linda will say, yeah, they were on there, so it's okay. And there are no annual fees. And the all the services are significantly less for our priority members. They're, you know, we're still in business and are doing a lot of work. So there has to be a charge for all this because we're doing the work for you, but it's way, way under what we charge the general public. We do have a provisional program where you can earn that. The provisional program is $700, and that's for our training and our classes that we teach you what to do. And then when you go out and actually do it, instead of getting paid for it, you get credit towards the membership. And we encourage that because, you know, it sounds great and it may sound great to you and all that, and you don't really know me. So this allows somebody to dip their toe in the water before they jump in. Now, that program came about because we had so many people in Texas and we needed people all over. So it's usually been for Texas residents, but lately we've had a couple of people out of state. We have someone now who just moved to Texas after being a priority member. He came down here for 2 weeks and spent with us and then earned enough to become a priority member. And so he did that. We just had somebody else who's coming in for the sales, and after a while, they'll get enough credit also. So we're very flexible. You know, the long answer to a short question. I apologize. I could keep going on. What else?
Wonderful, wonderful. And we do have quite a few questions coming through now, Arnie.
Good.
Yes. And Marie Wig would like to know, how much money do you think you need to start with?
Well, I get that question a lot. And it kind of depends on what type of real estate you're looking for. If you're looking for a nice modern house that's occupied and paying $1,500 a month rent, it's one thing. Or if you're looking for one to rehab that you can buy a lot cheaper, but you're going to have to do the rehab. Or is it vacant land? Is it a lot in the city or a lot out in one of the smaller communities? Or is it acreage? Or is it a mineral right? So it's hard to say, but you know, it depends on what your objective is. We have people who come in with, you know, 5,000 and 10,000, and they're just going to start trying to buy little pieces here and there. But the more you have, the more opportunities you have. You know, it's a tough question to answer. Now, we're experimenting. Remember, I said we're going to have a lot next month. I've got an experimental deal we're doing this month. We have a property for $60,000. It's assessed at $100,000, and we have a bidder that's going to bid $60,000, up to $60,000, and we have someone who's going to loan him 45 of the 60 to bid. Not just if he wins the bid, but to bid with. So that's something we're been working on a long time, because nowhere do I know of people that can borrow money to bid where you're not going to get a title policy. You know, I mean, that's going to really be a wonderful thing for everybody. That's kind of our company motto. We want to do deals where everybody wins. We win, you win, and the people in the property win. That's the way we love to do deals. Sometimes we can do that because we get to the property owners before the sale and we help them out. What we've done, see, it's long. I told you no short answers. What we've done is we'll talk about it later. Let me shut up for now and here's some other questions. Looks like Dr. Mishra. Did I say it right?
Yes, she'll be coming in shortly. We still have time, and we have a lot of questions to cover. Jasmine wants to know, can you give us some information on 1031 exchanges? I'm assuming that she wants to use 1031 exchange money for this. What's your insight on that, Arnie?
Well, you need to talk to a 1031 exchange person who is an expert in that field. Now, I happen to have an opinion about 1031 exchanges. Let me try it out. When you do a 1031 exchange, let's see, does it go? Do you expect that the property is going to be higher priced or lower priced in the future?
I'm assuming it's going to be a higher price.
Okay, so what you want to do is wait until it's more expensive, right?
Yes.
Now, okay. I don't want to go any further. I had a whole thing, but it goes too far. Listen, 1031 exchanges. I'm not an expert on that. You know, I don't know if I know there's a provision about it has to be a like type of property, and I'm not so sure if that qualifies with the one being on a foreclosure and one not. You know, so it's a tough case.
And the next question from Carlos is, what is your website?
It's I just showed it a minute ago. I'll do it again. Let's see. Oh, I lost it, didn't I? Here, there it is. All right. That's right after my name. That's the website, www.txtaxsales.com.
Wonderful. And we went and place that right in the chat.
Good.
We went ahead and placed it right on there. We do have other questions. Jasmine would like to know what happens if you do not close on 3 properties.
Well, it's a 20% penalty. But that doesn't happen with us because we have the money in hand before we bid. We're going to bid for you. But if you go on your own and you win the bid and don't pay, you're not going to get out of there without paying 20% fee. Remember who the seller is. It's the sheriff. It's a
Great.
20% penalty.
Okay. And then Elaine wants to know, how do you become a member? She's interested in membership information.
The best, you just call me or email and we'll talk and explain, but it's very easy. We'll just send you a form to fill out. It's about 6 or 7 questions, your name and your address and next of, you know, that kind of stuff. And then we'll send you, you know, we'll start a correspondence and we'll send you some information. We'll talk some more because you'll have other questions and we'll give you maybe even a PowerPoint presentation to go into it, you know, depending on what your interest is. Oh, we're happy to do that. We love that because, you know, this is sort of unrelated, but Linda, you and I proved the rule here. People ask me, what do you like best about doing all this real estate stuff? And I said, the relationships you build with the people. You know, there are people that we have relationships with from 20 years ago. And you can go 10 years and not even talk to them and you call them up. It's like you never left. It's like Linda and I, we're like brother and sister. How long has it been since we've seen each other before this last event you had? Several years, right?
Yes, but we've known each other 15 years.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
it's
so
wonderful. That's one of the benefits of this industry is the wonderful relationships that you build with people. And, you know, it's just so fantastic. You learn so much along the way and you gain so much knowledge and insight. And then, you know, you get to meet great people. And like, I went to Texas, I had a great time there. Had my favorite Whataburger. Which is better than In-N-Out, folks. Let me tell you.
You ought to see Linda with her cowgirl hat on. I mean, it's great.
I had a great time. It was a wonderful time at the event. We definitely want to go back. We were actually invited to return to Houston.
Good. So we have any other questions?
Yes, yes. Let's see. Do you only do Texas state Texas
Tax,
state deeds?
tax sales.
Yeah,
Yes,
tax sales.
only. You know
Okay.
why? It's all we can handle. That's number one. Number two is we have tried other states, and I just have not found one other tax deed state that can come close to us. Now, tax liens, are different. And I liken the difference to this. It's like the difference buying a bond or a stock. One is debt, one is equity. And the same thing here. Tax liens, you're buying debt. You're buying that lien and they're going to pay you interest or you foreclose. Tax deeds is equity. So we're equity people. And that's why.
Wonderful.
Just haven't found any other states that, and we've tried them, but why take second or third or fourth best?
Right, right.
And I didn't grow up in Texas, okay? But I even lived in California, remember?
Yes, yes. And your daughter still lives out here.
I have a daughter and a son and an ex-wife there,
Oh, there we go.
and a present wife here.
That's
But she picks us up at the airport when we fly in, so it's great.
wonderful. Now, Marie wants to know, are the houses sometimes empty?
Are they sometimes empty? Was that the question?
Empty? Are they empty? Are they vacant?
Both. Yeah, they're both for sale. There are more houses that are occupied in the trustee sales because those are active mortgages up until recently. And in the tax sales, it used to be quite a bit more, but now because of the price differentials and that everybody almost has to have a mortgage now to afford the house. But in some cases, it's a tax sale. Maybe they've had a mortgage for 15 years or 30 years and it's paid off. And that could be an occupied house, or it could be a renter in there. So yes, a lot of them are occupied, but there are more that need some sort of rehab or fix up in the tax sales than in the trustee sales for the most part. And that's part of the deal. But of course, then you buy them for a lower price because you're going to have to spend money to do that. You have to figure that into it. And that brings up about how do you preview the properties, but that's another question. Sorry.
Fantastic information. We do have a few other questions. Can you hold these for 1 to 2 years for business purposes?
For how many years?
Like, can you hold the tax deeds for 1 to 2 years for business purposes?
Well, you own the deed. The deed just means you're now the owner of the house. You can do whatever you want with it.
I see.
Yeah, you can hold it. You can sell it. You can borrow against it. Whatever you want. You are the owner. It's not called tax deed for nothing. You get a deed.
And fantastic. So you actually own the physical asset.
Yes, that is correct.
Carlos would like to know, can you please walk us through one of your latest deals?
Well, we did 23 of them this last month. I'm not sure I remember any particular deals. The most fun deals we do are the ones that we buy before the sale. Let me tell you how that happens, because it kind of relates to what I said a while ago about when we go by and we preview the properties, because, it used to be people would call me, I found you online and I got a problem. I bought a property at the tax sale and it was a great looking house and I went out there and there was no house. And I said, well, didn't you go look at it before to see that there was, or have somebody go and take a picture for you or something? I said, well, no, I just went to Google and I saw the picture. I said, that picture was 6 years old. So that happened a lot. So before we bid on a property, we go out. That's one of the things why we need so many boots on the ground, to go out and preview the property. That means we go out, we're going to look at it. Is it occupied? Is it vacant? What kind of condition does it look like it's in? What's the neighborhood like? What are the schools like? You know, and take pictures and all this stuff. And we do that. That's one of the things we train those people who are in our program. And by the way, the provisional, the training is for provisional R priority members. But while we're there, we're also going to put a little flyer on the door. And it will say something along the lines of, look, you're about to lose your house. If you don't do something, maybe we can help you. Give us a call. Now we go in a little more detail than that, but we get pretty good calls. And we wind up doing great deals on those because we don't have the competition to bid against someone. We make a deal with them. We'll buy the property before the sale, pay off the loan, the debt. And sometimes, to make the deal happen, what if they don't want to lose the house? Well, we'll come up with a deal for them where we'll buy it now. We'll put some money in your pocket and pay that off. And then we'll rent it back to you for a few months. And if you're making minimum payments on time, we'll loan or finance it back to you at a little higher price than what we paid, though. And they're okay with that. Actually, we say 25% more because that's what the redemption thing is, and it kind of relates. Now, what does our investor get on that? Well, let's see. He gets 6 months of rent. He gets 25% profit. And it's not too bad, you know. So.
Wonderful. Another question, can you have access to commercial or multifamily properties this way?
Yes, but there are not very many of them that come up. Multifamily, they usually, you don't see a lot of them. I mean, if somebody's not making money on a multifamily, what's wrong? You know, why would they foreclose? The only thing I can think of is the druggies took them over, and then, you know, something like that. But you don't see a lot of them on the tax sales, nor do you see as many commercial properties. But there are some that do pop up. Now, there's some land that's commercial, and we found one deal. This was crazy, about 2.5 years ago, where the guy died, and he had 114 acres, and nobody could find his widow, except one of my guys who was an IT guy found her, and we got with her, and we made a deal, and we bought the 114 acres for like 30 to 40,000 an acre. No, I'm sorry, 3 to 4,000 an acre. And did we keep it? No, we don't compete with our investors. We offered it out to our investors and said, here's the package, who wants in? First guy called in of our priority member, he says, I want all of it. I said, nope, 25% max. He got 25, somebody else got 5%, somebody 10, you know, and we got paid on it because we took our interest in the profit. After they make a profit, we will get a part of that. And that's the way we structured it. So I forgot the question, but long answer, sorry.
Wonderful. She wants to know, what about title insurance?
Good. I'm glad someone asked that. Next question. No, I'm kidding. All right. This is one of the big blocks that everybody has about Texas is when you buy the property at the tax sale in Texas, you cannot get a title policy for at least 2 years after the sale. Now, not everybody, well, I have a true and false thing I give to people. And one of the first ones is, you can't sell a property bought at the tax sale until the redemption period is over. True or false? That's not false. That's not true. That is false. You can sell it, but who will buy it without a title policy? Now, we will, and our investors will, because why do you don't need a title policy until you're ready to sell it. And we know that we bought it without any liens on it, or if there were liens, we knew about it, the government liens, and we built that into our purchase price and paid them off. So we know that the condition it's in, and we will do it that way. But that's a big issue with a lot of people. They say, in other words, you're not going to be able to flip them. That's really where that comes up. People want to flip, but you can flip them to us if you buy them cheap enough. You know, we're not going to pay retail for them, but if you hold them for a couple of years, you can probably get retail. And so why not hold them, rent them out? That's what we recommend you do. Then you can decide then if you want to sell them or if you want to keep on. You know, if you sell them, that's one thing, but what if you're making a great return on it? You may or may not. So it's up to you. A long answer to a short question, but there are no short answers. Sorry.
No worries, Arnie. What about self-storage or warehouse properties?
I'm sorry, what kind?
Self-storage or warehouse?
Yeah, those come up. Not as most of them are not. Most of them are residential, and most of them are vacant lots and that. But you do get these things. You do get them occasionally, and we look at those because those are great. And also, the other thing that probably somebody's going to ask in a minute is, what about mobile homes and manufactured homes? So you need to know this. In Texas, unless they take steps to do so, manufactured homes and mobile homes do not go with the auction, with the land, because they are personal property, not real property. For example, if you bought a house and there's a car in the driveway, do you get the car? If you bought it at the tax sale? No, that's personal property. Well, so are mobile homes and manufactured homes, unless they have taken the steps to make them real property. And they have, a lot of them do. And so we have to check those before we make a bid on them. So that's one of the verifications that we really want to do. So that was a longer answer to a shorter question.
And Francine would like to thank you for your expertise. She also wants to know, can the guests receive your slides? Are they available, your slides?
Go ahead to call me and I'll go through them with her, and some of them we can, but
okay. Which, by the way, fabulous presentation, Arnie. You did a great job with that.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. You know, it's funny. I've done it a million times, and every time I do it, I make changes every time. I can't help it. I make some change because I want to make that change to relate to what I perceive the audience to be, I guess. You know, and you gave me, you told me, you said you wanted to know the ins and the outs. Well, yeah. I looked at that and I said, well, that really is what, where, how, and
Yes,
and so,
yes. Yes, and you did a great job of answering those questions. Marie would like to know if you have a boot camp available or some kind of training.
Yes, we do it every month, and it's Zoom. Yes, we do. That's the way we do our provisionals and our priority members that come in. We have Zoom classes because look, probably I'll bet that some of you, if you're in California, are not much further away than some people in Texas. Between Dallas and Rio Grande is a long way. Yes, it's all, we do all our stuff on Zoom pretty much. And we've had boot camps in the past, and we'll probably have them again. I've done them in person, and I'm not opposed to doing it all like you're doing today. Have a 2 or 3 hour in the morning, 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I'm okay. I prefer to do it, personally, because a lot Q&A like that. I did one with Lloyd, a couple of years ago. And not a boot camp, but we did a presentation there. So.
Yeah. Well, wonderful, Arnie. Do you have anything else you'd like to add before we close up?
I love the questions. Please feel free to call me. People want to text and do all that stuff and email, and I don't mind, but I prefer a phone call, because usually the question or something happens. If you have to go back and forth with it, typing it just takes forever. I'm one of the old-fashioned guys. Hey, I'm 116 years old already. Come on. And I want to do it by phone. I remember when Alec Bell invented it. I was there with him all the time. So I'm loyal to that. If you believe that, don't call, okay? But seriously, I welcome the phone calls, and if I don't answer, I will call you right back. It just means I'm on the phone. You can email, we can set up appointments. I love the relationships, even over the phone, when they begin that way. And that's the only way you're going to get complete answers, is when we talk about it. So please do.
Fantastic. And Roger would like to say, great information, Arnie. Jay Miller also sent you a LinkedIn connection request.
I was what?
She sent a LinkedIn connection request.
Well, great. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you so much for your expertise, Arnie. And may I just add that I've known Arnie about 15 years. I attended his REI Expo back in 2011. That was an amazing event. And, he made me feel so at home and so wonderful. It was a huge event. It was really intimidating. There weren't a lot of ladies there. And he just went out of his way to make me feel so at home and so welcomed. And I just really appreciate that, Arnie.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you too, because and everybody who sticks around and stays in this business, and we keep going. It's like a big family. It really is. So
it really is.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, absolutely. And we all learn from one another, which is great. So
and feel free to call me. I'm available right now or anytime. Thank you so much for having me. And what a great job you're doing with this, as you always do.
Oh, thank you. And we'll be seeing you in Texas very soon. I'll probably be heading out to Houston next to make my little rounds around that Texas triangle.
There you go. Well, that's where most people are.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, thank you again, Arnie.
Thank you so much.
And we're gonna keep going with the connection to Texas. Hold on one second. Let me share my screen here. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is also from the beautiful Lone Star State of Texas. We have Dr. Chandra Mishra's beautiful wife. She's joining us. She's with Blue Ocean Capital. And the topic today is learn how to add passive monthly income to your generational wealth plan. Dr. Iva, are you there? Can you see us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Hi. Thank
wonderful.
you, Linda. Yes. Let me go ahead and screen share. Is that
Okay,
okay?
I'm gonna
Before I
stop
begin?
my,
All right.
I
Okay.
stopped mine. So you can go
All
ahead
right.
and start sharing your screen.
Can you see
Thank
can
you.
you see mine?
Yes.
Can you see
And,
it?
oh,
Okay.
yes, and I forgot to mention that you are an MBA. And what does CPC stand for?
Up, Linda, but I'll try to answer. I'll try to listen as best as I can. But hi everyone. Do you want me to go and get started, Linda?
Yes, go right
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Hello, good afternoon, evening, wherever you may be in the world. Hello from Blue Ocean Capital. My name is Eva Mishra. Actually my name is Eva, the apartment diva Mishra with Blue Ocean Capital. That is a name I gave myself because for two reasons. That way everyone remembers how to pronounce my name, which is Eva. And also it's Eva, the apartment diva. So everyone knows what my business is, which is multifamily syndication apartments. So that was a good way for me to market my company and say Eva, the apartment diva with Blue Ocean Capital. That's where we are. Linda, before I proceed, can everyone can hear me and see the slides?
Yes, yes, Eva, we can see you
Okay,
and we see the
perfect.
slides perfectly.
Perfect. So let me go ahead and give you a little bit of background on where Chander and I are, how we started Blue Ocean Capital. We started, first of all, we originally started in multifamily syndication where we were passive investors. And then after several years of building up the knowledge and everything, we decided to go ahead and structure out Blue Ocean Capital, which is where we are right now. And my background, I am a business coach. I have numerous experiences. I'm also a franchise broker. In the past, I'm still a business coach, so I'm able to talk to our potential investors, and if they have any barriers or anything, I can say, okay. For example, let's just say Linda. I might say, Linda, what are your barriers? How can I help you overcome your barriers so you can make a more concise decision about multifamily syndication, multifamily investing, all of those good things. So that business coaching background really comes handy when I am working in my company, Blue Ocean Capital. So that is a little bit about me. Of course, most of you I may have met if you were here in Texas for the in-person conference. Linda, I believe that was in August or early September. And I got to meet a lot of you, and Chander was actually there and he presented. So this is my first actual time presenting on behalf of Chander. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Before I get started, I just wanted to let you know, if you don't know Chander, he is a full-time physician currently. And aside from that, he's also a mentor. He's also a business coach. And so we work with Blue Ocean Capital together, and we have other managing partners. But Blue Ocean Capital is our baby. Not to say that, we do have two children, two wonderful boys that are getting their hands wet in the business. They actually went to the last conference that Realty411 had in person, and they helped us out. And it was really beneficial because they're the reason we're doing this. They're the generational wealth part. They are both the legacy part for Blue Ocean Capital. So before I get started, let me go ahead and just a couple of disclaimers. Linda, can you see the disclaimer PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure it works because I'm actually in Louisiana right now. I'm not in Texas. I'm in Louisiana visiting my mom. And so I'm hoping, the Zoom and everything works okay. So
Oh,
I'm
yes,
in
it works
Louisiana.
perfectly.
Perfect. Okay, so before we start, there's just a couple of disclaimers I wanted to put out there that, this webinar that I'm about to present to all of you wonderful people is for educational purposes, and that you should not consider it as a legal or accounting or investment advice. Also, secondary, the information in this document does not represent an offer to sell or a solicitation of any offer to purchase an investment or anything else from Blue Ocean Capital. And also, last but not least, please consult with your own attorney, financial advisor, and CPA for legal matters, investments, and specific tax situations. Let's see. All right. So I wanted to go ahead and get started and kind of give you a little bit of an example of some properties that that we have invested in. For example, we have, this is called Villa de la Colonial Apartments. Sorry, my Spanish is not that great, but in Carrollton, Texas, it was a Class C, 143 units. I'm not going to read every line item. You can see kind of generalizes. We had another one, Candlelight Apartments. It was a Class B, 128 units in the Dallas suburbs. Parkside Apartments was a Class C. It was right in the heart of Fort Worth. We rebranded it as Marabella. We bought it and then we sold it. We bought it for 11 million. We sold it for 15.4 million. We did quite a bit of capital improvements and value added things to this Parkside, aka Marabella. And it was definitely beneficial to us. Carriage Place in Houston, Texas, that was a Class B. As you can see, the numbers there, you know, it was a Class B in Houston, and we had like an IRR of sold in May 2022, 30% IRR. So that was fabulous. Let's see. So here's gives you an idea of year-over-year price changes. As you know, the NASDAQ, you see the red is never good, but it was, you know, -30, almost negative 31%, give and take. The S&P 500 is almost, you know, was about 16%. But if you look at the very last, if you compare the last two, the median home price and the rent, which comes from, you know, multifamily syndication, you can see the difference, 6.6% increase versus 7.8% increase. So you can see obviously which one is higher, everybody, and hence one of the reasons for multifamily syndication.
Eva, would you mind
Yes.
pressing slideshow and start from the first one? That way we can see a larger image.
Is that better?
Perfect.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that reminder.
No worries.
Sorry. Okay, now you get a full screen. Is that correct?
That is right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder, Linda. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is what I was referring to, the median home price versus rent. Definitely 7.8 looks a lot better than 6.6. Let me go. So let's take a look, a more clearer look as to what is passive investing. Why would somebody, you know, say, I want to do passive investing, or I don't want to do passive investing? Well, let me give you a couple of pointers. Passive investing, it's a type of investment where you generate income and you have barely any participation, active participation. So if you have a full-time job, let's just say you're a full-time physician or a full-time teacher, and you want to, you know, have a secondary form of income coming in where, you know, you don't have the time to actually work the business, but you do have the finances, you do have the means to be involved in one way or another. Well, passive investing is one of those ways. Passive real estate investment doesn't require extensive effort from the investor. And one of the things is it's as a passive investor, you can earn, obviously, as I said in the first point, you can earn extra cash and you don't have to manage the properties yourself. You're not going to get a call from somebody at 2 a.m. saying, hey, Eva, I don't know, my toilet is clogged. No one's calling you for that. In fact, no one's calling me for that either. So there's the property management component of that. But the point is, you know, it's passive, literally what the word means. You know, you invest, and my tagline is, I say, and you know, all you have to do is invest and Eva will take care of the rest. So that is exactly what this passive investing is all about. Very hands-off. So let me see. Let me go to the next slide. Okay. So now we're going to cover one of the things, you know, when we think about why passive income. Of course, a lot of people think about oh my gosh, I was going to say something less. Inflation. Inflation is a situation of rising prices in the economy. The more exact definition is sustained increase in the general price level in an economy. So in more everyday terms, it means that as time goes on and inflation goes up, your buying power becomes less and less with the same amount of money. So, you know, that can really be a deterrent for a lot of people as far as, you know, because we have, for example, rising inflation. As you can see this chart right here, this is Zillow observed rent index compared to the CPI rent. This is right here. This is at showing February 2020. So this is a couple of years back, but we were, as you remember, back in February of 2020, we were all dealing with COVID and the aftermath of the pandemic. So this part right here, as you can see, it's pretty on par, showing how rising inflation can signal an expanding economy. And as we know, as employment grows and demands for goods services outstrip supply, but inflation can also result from the supply of money increases faster than economic output. And regardless of its cause, inflation erodes the purchasing power of the dollar. As a result, investors typically, they divert their funds into inflation into hedges such as hard assets like multifamily real estate. And bingo, that's where I am, and that's where Chandler is, and that's where Blue Ocean Capital is. Okay. Now, so there's many reasons to offset, the effects of your savings. I mean, there's many ways you can do it. For example, here's some examples that we have: investing in gold. Gold has an annual average gain of about 9.5% over the past 20 years. And over the same period, inflation is averaged 2.4. So, that's netting investors a 7.08 rate of return. If you invest in physical gold, there are additional costs in storing and insuring coins, which eats your return. So, and then there's the other option. How do we hedge against inflation? If you invest in stocks. If you're investing in stocks, you are looking at about 8.3 average annual returns. Remember, investing in stocks is never risk-free. You may lose money in the short term, and with stock index funds, you don't get to choose what companies the funds invest in. So there is that one factor you have to, it's never risk-free. And then we have the investing in the bonds. They're government issued security designed to beat inflation. I keep wanting to say inflammation. I so much apologize. I don't know why that keeps coming up, but in order to beat inflation, you can't cash out, on bonds and things like that. You have to, it's more, things like, if you buy it and for the next 4 years, you're not necessarily stuck, but there's interest and penalty and things like that. Should you want to cash out and things like that. And then we have investing in real estate. Buying real property means that investors who own their homes no longer need to worry about rising rents. Instead of purchasing a home, real estate investments can also help investors fight the effects of inflation. Okay. All right. Is everybody coming along? Am I going at an okay speed, Linda, or? Hello? Okay. Can everybody hear me still? Just want to make sure I still have connection here. Linda? Hello? Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you for responding in the chat. All right. So let's see. We talked about, okay, so let's look at how multifamily can play a role in all the hedging there. So let's see. First of all, it's an opportunity. It's frequently for 12 months. It's when you invest in multifamily, it's usually we're looking at your unlike cash and bonds, which lose purchasing power during inflation. Commercial real estate has a hedge against inflation due to its value and limited supply, because we're going to go ahead and make an offering, or someone's going to make an offering, and then you have that. Although we can say saturated at times, it depends on which market you're in, whether you're in Texas, whether you're in another place, that's not as big as Texas, you have your options there, The annual turnover of the multifamily apartment is about 100%. Multifamily apartments show high liquidity than any other types of real estate. So that's always a bonus when you're considering investing. Okay, why is I'm trying to get my slide to go to the next one.
Eva, so sorry, I stepped away. I was in the other
No, no,
room,
no,
but
it's
my
okay.
assistant put in the chat that everything is fine.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. So I was saying that I was just reviewing this about how multifamily can help us against inflation. Let's see if I can. Okay. Oh, I've stuck there on my PowerPoint for a minute. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so here's this. Here's this graph. It's very colorful, but it shows you consumer index price forecast. And this was, of course, in the first quarter of 2022. So we were pretty much, kind of really done with COVID and all of that. And as you can see, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, and first quarter of 2022. Sorry, let me move my thing. It's blocking. Okay. As you can see, it's been anywhere between 1 to 2 to 2.5% overall. And as you can see, in January, it was lower. In April, higher. And in May, it was with each month, it has gone up. So that's that shows that real estate is a good thing to fight against inflation. Okay, let me see. All right, let's see what I apologize. I'm probably going through a lot of this stuff really fast, but I wanted to make sure that we monitor. I wanted to make sure I'm monitoring the time and everything, Linda. So this was a report it's called the Newmark's Research Report. And as it says here, the 400,000 to 2021 construction shortfall of single family homes and apartments compared to new household formations. So we're not building enough apartments and homes for our growing population. And then you have the 3.1 national rental vacancy rates over the past 12 months. Vacancies have crept up slightly, but demand from prospective tenants is still robust. And 41.7, almost 42% of all commercial real estates that were multifamily properties. Multifamily remains the most sought after property type for large investors. Let's see. All right, so now we're going to go into three concepts. Give me 1 second. Let me, three concepts that I wanted to kind of focus on in detail. And those three are appreciating value, increasing income, and as you can see in parentheses, rents, and depreciating debt when it comes to multifamily. The first one we have is the appreciating value. So one of the most beneficial aspects of multifamily real estate is appreciation. On average, property values appreciate between 3 to 5% annually, according to Zillow. In some markets, appreciation rates anywhere between 6 and 10%, depending on the year. So for example, let's just say you buy a house for $100,000, assuming an annual appreciation of 6%. You'd have a property valued at approximately $179,000 in just 10 years. Even at a more conservative 4%, the property would be valued at $148,000. So comparing it to inflation from 2009 to 2019, there was roughly a 19% rate of inflation, meaning your 100,000 purchase would cost you 119 to buy it again in 10 years. So that is a difference of almost 19,000 right there. So as you can see, you've not only kept up with inflation through multifamily real estate investments, but you've added value and gained appreciation with your investment. And the second thing that I wanted to focus on is the increasing income, rents. So the awesome aspects of owning turnkey real estate investments or using buy and hold strategies, the cash flow generated from tenants. Smart investments in rental properties will not only cover your monthly expenses, including your principal, loan balance, interest, taxes, and insurance, but will also generate anywhere between 100 to 400 per month in cash flow. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine this if you have not invested in multifamily and you're thinking about it. Imagine as a passive investor, wouldn't it be great to get maybe 400 per month or even more every month, that would be so great. Without having to do anything, just sitting back and watching your money grow. So if you have so let me give you an example. If you have a property that generates like $1,000 in rent per month, and if you have an increase of only $20 per year in 10 years, you'd be receiving an additional $200 per month in cash flow. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's only if you only do a $20 per year increase. With increasing rents, you're fighting the inflation that may occur, affecting your taxes, insurance, and maintenance costs. So there's all those things. And then here really quickly, just wanted to, oh, these slides are not matching up with what, okay, I'll go back to the other one in 1 second. So the third component that I was going to cover along with the first two is depreciating debt. So just as your multifamily real estate asset is appreciating in value, your debt owed on the property is actually depreciating in value with the rate of inflation. So simplify, for example, your 750 mortgage payment in 1 year is worth 750. However, in 10 years with inflation, that debt is going to be worth far less. So if your payment is worth 750 before inflation, it will only be worth about, give and take, 640 due to inflation. So when you use leverage or financing to invest in multifamily real estate, you get to take advantage of depreciating debt. So your monthly, as we just spoke about the previous example, your monthly payment is the same. You will still be making that 750 payment per month year after year. Let's see. Let me go back 1 second. Okay, so this is just this is a graph that's just showing the salary increase budgets versus salary structure movements. This was done by the conference board. It's in 2021. So if you notice, the salary measures in the chart are an average of 4 groups of workers. We have non-exempt, hourly, which is non-union, non-exempt salaried, exempt, and executives. So you can see how the salary increase budgets are, they're in the blue, and the salary structure movement, you can see how budgets and the salary movements, how they compare to each other here. And this was a projection for 2022, the annual percentage change for from 1998 to 2022. So we're looking at a good 6-7 years right here. So from 98 to 2002 to 2006 to 10 to 14 to 2018 to 2022. So I'm sorry, I said it's about 24 years right here. So that's a pretty interesting look at. You can see how it's gone. It stayed the same, became stagnant, then it fell, and then it's closer to 2022. It's been on the rise. So that is a great thing. All right, we refer to that. So is this the right time to invest in multifamily real estate? You're probably wondering that. Well, so we're always going to have, the issue about interest rates. For example, the rising interest rates has made it difficult to own a house. The economical way for a median income person is to rent a multifamily home, even after the rent rise. Then we have the inflation rise. With rising inflation, multifamily investors enjoy the rent rise as the demand for multifamily housing unit rises. And then, of course, we have the economic, we need to, I don't want to go over everything because I know a lot of you will probably already know. And some of this stuff you would have to also check, talk with your CPAs and things like that to discuss. But overall economic turmoil, we have jobs, job loss, we have stocks, shooting up and down, and just, we need to be prepared for it. So in such cases, multifamily, is a good way to ensure the consistent cash flow overall. And then, of course, we spoke a little bit beforehand about, we had COVID, and then we had supply chain effect and things like that. That was the, everyone was pivoting, trying to find ways to do things differently because of COVID. So we had all of those after effects. Demand supply gap, it's estimated that we lack more than 5 million housing units as of 2022. So this is as of last year, creating heavy demand for multifamily housing units. Vacancy reports state that an average of 90% of all multifamily housing units are occupied. So to summarize, we can say it is the proper time for investors to invest in multifamily as the demand is strong, returns are promising, and to top that, investors can claim tax benefits against the depreciation of the property, which is always great. And again, as far as tax benefits and things like that, those questions could be answered better from your CPA. And I'm just kind of covering the gist of the benefits. So is it safe to invest in recession period? So when the economy is shrinking, people spend less money. I know we have to be very, very observant, very mindful, you know. Companies start laying off people to bolster their bottom lines. They have stakeholders, they have directors, board directors, they have people that they answer to. And it's not a rosy picture, but real estate can offer some stability for investors when the economy does slow down. And 3 primary factors can make real estate a good buy if you're looking for an alternative to the market in a recession. And those 3 are, we have the low correlation to stocks. Historically, real estate has a low correlation to the stock market. That means that even if stocks are experiencing increased volatility because of a recession, there's a very little carryover to the real estate market. So yay for us. People are still needing housing. Even when the economy is a downturn, regardless of whatever is going on, and people need a place to live. So the demand for rental properties remains steady or even rises during a recession, and there's a limited supply of housing to go around. So in that case, property investors are better positioned to count on a steady rental income because, as I said, people need a place to live. And recessions create bargains. A recession doesn't automatically precede a drop in home values, but if a recession causes a hot housing market to cool off, that could open up our opportunities for investors to purchase rental properties at a discount. So there's benefits to some of the benefits to whether to invest in recession period. Let's see. So let's see. We have here, I just wanted to summarize some points and then I'll try to answer some questions to the best that I can. The summary here, we say, if I say inflammation one more time, oh boy. Inflation may hit, though the feds are trying to counter, we're trying to counter, not we, but the feds are counterweight it. It's either going to high rate or steady or going to be somewhere in between. Even in our economy between 2009 and 2012, the inflation rate still averaged around 2%. One of the best ways to fight and win this game is, do investments, this type of investments that I'm referring to, like investing in multifamily real estate properties. Investing in real estate can be a smart way to protect yourself from inflation. I wanted to say in general that Chandra and I really enjoy what we do and how we are able to help our investors. And the best part is, being able to go to our individual properties. We have several properties. We have close to 1,000 units. And I personally love to visit our DFW properties and visit, just see how things are going, how things are improving from when we originally bought the apartment communities. It's always a joy to see the before and after. And I really, really enjoy this because it gives us an opportunity. We know that we're providing the best options for those that are living in apartment communities. We make sure that they're happy, because if your tenants aren't happy, then you have a lot more problems that you have to iron out. So Chandra and I, we are very happy and we are very content that what we do at Blue Ocean Capital, not only just for our tenants and management and everything else that are also on top of that, our investors are very happy. Whether you come on with us as a passive investor or you want a more stronger role, we can always talk about it. So on this, right here on this PowerPoint, we do have some QR codes you can visit our website. Here on the left, the QR code, well, my left, And then on the right side, we have the QR code if you would like to go ahead and join our investors group. These two things are not in any obligation or any way asking or requesting you to invest with us, but it does give you a lot more information on how you can when you are ready to, or if you have any more questions from me or Chander, these are some of the best ways to reach us. Linda, I think wow. Either I spoke really fast, Linda, or we're going to go ahead and move on to, if there's any questions anyone has, I will try to answer them. And if I'm not able to, I will definitely get back to you. I'm trying to hit my chat, but I'm not able to. Let's see. Let's see, if you start a passive investor house. Linda, I was just reading some of these questions here that are in the chat.
Wonderful. Yes, please
Is
do.
it-
We do have some questions,
Okay.
and we welcome all your questions.
Okay, so let me answer the first one. It says here, if you start as a passive investor, how soon do you start seeing it come in? At what frequency with your group, monthly, yearly? That's a really great question. Thank you for asking. So in our our thing is, of course, you know, we will, once we have a property that we are ready to present to possible investors, we will do a webinar. Usually it's going to be in a Zoom format, and we will invite everybody that has signed up on our investor portal and elsewhere. So in the past, we used to focus on 506B's properties, and now we are more geared towards 506C. And for those that may not know the difference, 506B properties are those where you have to have a relationship with the potential investor. It can't be someone that, like, I can't just meet Linda for the first time at Walmart and say, hey, Linda, you know, how are you? What do you do for a living? And then all of a sudden say, hey, Linda, I would love for you to invest in my property. It can't be that way. It has to, Linda and I have to have a relationship before we can proceed even talking or anything to do with Blue Ocean Capital. Now, 506C properties are a little bit different. Those we've done in the past. If you follow us on Facebook, anytime that we are presenting a property, we will put it on Facebook, we'll put it on LinkedIn, we'll put it on Instagram, we'll put it everywhere that we can think of. So anybody in the world, well, let's start with the USA. Anyone in the USA can see it on Facebook and see, and if they're interested, they can go to our investor portal, sign up and learn, and then of course join our webinars when we do them. So that is the difference between 506B and 506C. And so the question here, I know I digressed a little bit, I apologize. I just wanted to give a little back story on how we do things. So once we have a webinar, we do that, and then we open up our investor portal. We have a certain amount of time that we will have that open for investors to go ahead and start the ball rolling, get their, you know, wires, transfers, and all of those things lined up with their banks and talk to their CPA and all of that good stuff. And as far as when do you start seeing things come in? Well, once we take over the property, usually within 6 to 8 months, our passive investors will start receiving quarterly distributions. So our minimum, someone did ask, what is our minimum? Our minimum is 100K per investor. So you can start at 100K, and then the sky's the limit. You can do 2 million, 3 million, or you can just simply start at 100K. And so that is all put together. We, you know, of course, we have property management. We take care of all of the in-house, on-site, everything is there. And so the frequency that you get your returns will be quarterly. And so we normally hold each property for about 3 to 5 years. So let's just say you invest about 100K. I'm just using that as an easy number for calculation purposes. You invest 100K with all those quarterly distributions. And then by the time we sell the property in 3 to 5 years, that 100K is going to be roughly around 190K. So that's pretty good. In 5 years, if you made 90K, you've almost doubled your money. So that is wonderful in regards to the distributions. I hope that was answered. Let me see what the next question is in the chat.
And Jay Miller says, we both attended WVU.
Oh, Oh, Jay Miller. I graduated in last century. Let's put it that way, Jay. So that kind of just aged me. But yes, I did graduate from WVU. My dad was actually a professor of mechanical engineering there, and I did
And
my
what does that
undergrad.
stand for, dear?
What's that?
What does that stand for, WVU?
You're breaking up. Are you asking what WVU stands for?
Yes.
Oh, it stands for, I'm sorry, it stands for West Virginia University. And it is located in, well, they have many campuses, but the main campus is in Morgantown, West Virginia. And Jay, I actually graduated from Morgantown High School. So there's also that. We should definitely connect on LinkedIn, but I'm going to keep the question.
That's awesome. And she says, thank you. Wow. And Mike would like to know, are your
Yes, let's go Mountaineers.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
And Mike would like
you
to
hear me?
know, are your programs only for
It's
high
showing my
net worth
internet connection is
individuals?
unstable. Okay, that's a thing. Kind of investors that we work with, well, actually, not, I mean, if all, I do also work with our accredited investors. So Mike, you may know what that is. Income of 200,000. And then if you have a double income, like let's just say you and your significant other together is about 300,000. So that's considered high net worth individuals. But like I said, our minimum is 100K for investments. So that's where we are as far as accredited. We only work with accredited investors. Did that answer the question, Mike? I hope. Yes.
Wonderful. Yes.
Okay. Any other? I don't see anything else in the chat, but you may, Linda, that you're in.
I don't see any more right now, but if you have any other questions, folks, please let us know. Eva is here to help you, and we want to definitely answer your questions. The minimum to get started is 100,000. And
Yes.
can you talk a little bit about where some of your properties are located?
Sure. Thank you. Yeah. So currently we have 7 properties in the DFW market that we currently own. To break that even down a little bit more, we have 2 in Arlington, Texas. We have 2 in Weatherford, Texas. We have 1 in Dallas. We have 1 in Haltom City, 1 in Farmers Branch, and that is your 7. And currently, we're doing really good as far as occupancy at our properties. We have also added in, as of last month, we're already in November, my goodness, but as of last month, we've also decided to go ahead and vertically integrate. And by that, we are doing in-house management, in-house property management. We have been using a third-party management company, but we decided that we are going to go ahead and do it ourselves. And when I say ourselves, I mean that we have a regional manager, we have a VP of operations, we have property managers, our own property managers, Blue Ocean Capital property managers at all of our properties that do the on-site, the 24/7. And we have a maintenance crew for all of the capital improvements and the value-added projects that we have going on at all 7 properties. So that kind of gives you an idea. And they're all in good locations. The 2 in Arlington are actually fabulous location because they're right by UT Arlington. Right literally up the street. So that's a good market, good demographics for rental purposes because, students are always looking for an apartment to live in. It's close to campus and all of that. So Arlington's great. Weatherford is growing. Dallas, we have 1 in Dallas, and Haltom City. I may have mentioned Haltom City. That is also one of ours.
Wonderful. So those are 7 apartment buildings comprising how many units?
Yeah, we're looking at about 800 units, but then also, Linda, we also have some in El Paso and a few in Houston.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So I tend to focus more on the DFW ones because one piece of tip I'll tell you, is when you buy property or when you invest in property as the GP, you want to stay within driving distance of your properties because it's, you want to be able to visit your properties. You don't want to have to really get on a plane and go from California to Texas to check on your properties. I like the luxury of every once week or so, I go and visit the properties, and we have some other managing partners that will go with me and we'll check everything out. And the convenience is that we live close to it, so we can be there within, I think our furthest property from my house where I live in Colleyville, Texas, the furthest one is an hour away. And that's not too far going to Weatherford from my house. So one of the tips is always, buy near where you can go and put your hands on the building, put your feet on the ground, and be able to be actively involved. That's a good tip rather than have to fly in every quarter to check on your property. That's one of the things that we really value, having our properties in the DFW market.
I love that tip. And I think that's fantastic. Did you always start with multifamily? Did you start there from the get-go, or did you and Chandler try your luck out with single family investments
No,
first?
actually, you know what? Multifamily is our third baby because, as I mentioned earlier, we already have two boys, and so multifamily is our Blue Ocean Capital is our third baby. We started out originally, as I mentioned at the onset, as passive investors, and then we did several. We went into several deals, and then we eventually, with Blue Ocean Capital, we became GPs, and so we're always looking for other people to join our investment opportunities that way. But it's always been multifamily.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Folks, let us know if you have any other questions. And that is so wonderful that Jay Miller is on this call, and she went to the same university as that you attended. That's
It's a
pretty
small
neat.
world. It's a small world, but it's also it's a big world, but it's so small. And one thing I wanted to focus on, Linda, I was actually at your conference when you were in Texas a couple months ago, and I remember. No, I'm sorry. It was another conference, but it was a multifamily conference, Linda. And I remember one of the speakers on the panel said, just with how things are with interest rates and everything right now, people are scared or people are, so he summed it up really well. He said, thrive in 2024. No, I'm sorry. He said, survive 2024, survive next year, and then thrive in 2025 as far as in real estate investment is, because with the way things are right now, let's make it through next year and then we'll all be celebrating in 2025. So, and as we know, we're already in November of 2023. So it's doesn't really seem, a year flies by, and we just have to, just one foot in front of the other and make the best decisions under the circumstances that we are in. And, hope for the best, whether it's an investment or whether it's in life. And I guess I'm throwing in my coaching portion right now. I just say one step at a time. I tell my children that one step at a time in school. They're both in high school. One's a senior applying to colleges. And we're just like, son, one step at a time. And then I have a junior who's going to be applying to colleges next year. So we're just like, enjoy your junior year because your senior year will creep up sooner than you realize it. And then you'll be in your same boat as your older brother. And so that's my personal side. But in the professional side, we just have to take one step at a time. You definitely have to watch the markets. Multifamily syndication is a great opportunity. Chandra and I have been very successful at it. And, we just want to share the success with other people that are out there that are maybe on the crossroads of thinking, should I, invest in multifamily or should I invest in something else? And you may look into multifamily, you may say, oh, this is not for me right now. Or you may, I don't know, maybe you've been investing in, let's just say, storage units or something. And all of a sudden you're thinking, maybe I need to grow my portfolio. Let me look into multifamily. And I'm here for that. Chandra's here for that. Our team at Blue Ocean Capital is here to help you take the next step, if your next step should be, or you want it to be multifamily. It is, I make a joke, I say passive income in multifamily is so passive that I can't even tell you how passive it is, because that's how passive it is. So that's a little joke I throw out there, but it is very passive. You know, as I said at the beginning, all you have to do is invest, and we take care of the rest for you. And, you know, it's a great way to leave a legacy for your children, for, you know, for future generations. If you're looking to retire soon and you're looking for, where can I use my 401k to still have an income coming in, multifamily, where can I do it without being hands-on? Multifamily. Who can I do it with? Well, of course, Blue Ocean Capital. So there is that. And as you can see on this slide, there is that information, how you can reach Chandler, but I can also be reached at that number and that email.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I commend you for starting your own internal property management company. Dr. Mishra told me at the conference in Arlington, Texas, that that was one of his goals. And I just think that is so fantastic.
And you know what? I mean, since I have a few minutes, let me tell you a little bit why we decided, because, you know, we have worked with third-party management companies, y'all, but it ends up being a struggle, because the way I saw it, or the way Chandler saw it, is, let's just say, okay, third-party management company, they have their property managers, you know, Linda, on site, and we're not. But when we got on our weekly calls, you know, we were having issues with, okay, so what exactly is the occupancy? What exactly is the vacancy? What exactly is the yada, 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 you name it. And so we felt like we were following up with employees that were not our employees. That is something the management company should be more mindful of. So Eva Mishra is not getting on a call every week, or Chandra Mishra is not getting on the call and asking, hey, how's that roof work going at that property, which should have been already completed or something. So we thought, you know, if I have to chase, or Chandra has to chase, or anybody has to chase other people's employees, or other people, you know, property managers, to get the work done, why don't we just do our own? So Linda, that's where that seed was planted, that if we're going to have such a running around trying to get answers, then we would prefer to have our own property managers on site, to that they can directly answer to us, rather than, you know, have to have buffers and things like that to be able to answer questions to us, because then they have to go back to their boss and say, oh, you know, this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened. Whereas when we're in charge and we have our own property management, we have our own regional manager, our own operations manager, we're more, you know, everything is more transparent that way. And that's why we chose to go ahead and add the property management to our portfolio.
Well, I just think that is so wise. There's nothing like having as much control over your investment as possible. And one of the ways to do that is to be your own management company, if you can.
Right. I met a lot of people that have done that. And I'm so glad we're in that same boat now too. You know, I mean, we just started, so I know it's going to take anywhere between, you know, 2 to 5 months to even 6 months to get everything ironed out that, you know, the property management company was working on. But after that, I think it'll be, you know, we'll cross each bridge as we get to it, you know, because in property management, there's always something going on. There's a roof. In fact, we had a fire at one of our properties in Dallas, and eight units were affected. And so, you know, nobody sees a fire coming, nobody, you know, so we had to make sure our tenants were taken care of first and foremost. And we are finally to the stage where those 8 units are pretty much ready to be, you know, rented. Because as we all know, in multifamily syndication, every day that an apartment, you know, sits idle or sits empty, it's, you know, it really doesn't help anybody. So we're really good. Our property management team now, it's really good on turning apartments around, getting them, when someone moves out, when it's vacant, to get it ready for move-in for the next tenants. And our leasing team is very good at marketing and just getting the word out. So we feel very strong, and we would love for all of you to check us out and see, if this is something for you. So somebody just put a question in here real quick. It says here,
Yes.
how do you advise investors who are remote with 1 to 4 units so 1 to 4 units only? I think those, and see, that's the reason why we do multifamily versus just like duplexes or 1 or 4 units. It's just, you've got to have a checklist. If you're doing your own management and you have, 1 to 4 units versus what we usually have, most of our properties are 100 units on up. So it requires a lot of management. Whereas if you have 1 to 4 units, those are not necessarily easier. It's just that consistency. You have to follow up. You have to make sure that, because those tenants are going to come directly to you for questions, answers, problems. Whereas in multifamily syndication, we have our property management team on site. So they go to them. They wouldn't directly come to me as the owner and ask me about that broken toilet that we spoke about earlier, but they will reach out to the property managers on site that are managing it on my behalf, on Chandra's behalf. So the difference is when you are directly doing it, you have to be consistent. You have to prioritize your property management when you have like 1 to 4 units, priority and transparency with your tenants, because, good tenants stay. And that's what we want. We want good tenants to be comfortable in our apartments, be comfortable living in the city or in the state or wherever they are. We want them to feel safe in our apartments. And, every time we invest in an apartment community, we think to ourselves, Chandra and I, would we live here? Would our children live here? Would our grandkids live here someday? And if we can say yes to all of those, then that's usually when we move forward, because we want it to be very, very safe, very comfortable for our tenants, because at the end of the day, they kind of make or break us, because if they're happy, they're going to stay. If they're not happy, they're going to leave and they're going to complain. And so you don't want those complaints, and you don't want those people leaving. You want people to be happy. So whether you're doing multifamily syndication property management or your 1 to 4 units, you've got to stay on top of it.
Wonderful advice. Now, Eva, do your investors I know that a lot of your deals are in Texas, but do you have investors from across the country? Do you accept investors from throughout the nation?
Yes. Our properties are, like, as I mentioned, Linda, are in Texas because, at least in the DFW market, we're heavy in the DFW market because we live in DFW. So it's easier for us to, eyes and ears and foot on the ground. But as far as our investors, yes, we have investors from all over. We have investors from probably any state, and every state you can think of in our wonderful country here. So yes, it's not just for Texas. It just happens that our properties are in Texas.
Wonderful. Now, do you ever speak at local events in Texas?
Yes, I actually do. So I'm very involved with with the DFW area. I'm on the board of directors for the Colleyville Chamber. So I get great exposure there for Blue Ocean Capital because I'm able to, reach out to all the members of the chamber. I'm also on the board of directors for our district education foundation. I like to give back to the school district because they've given our children so much. So I'm on their board of directors. I'm also on the board of directors for the Colleyville, executive organization, which is a group of people that are trying to help Colleyville grow economically, move upward and onward. So I love being on that board of directors, and that gives me also an opportunity to really, really get Blue Ocean Capital more exposure. So I'm very involved. I speak. I do Toastmasters, so that always helps when it comes to presentations like this, Linda. And anyone interested in Toastmasters, definitely reach out to me. I'm an area director for one of the DFW Toastmasters international groups, and so I'm deep into Toastmasters. I'm really involved in my community, and I choose to do that because we do business with people we know, we like, and we trust. So if you see me more often, and there's somebody else that does exactly what I do, but you see them once a year, maybe twice a year, you're probably going to build rapport with me more because you see me more. And you're probably, when you think about, hey, I'm really ready to invest in multifamily, let me reach out to Eva, the apartment diva at Blue Ocean Capital, because she was so friendly. She was very knowledgeable. She returns my phone calls. She follows through, so at the end of the day, we do business with whom we trust, like, and know. So I would love for all of you, any of you, to, you can connect with me and Chandler if you haven't already on LinkedIn. We also have a Facebook page, which you were more than happy to go visit and like. You can also visit our website, which is listed here on this screen. It's www.blu. We left the E out to make it all different. So it's bluoceancap.com. You can go there. All of our information is there about our current properties, also properties that we owned in the past. Everything is there, and even just education to get you started on the path to multifamily.
Fantastic presentation.
Thank you. Thank
Really
you, everyone.
well done,
Thank you,
Eva.
Linda. Thank you.
Is there anything else that you would like to add that maybe we didn't cover?
Well, I have 2 minutes. So I've always believed that, whatever you choose to do in life, just, do it well. And if you have hiccups along the way, definitely find a mentor, definitely find a coach. When Chandler and I started all of this, we didn't do it just, we didn't just close our eyes and say, okay, we're just going to do this. We had mentors along the way. We had other GPs that helped us, still help us. We still talk to people. If you're not learning, then you're not growing, right? So I always say, if you're ready to grow a little bit more, you're ready to also go outside of your comfort zone, step outside that box. And it's a beautiful world. Multifamily is a beautiful world. And, when you're ready, and if you're ready, here I am. And Chandler, although he's not on this call, he's also here to help you get started.
Wonderful. And I may add that they're very accessible. If you have any questions, definitely reach out to Eva. She is available to help you and answer any questions that you have. Thank you so much, Eva. We really appreciate your time with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for letting Chandler and me, share Blue Ocean Capital with you and everybody here on the call today. I would thank you for the opportunity, Linda. Thank you.
Pleasure. And I look forward to working with you in person again very soon.
Definitely. All right, everyone, good luck, and upward and onward with your investments, whichever ones you choose, however you want to do it. But we are here if you want to join us at Blue Ocean Capital. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Well, we're just having such a wonderful time, folks. And hi, Jason. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. We have a few minutes before our next speaker, and
Sure.
I asked Jason to come up because Jason has a lot of expertise about running events, both virtually and in person. Jason and I have hosted many events together, and one of the ways that you can really expedite your success as an investor is by hosting events like this. You can raise capital, you can do joint events with other investors and increase your influence and your network that way. So Jason's going to discuss some ways that you can also host your own events and profit from them. Take it away, Jason.
Thank you so much, Linda. A pleasure to be on. Yeah, what I'm going to talk about today, I'm going to go into a little bit of live events and how you can profit from that, especially as an investor. And one of the things you want to be looking at is, especially as you're building your brand from a live event, is if you have building your investors list, really the goal with that event is to really get quality leads. So it's a point to position yourself as authority in the space, whatever investing space you're in. which is really important because if you're positioning yourself as authority, you have credibility with your audience. Now, when it comes to logistics, and just to give you a brief background about me, I've done over 250 live events for over 10 plus years. I've worked with Linda since all the way to 2012. So what I'm telling you is from a lot of years of experience. So when it comes to live events, most of the thing is point is creating the right experience for your audience, creating the right environment for your audience, and having their outcomes be in line. So that is the main thing with that. You want to really have that experience that you create for them, because that will drive the value for them, and then they'll want to keep come back again and again. And that will be more value for them. And as far as monetizing, because I only have a few minutes here, so as far as monetizing events, there's a few ways to do that. You can do that through ticket sales. You can do that through sponsorships. You can structure your sponsorships as yearly sponsorships, prevent sponsorships. If you invest in naturally, you're building your buyers list. So you're going to monetize through the real estate deals that you do with your buyers, but typically as you're building that buyers list. But another additional ways to drive revenue is sponsorships. I advise especially talking with them yearly sponsorships, because you can drive value throughout the whole year. You can also do event sponsorships as well. You can ticket revenue as well. If you have people offering coaching programs, you can have rev shares in the back way. And that really gives you the value in driving sponsorships and driving revenue from your events. This was a few tips on driving revenue from your live events. I want to turn back over because I know Linda has our next speaker up, so I want to be respectful of their time. I know.
Thank you,
So Linda, why don't you
Jason.
take it away?
Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate those tips that you shared. As I mentioned, Jason and I have done numerous events together, and they've been life-changing. I've had an opportunity to meet amazing educators. We've also profited from these events. We've grown our network, our influence. I commend Jason for everything he's done as far as hosting events. And I would encourage everyone, if you're interested in raising capital, if you're interested in being an influencer in the real estate space or in your niche, start doing events. Start hosting events, whether they're virtually or in person. You're going to make a great impact. So now we're going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Jeremiah Dew, with the cash compound. And Jeremiah is going to teach us how we can maximize our money by utilizing just one simple strategy, folks. It's so easy. So, hello, Jeremiah. How are you?
Good afternoon, Linda. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfectly. And you can start sharing your screen at any time.
Wonderful. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me. What I'm going to teach you here is going to probably blow your mind if you've never heard anything about it, or maybe you've heard some of these terms and you have not had someone to break it down to simply. So as Linda said, my name is Jeremiah Dew. I'm so happy to be back here with Realty411. In person, virtual events, it doesn't matter. It's a great opportunity to learn how you can make your money work for you. So you've heard a lot today probably already on the topic of getting your money flowing in the real estate space. Let's make sure that when we have money come in, we keep it. That's what we're going to help you guys talk about here. And for the next few minutes, we're going to get into this conversation. So I apologize, I wasn't able to be on for most of today, but I do want to ask out there, if Linda, you're still out there, can you let us know, is everyone able to utilize the chat throughout this event? Or
yes,
is it
they can utilize it. Yes.
Wonderful. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me jump right into it. And I'm going to help you understand a little bit about me. And I'm going to promise you that for the next few minutes, I'm going to give you the guarantees and the promises up front, because with what we're talking about and what I normally talk about and the product I normally utilize, they'll give you the guarantees right up front. So as she mentioned, my name is Jadu from the Cash Compound. If you don't mind, I'll call myself Jadu from this point moving forward. And if you can see my screen, ladies and gentlemen, give me a thumbs up out there. If you are utilizing the chat, if you're still with me, I'd love to know where you are zooming in from today. Put that in the chat. I would love that if you have already shared it earlier. Thank you for coming back and staying with me so far today. I'm on the East Coast in South Carolina here. And for the last 8.5 years, I've been helping people understand what we like to call the save and spend system, how to save and spend money at the exact same time. That's what I'm going to share with you. I promise I'm going to break it down for you. And I promise in an hour from now, you will know exactly how to do this process yourself. Okay, good. You got a few people out there in the chat. What's up, San Fran, Carlsbad, LA, Sacramento? Very good. I've got a sister in Sacramento. I moved from SoCal myself to the East Coast in my teenage years, and it is home now. Okay, Hawaii, I was down there. Aloha, good to see you or hear you or just read from you. I was in Hawaii in January, and so it's great to be a part of a great community of people who are interested in their money. So if you don't mind, let me make you the promises up front. First, I am going to teach you how to save and spend your money at the exact same time. What's up, Bay Area? I moved from Monterey, that Bay, when I was younger. And the second thing I'll help you understand is how to get back all the money you're going to spend on your cars. If those two ideas intrigue you, you're in the right place. You're going to have more because you're going to be able to keep the money that you earn. And now you can go put it to work in all these great opportunities, real estate, and etc. But that's what I promise you here. Okay, is that good for you? If you got it, say I got it. Give me a thumbs up out there. Give me a yes. Give me, I'll stick with you. I'd love to figure out how to get back all the money that I'm going to spend on cars. I need to buy cars. I need to drive cars. I like cars. And if I can spend money and get it back, I'm in for that win. Cool. What's up, May? Appreciate it. Let's talk about money for a second. I've got some money here on the table. I'm always helping people understand this on our Instagram, our YouTube, our TikTok channels out there. What is money? You can put that definition in and give me feedback all day. I love it. I'll probably go fast. So if you're typing, do it. What is the definition of money? What's it good for? What does it do? Define it for me. We need money for everything. We utilize it every day. Help me understand. This is what I'm going to suggest to you. Money's a tool. I love it. It's a tool for what? I think it's a means of exchange. Yes, okay. It is a tool for transaction. It's a means of exchange. Money's not really what we want, not really what we're after. Money can create a great life because money gets us the stuff we really need. It's a means of exchange. It's good for trading for food, trading for clothes, hopefully nice clothes here. And we're going to be able to trade it for transportation. It's not the money we want. It's all the things that money does. There's only one class that thinks more about money than the rich. That is the poor. I suggest we help the poor by not becoming like them. That's the number one way. Ladies and gentlemen, everything I'm about to share with you is not made up by me, but I think it's simplified in a way we can understand it this afternoon. I'm going to teach you what comes from this field guide. This book is a book you should add to your wealth building library, and it is a foundational book. Unlocking the Infinite Banking Concept. Put in the chat if you've heard of that term before. You think you know what it is. You've kind of heard about, I haven't heard it all. I just like to know where you are on that scale. I'm going to break down for you what is inside this book and how Nelson Nash, the man who authored this book around 22 years ago, discovered how money really works. What was there? Like Linda said, there's one thing that you're missing. One thing that you're missing. And you can learn how to save and spend your money at the exact same time. You can recapture, get back all the money you're going to spend on cars. And I promise you, I'll show it to you. Anybody, only one person's heard of it? Is that what it is? If you haven't, you are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. Let me keep going. A little bit about me. I live on the East Coast, wife and 4 kids, but I'm not smarter than you. I am not telling you something that I discovered or made up. Someone shared this with me 9 years ago, completely transformed and changed my life because it changed my finances. And because money was a means of exchange for me too, in every category, in every area of my life, my whole life got better because I learned this one strategy. everything about my life, because money permeates everything. I don't know if that's good or bad, but now I've learned to save and spend my money at the exact same time. I became an entrepreneur after I got a JOB out of school. I thought that was a better way. JOB just stood for jump over backward for these people. So I knew that wasn't it. I became an entrepreneur, and then I was like, yikes, I'm working harder than ever. School of hard knocks, spinning my wheels. Maybe I'm not getting anywhere. What do I do now? I get married. I have 4 kids. Then I start looking like this, and I'm like, yikes, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. What is it that I'm missing? Are there haves and have-nots out there? The better I do, the more taxes I pay. This is getting complicated. And 9 years ago, somebody came to me and they said, there's one thing that you're missing. And I realize now it's the goose that lays the golden eggs. It was inside that book. You can find it on Amazon. I would suggest you, I'm not going to sell you anything. I'm going to give it all to you for free. The goose that lays the golden egg. You remember that fairy tale, that story. A farmer went out to the field one day, in the barn, wherever farmers go, and one of his geese was laying a golden egg every day. He goes nuts. He's so excited. He starts trading that means of exchange for the stuff he really wants. He kicks up his feet, buys bigger and better barns, a home, all these things that his life can now enjoy because he has that. And then he got greedy and messed things up. Thought he could go kill the goose, take all the eggs out of that goose right away. And he didn't realize there were no eggs inside the goose. So we just need to understand what the goose is, use it properly, and it'll keep giving us those golden eggs. So I'm going to explain that goose to you here in just one second. But let's talk about money, and let's realize that many things that we're looking at today involving the way we use money, we lose money, or we abuse money are completely backward. Okay, let's buy a car right up front right now. $25,000 is inside your regular savings account at the bank. I'll be your banker. You can be the depositor, okay? You saved up $25,000. You have it sitting in my bank, and you want to buy a new car today, cash. You want to buy that car cash because you've heard all the horror stories, and in the past, you've borrowed money from the banks before you had to pay it back, yes? Has anybody ever borrowed money from a bank or finance company or the car dealer itself to buy a car? Put it in the chat. Let me know. So this time, what you're going to do is you're going to save up $25,000. You're not going to have 1,000 payments. You're going to have one payment. It's still a payment, and I'm going to get to that in a second. But yes, May says yes. Kiana says yes. Anybody else? Francine says yes. Your money is earning 4% at my bank. You've got it sitting there. It is doing very well. I'm sure that there's not any regular conventional banks right now that are paying you 4%, even though those interest rates might be going back up. 4%. This is going really great. And you walk into my bank and you plan to take a withdrawal for $25 to buy the car cash. And I stop you and I say, wait, don't do that, Kiana, May, and Francine. Let me loan you $25,000. Would you mind telling me what your question is at this point? What are you going to ask the banker? If they says, no, don't spend your money, it's earning a great annual interest rate of 4%, borrow my money. What are you going to ask? What is the normal question? Well, if you're going to borrow the money, right, May's got it. How much interest, right? What's the rate, Francine says? Of course, it's a normal question. There are no trick questions in my presentation. And I say, oh yeah, it's a great deal, 6%. 6%. Elena, we're getting to term. I got it right there in the months. I love it. 6%. Francine says, yikes. And I'm like, no, Francine, what's the problem? That's a great deal. The car lot is probably going to charge you more if you borrow from another, if you everybody's charging more than 6. 6 is not a good deal. Here's what I'm going to give you a claim on. You'll come out on top if you do this deal. What do you guys think? Am I an honest banker? That's the question. Am I an honest banker if I say, hey, okay, Elena's ahead of me. I love it. Keep giving me these responses. I love it. This is exactly what I need. You'll come out on top. Am I an honest banker? You're earning 4. You'll have to pay me 6. I say, are you going to win there? Are you going to come out on top? Francine says 2% more than what I'm earning. I'm losing money. Okay. Elena says, May says no. Elena says no. Kiana says no. Here's what's really crazy, ladies. I think they're all ladies, maybe gentlemen out there, whoever's listening. Here's, if you don't mind, let's just do the math. Do you mind? There's only 4 numbers. 2 of them are the same number, 25,000. Over the course of time, I say you're going to come out on top if you borrow my money and leave your money in. And you guys are saying, no, 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 no. Okay, let's come up with that rate. 60 months. How about that? 5 years. That's normal, yes? So you borrow 25 from me today. You owe me a monthly payment of $483.32 every month for 5 years, 60 months. And what is the future value going to be? That's the question, right? You get to drive off the lot with a new car today, but you have to pay for it. Okay, so that's $483.32 back to me at the bank for 5 years every single month for a future value of $28,999, $29,000. Yes? You guys understand how I did that? Fact check me anytime. There's no fake news here. Fact check me. You paid $4,000 to get this car. You gave me back the principal. $4,000 interest is what I earned by giving you the deal. Put that in my pocket. But you got your car 5 years ago. Everybody understand? No tricks. At the same time, while we did that deal and you paid me $4,000 extra on top of your principal, your dollars stayed in the game, 60 months, same amount of time, obviously, 4% earning, and that number is $30,525. You guys told me I was not an honest banker, but according to math, you came out on top, $1,500. You paid $25,000 plus $4,000 in interest, and you have $30,525 in a 5-year-old car. I told you the truth. Kiana says, beautiful. You missed something, didn't you, a minute ago? I missed something. I told you I'm not smarter than you. 9 years ago, I didn't understand what happened. I thought I was losing too. What in the world went on? Can anybody tell me? You left your money in the bank. You borrowed mine. You paid for it, $4,000, and you have a car, 5 years old. You're done with the payments, and you have $30,525. May, the car depreciates in value. It doesn't matter who buys the car, when it's paid for, or how much it costs. Depreciation is going to happen. That ain't got nothing to do with it. If you bought a Ford or a Ferrari, it would still depreciate. How in the world did you tell me a minute ago I was not an honest banker? I told you you'd come out on top. Now, here's the problem. We were paying off a decreasing balance loan, amortized, just kept going down. New balance, lower, paying it off. We got to the bottom. Meanwhile, our dollars were climbing, never stopped, constantly compounding. Our dollars started at 25, never lost anything. And because you had the collateral, I let you borrow 25 from me. I knew you were good for it because you had 25 in the bank, so I let you borrow. And you paid me $4,000, but your dollars never stopped compounding and climbing. Ladies and gentlemen, you can make money every day of the week, borrowing at 6, even if you have to pay at 4. Do you understand what I'm saying? The reason you and I both got this equation wrong is because we never pay attention to who's getting the money, how money works. That's why we're always losing. You guys with me? Constant compounding, never stops. Meanwhile, we're paying off an amortized loan. We're good. We win every single time, and you still have the car. But you also have $30,525. One last question before I get off here. Put it in the chat. If you used your $25,000, you took it out of the bank, withdrew it, withdrew your $25,000 out of the bank, you would have paid no interest. You would have paid off the car that day, same as you would have before, but you had no interest. How much money would you have had 5 years later in the bank, in my bank? If you took out your money, put it in the chat. You bought the car with it, you'd have zero. Exactly. You'd have nothing. I've had nothing several times. Why? Because I paid cash. I knew I didn't want to borrow from third parties. Dave Ramsey told me not to, right? Susie Orman told me not to. Be careful. But then I had no money. What if you could have the car and all your money? Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is very, very simple. I have one question for you, and it's going to help you understand where I'm going with this. I'm going to teach you how to save and spend at the exact same time. Either or, which one do you want? $1 million up front now, or a penny that doubles every day for 30 days. Which of those two makes sense to you? Love it. 2 people say they take the penny. Kiana says the penny. Now, when I saw this, I wanted the million, because what is a penny going to do? I need to go out to eat. After the conference today, Realty 411, I'm taking everybody out to the Sizzler. I need $1 million. Let's go. But Elena says, let's do it. Okay, Elena's taking $1 million. Some of you are taking the penny. Let's see how we fare after 30 days. Remember, the penny's going to double every day for 30 days. 2 cents, 4 cents, and all that. Let's see how we do. Let's see. Okay, 2, 4, 8, 16. Halfway through the month on the 15th, the penny person is $163 in. We still had $1 million. We're killing them, Elena. But when I look at the second half of the month, we get to day 28, 1.3 million, 2.6, $5.3 million. We made a $4.3 million mistake by taking the million. Why is that? It's because we don't know how powerful and how much strength uninterrupted compounding interest had. That's why we got the first question wrong. I asked you which you would take. Everyone said, look, we're going to keep our money. We're going to do our deal with our money because 6%. And I'm saying, you don't understand how compounding works, do you? We got that one wrong. And some of us get this one wrong. $5.3 million. The reason we don't understand about that is because of what Einstein said. Compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. He who understands it will earn it, and he who doesn't will pay it. Okay, now Einstein was smarter than me, so we're going to go with his words. The reason is because we consistently put our money in places with fees. 2% fee on our whole deal takes from 5.3 million down to 2.9 million. Now, I don't know about you, but brokerage fees, account fees, transaction fees, in my house, our favorite is called overdraft fees. Okay, 2% on our money. That's it. Eliminated 2 million of our dollars. 2% in fees. What about withdrawals? Don't you have to use money? I mean, you can't just store it and not use it. Remember, money is a means of exchange, a tool, as you guys said earlier. We need it for stuff, right? So we're going to take $100 out of the game 2 times, on day 15 for the first time, day 25 for the second time, and we had 5.3 million, and now we have 2 million. That $200 withdrawal cost us $3.2 million. It's gone. It just wasn't there to double. Wow. What about taxes? Now, let me know in the chat. Do you guys have taxes where you are? Or is that just in the East Coast in South Carolina? We got gas tax and school tax and library tax and income tax. You guys got taxes, or is that just me? I want to make sure I'm talking to the right people. Man, they're coming for us all the time. More stuff. Okay, May said lots of tax. Okay, you guys got taxes. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't me. Francine, that's why we got to get out of California. We used to live there, right? Grandma's still there. I don't know how she's making it, right? Taxes like crazy. Look what happens, 15% tax. We had $5.3 million. We paid $182,000 in taxes, but we lost $4.8 million. It's just not there to double anymore. We're not sure how in the world we could place our money in a system that has compounding. So let me ask you a question. If you could place your money in a spot, now that you've seen 2 examples, yes, you've seen numbers. If you could place your money, however much money you have, $10 an hour, $10,000 a day, I don't know what you make. I don't know what you have. But if you could place it in an environment with uninterrupted, constant compounding, based on the 2 things that you saw, would you do it? Second question, would you like to know where you can put your money with uninterrupted compounding dollars and you are not subject to taxes, fees, or withdrawals? All 3 of the things I just showed you. We showed you fees, we showed you withdrawal problems, we showed you taxes. What if you are not subject to those? Would you like to know where the money could go? Just let me know. You could get off anytime. You can go. It's free information. Ladies and gentlemen, the last thing I want to help you understand before I share with you where that is, it's a literal place, and I started placing my money there 9 years ago. I want to help you understand banking, what that is. Now, when I was in my spot 9 years ago where you are today, and someone told me there's one thing you got to know, there's one step you got to add. They said, you've got to understand what banking is. And I was like, what does that even mean? I have a Visa card. Is that what you mean by banking? What? I'm already doing things as an entrepreneur. I don't want to start a bank. They said, no, not exactly. You need to understand how banking works. Then you need to get in the middle of that environment. Okay, what is it you're trying to tell me? So this time, instead of giving you $25,000 to put in the bank, can I give you 100 grand? Who's up for that? I'm gonna put 100 grand in your hands. I want you to place it in my bank. So you understand banking. Let's do this as an example on one page. $100,000 goes into the bank. I'm gonna ask you a question. Type it out for me right now. At this juncture, you place money in the drawer at my bank. I'll be the banker. You're the depositor. Once again, I owe you 4%. I'm using that on purpose. It's the second time I've used 4%. I did it on the calculators earlier. Is the money you drop off at my bank an asset or a liability to me at the bank right now? Just right now with what you're looking at. Simple question. Things aren't tricks here. Just want to make sure you're with me. Now let's define asset and liability for a second to make sure everybody's on the same page. 8 years ago, I'm not sure if I could have defined it. I don't know. Okay, so here it is. Robert Kiyosaki said it really simply, and I love what he's doing in Rich Dad Poor Dad. So let's just define it that way. An asset will put money in your pocket, and a liability takes money out of your pocket. So which one is it? I need a couple more assets out there. Ooh, Elena. Cha-ching, we got it. It's an asset for you because you're going to earn 4%. It's a liability to me because I got to find $4,000 to give you. The money that depositors drop off at the bank is not the bank's money. It is the depositor's money. And now they owe them services and convenience and a Visa card. But now I owe you 4%. Elena hit the nail on the head. Does everyone see what I just said and what I just asked? The money you and I drop off there, or maybe we have our boss drop it off in direct deposits every other Friday, however you do it, is a liability to the bank. The bank cannot leave that money in the drawer. They must do stuff with it because now they owe the depositors money and they owe them services. But I mean, they owe them money right here in this equation. What does the bank in your town or in my town do with the depositors' money? Money that gets dropped off there. The bank is a for-profit organization. They need to make money. They don't have any money that's theirs. They have $0 that's theirs. They've got the depositors' money. They owe the depositors' money, and they need to make their own money. What does the bank do with the money? They lock it up, leave it in the drawer. Can you write your name on it and come back and get those exact bills tomorrow or the next day or the next day? There's a better word than invest and what the bank does. There we go. They lend it out. They give loans. Are loans assets or liabilities to the bank? Remember, the bank is in the middle of this sheet here. Is the bank lending out loans? Are they assets or liabilities for the bank? May got it. They're assets for the bank. Why? Because you and I owe them interest. We owe them payments right back in the game. Have you ever borrowed money from a third-party conventional bank before? Yes or yes in the chat. I gave you 2 options, yes or yes. We all have. We borrowed money for houses. Yes, of course we have. Now, the bank is loaning us whose money? Put it in the chat. The bank is loaning whose money? When they loan. Banks do not loan their money. I want you to understand that. They do not loan their money. They own May's money. May put her money in or his money in and got loaned right back to May, didn't it? My money, your money, Elena's money, Francine's money just gets loaned right back out. And then we give the money for the house to the person we bought it from. And then what does that person do? The very same day. The very same day that they get the money from us, what does the person who sold the house do with the money? Put it right back in. Francine, ready for this? Maybe it's the same branch. The money goes right back potentially to the same branch. We owe payments every single month back to the bank we borrowed, and then the bank got the money back from the seller anyway. This is the second time the bank has had a deposit, maybe today, maybe the same branch. Crazy, right? What does the bank do with the deposits that show up in their drawer? Remind me. Deposits are liabilities to the bank. What in the world does the bank do? More loans. You guys got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go a little bit faster now. Have you ever borrowed money for cars? Don't you give that money to the people who give you cars? Don't they put it back in the banking system? May not be the same branch. Don't you and I borrow during COVID? Didn't we upgrade the house, right? Get the kids outside and put a pool in the backyard, redo the bathroom. They do loans, and doesn't the contractor put the money back in the bank? Don't we owe them payments if we borrowed the money from the bank? How many of you have ever had a credit card out there? Doesn't this cycle just continue? Can anybody tell me who's in control of the flow of money in your town? Hawaii, the Bay Area, San Fran, Carlsbad, South Carolina. The bank is in control. Okay, very good. You got it right. Second question, whose money was the bank using this whole time? Bank's in control. You can see it right here. Whose money was the bank using the whole time, all year long? It wasn't their money. It was ours. So third question, how much risk did the bank take doing these deals all day? Did the bank buy anything? Did the bank buy houses or cars or homes or the stuff we purchased on credit card? Did they buy anything? Or did they just have people fill out paperwork? They took no risk or little risk because it wasn't their money. They constructed all the rules around the paperwork and the interest rates, right? And if it was riskier, they just added a little couple of numbers to the interest rate, or they said no to the person who wanted to borrow it. They can say no. Whoever has the gold makes the rules. So they didn't take very much risk at all. So now let's figure out how they did, the bank. It's a for-profit business. So let's figure out how they did, because they started out with a liability. They owe you 4. They did a spread of 7. What did they keep? 3. Got it? But then the money kept moving. They did another deal for the car with 8, but they owe you 4. They got to make sure you get your cut. So they're going to keep 4. Then they did another deal. The money just kept flowing. They did not leave it in the bank. They kept it flowing. They got another 5 on the third deal. And on the fourth deal, they owe you 4. They keep the rest. Now they've got money, don't they? Let's add that up. Different transactions, 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 8. You own 4%, they own 20. The faster they move it, the better interest they charge, the more money they make. They own 20% on your money. You earned 4. I earned 4% on my money. They got 20% on my money with no risk, full control, and it was my money. So how much more percent did they make than you on your money? You made 4. Somebody put it in the chat. How much more percent did they make on your money than you? May 6, 16. Francine says 20. You guys sure? That's only 2 guesses, and I don't really like them. Can we do the real numbers for a second to make sure you guys understand how much more percent that they made? I said 16 when I first saw this information. Let's do real numbers. If you dropped off $100,000 and you got 4%, how much money did you get? Okay, I won't ask you percent, I'll ask you money. How much money did they pay you if you left your money with them the whole year? You didn't take it out. You could earn 4% on everything. At the end of the year, how much money did you get? We said it earlier, not hard. How much money did you make? 4% of $100,000 is what number? Lori got it, of course, 4,000, 4,000. Got it? Everybody good. You made 4,000. Okay, they made 20% on 100,000. How much money is that? You dropped off 100,000. You got 4. They got the extra, and the extra was 20%. That's 20,000. Can you redo the percentage for me then? You see how crazy this just got? It wasn't 16%. It wasn't 20% more. You got 4, they got 20. How much more percent is 20,000 than 4,000? What's the percentage? Someone's going to get it. And I'm here asking people who are on their computer so they can, nobody ever gets this when I'm sitting in a crowd and I'm teaching this on stage. 500% more. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. 5 times what you made. They made 500% on your money. 500, not 16. Are you telling me that $20,000 is 16% more than 4,000? No, it's 5x. 5x. That's how much money your bank made on the money you left there last year, ladies and gentlemen. You got none of that. You got no profit. They built new branches on corners next to CVS and Walgreens. They hired new halfway retired dudes to hang out in the lobby and the parking lot with little guns. They put new, what do they put on the counter? When you take the kids to the window or you take the kids inside the branch, what is on the counter that they give the kids? Or maybe it's your favorite thing too. What does the bank do with all this money? They own every stadium downtown. They put their names across the big signs. And what do they put on the counter in their branches when they open up all these branches everywhere? Suckers. Those are for you and your kids. Suckers. Because they made all the money. You took all the risk. Ladies and gentlemen, what if out of all these transactions that happened, buying things, who bought the things? Who took the risk? Who signed the paperwork? Who did the loans? Who paid back the debt? What was the only thing that you were not a part of? What was the one thing that you were missing? You could have control. You could utilize the money. You could take no risk. Was the only thing in this equation on the screen was the only thing that you were not. The only thing you were not. And you could have made $500,000. I mean, 500% on your money. What was the only thing? You were not the bank. Would you mind if I show you what tool you can use so you can be the bank? You can have uninterrupted compound interest. You can make all those money and you don't have to worry about withdrawals. You don't have to worry about taxes. You don't have to worry about fees. Do you mind if I tell you what that one product is where you can have all these things? You bought all this stuff anyway. You've been taught to lock your money up for long periods of time. Compound interest, yes. If you leave the dollars inside the bank, you'd earn 4%. But did the bank leave the money sitting? You have to answer this question for me. Did the bank leave the money or did they tell you to leave the money and they had to move the money? The bank did not leave the money. They told you to leave the money. In your 401k or your other qualified plans, didn't they tell you you've got to leave the money? But are they leaving the money in your 401k or do they move it so they can try to earn stuff? You guys with me yet? How much money are we going to make if the 401k people or the bank people leave the money in the drawer? How much money are they going to make? How much money are you going to make if they leave the money in the drawer? Nothing. You've been taught to give up your money to someone else, and the control went over to someone else, and they have all the handles on it. That's not what the bank did. They had lots of paperwork. They did not let you leave without all sorts of paperwork, so they kept control. And you owed them a bunch of interest, and they'd come repo your crap and take it back from you because they really owned it. And you've been taught to take risks with your money. How many of you have qualified plans? Would you let me know? And in a situation like this on Realty411, maybe a lot of you don't, but I just would like to know. Raise your hand out there. You have a qualified plan where your money is locked up till you're 59 and a half. It is in the control of someone else until you finish your time or get old enough, and you're taking the risks because it's your money, but someone else is managing it. Do you have qualified plans? Stocks, okay, so your money's locked up, but not as long, right? You could take it out. Someone else is in control. Depending on what you know or don't know, you're taking risks. I get it. Very good. Thank you for being transparent. Ladies and gentlemen, the one tool, it's always been here. It has not changed. Is a dividend paying whole life insurance policy from a mutual company. Then you get to be the bank. You get uninterrupted, constant compounding interest. You can Beg, borrow, and steal from it. Go buy stuff, keep control, get all the money back, earn all the profit. Some of you have heard this before, that this tool was special. Most of you who have heard that still do not understand it. And you have not been schooled on how to use it. I'm going to break it down pretty simply. Why are we going to use this? Because did you know your conventional bank, your bank, whatever one it is, the big ones or the one, they own more of this than anything else. Did you know that? Bank own life insurance. You can Google it. Your bank owns billions and billions of dollars of this. Now, the bank is making lots of money. They have their name on every commercial in downtown on the tallest buildings in every town that it is, right? In San Francisco, you guys with me? Do they have banks at the top of the buildings downtown? You can look it up and see that your bank, doesn't matter who it is, B of A, WF, Citi, Chase, they own more dividend-paying whole life insurance than anything else, more than their real estate and buildings combined. Do you think they're doing something stupid, or they potentially know something that you don't know yet? Yeah, I think they're pretty smart. They know something. Like, what is it that they know? What are they doing? I'm going to show you how as well. It's always been here. It's 200 years old. These men need no introduction from me. They built great empires. They utilized dividend-paying whole life insurance from mutual companies. They left a legacy. They lowered taxes. I'm going to just show you how to get in the middle. Add one thing, and then you can do it too. Okay, we need to make sure we understand what I said. Dividend-paying whole life insurance from a mutual company is not any of these words, but there's lots of types of life insurance, and I want to make sure you understand what I did not say. None of these existed for 200 years. Your banks don't own any of these, especially that one in the second position. You're going to hear that a lot on the internet, but your bank doesn't own any of it. Neither did all those men. And the term at the bottom has no borrowing power, has no cash involved with it. Can I break it down for you in the 3-cup setup? The 3-cup setup, and then I'm going to show you I'm going to show you how to get your money back from a car. You guys still with me? You still want to get your money back from cars you want to drive? Very simple. We all probably drive cars, right? I don't think you're on your last car, so let's do it. But let's have 3 cups in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, when we give an insurance company money every month or every year, what is that called? What does the insurance company charge us? What do we pay them on a monthly basis or quarterly or semi-annual or annual? What is it that we call? We give them something for your car, your phone, your fire insurance. What is that called? That's cup number 1. Tell me in the chat. You pay it right now. Elena's got it. It's premium. But in banks, we like to use the word deposit, because deposits make us feel happy. Premiums make us feel sad. I don't like the word premium. It sounds like a bill. So I'm going to use the word deposit, if you don't mind. Okay. Now, if we give an insurance company premium, what does it buy us? Car insurance, phone insurance, fire insurance, life insurance. We give them premium. What do they promise us now? They're taking on the risk. We give them a little bit. They promise us a lot. What is it that they promise us? Protection, security, cover. I love these words. These are all perfect. Protection, security, coverage. In life insurance, that's called death benefit. You guys got it. All of that is correct, okay? They promise us they'll give us death benefit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the difference between whole life insurance and many other things is in car insurance, do they have to pay out? If you don't crash your car, if a tree doesn't land on your car, if you never flush your phone down the toilet, do they have to pay the benefit? If there's never a fire, are they going to pay the benefit if you never have a claim? No. So what's the difference between phone, fire, and car insurance and life insurance? What's the difference? Jennifer got it. You have to die. Did you understand now why I said whole life insurance? It doesn't expire, doesn't go away. It must pay out one day. It must pay out one day. There's a guarantee, 100% you're going to die. The insurance company knew that the very first time you paid premium. So they'll have to pay the death benefit tomorrow if you died. That's why they're going to make you stand on a scale and pee in a cup before they give you the paperwork. They're trying to figure out, how old are you? Like, is your pee yellow or brown, right? Okay. Death benefit must pay out in whole life insurance. Pun intended, you must die. It has to last your whole life. Therefore, because it lasts your whole life, can I use a real estate term? Ladies and gentlemen, each and every month, you've got a big mortgage. That's your death benefit. You don't have to pay it all off today. You can pay premiums each and every month. Isn't it called mortgage premium every month? You pay your mortgage premium every single month, over and over and over. They let you live in all the house day one. All the house is the death benefit. So what's cup two? Cup two is what? Can anyone guess? Every time you pay premium on your mortgage, you own more and more and more of the total. What is it we call it in real estate? Eventually, after 15 years, 30 years, you're going to pay off the total. That's called equity in real estate, isn't it? Who's with me? Equity, Francie. It's called equity. That's called cash value in life insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go over it again. Once again, we give an insurance company premiums, and that goes in cup one, the red cup. When we give them premiums, they owe us death benefit. When we're blue in the face one day, it'll go to our friends, family, church, and charities. You guys with me? It'll go to them. We'll be dead, but they'll get it guaranteed. And cash value is simply how much of the death benefit is equity. How much of it we could leverage, how much of it we could borrow. We've paid it off. We've paid it up. We paid for it. Every time we give them premium, and the longer we stay alive, there's more and more and more equity. Who's with me? Say yes in the chat. I need at least 20 yeses. You start to understand what the 3-cup setup is. Every dollar that we give them is guaranteed, cup 3, to grow, and cup 2, to cash flow. Let me say that again. Cup 1, every dollar we give them is guaranteed. Doesn't go down, doesn't go backward. They don't charge us more. It's the same number, level premium, just like your house. It's guaranteed to grow. Cup 3 must get bigger, must be bigger in the beginning, and must get bigger. And these types of policies, the death benefit will rise, and it's guaranteed to grow, and cash flow, cup 2. Cash flow is the cash value, the equity of the total. You guys with me? Say yes, say yes, say yes. You guys are starting to get excited, aren't you? You want to know what those guarantees are and the money we give them? Cup 1, the money we give them out of our pocket, we worked hard for. It's guaranteed not to go down, not to go backward, no market risk. There's a guaranteed contract. It earns compounded interest, and it doesn't require any more money than we contracted for at the beginning. If we give them that, they must give us cup 3 is what we purchased. Cup 2 is how much of it we can get to. You need to qualify to get this. Elena, you are right. You must be alive. Abraham Lincoln and Martin Luther King called last night, and they tried to get whole life insurance, and they said, you guys are dead. You don't qualify. Elena, is that okay? You have to be alive. That's number 1. You can vote Democrat if you want to, but you cannot get life insurance if you're dead. Okay, if you have outstanding felonies or outstanding bankruptcies, you probably can't get it. Or if you only have, if you're like the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and the Cowardly Lion, and no heart, no brain, no soul, you may not be able to get it. But the rest of us can get it. Everybody cool with that? All right. All right, cool. All right. Less than 85 is probably helpful. You're correct. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what happens. If we've got equity in something, we can borrow against it. Have you ever heard the term buy, borrow, die? Have you ever heard OPM? What does OPM stand for? You guys know this. We're learning real estate, or you're already investing, right? What is OPM? Buy, borrow, die. Other people's money. The insurance company has promised you a pool of money you can get to. If you ever ask them for their pool of money that's liquid, you can take it. Cash value is a loan. You borrowed it from them. It's going to reduce your death benefit because cash value is simply the equity you have in the death benefit currently. It's the net present value of the future benefit. You can take it. And guess what happened to your money? The money you gave them in the red cup. Nothing. Still there. Still compounding. Still growing. Now you can use, lose, or abuse OPM, their money. You can pay off your debt with it. You can buy cars with it, but it's not your money. You borrowed against what you bought, and what you bought keeps rising. Buy, borrow, die. You heard that strategy? You heard that rich people pay themselves first? What's the first thing we did with our money when our boss gave it to us, when we earned our rentals on the first of the month? Where did you put your money? I don't put my money in Wells Fargo, Bank of America anymore. Where did I place my money? So I had guarantees, I had growth, I had use of some other pool while mine still kept growing, uncompromised and uninterrupted compounding. I put it inside whole life insurance premiums. Yes, I did. Let's pay back that loan. Or better yet, let's have the renters pay back that loan. Let's have our kids pay back that loan that we gave them for college. It replenishes the pool that the insurance company gave us, which automatically replenishes the death benefit. Remember, cash value is simply how much of the death benefit we could get to. And the interest we may have charged ourselves or other people doesn't fit in cash value. That's not our cup. That was their money. We borrowed it, we put it back. So the interest has to go here. If we put dollars in cup one, what happens to the other two cups? Isn't putting dollars inside cup one buying something? It buys us more death benefit, so we get more cash value. We now have the education that our kids needed, or we bought the car, but we replenished the money. It replenished the death benefit. We put any interest that we would have paid anybody else, we gave it to our own policy and we put it back in. So we have all of our original money, the red money. We have all of our interest, new red money. We have all the money we spent on the vehicle, cash value green money, and we have the car. The car's in the driveway. Let's go. Let's talk about these numbers, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, who's excited? Who's ready to see how we're going to use a dividend-paying whole life insurance policy as a bank? We're going to take that money. We're going to buy stuff. We're going to buy anyway. I'm not even going to buy anything crazy. Let's just buy the cars we need. Let's buy the real estate we wanted. Let's buy the car. Let's buy the clothes we wanted. And let's do it. So there are a couple things we're going to look at here. This is a representation of a life insurance illustration. Okay, an illustration is the numbers that the insurance company is going to give us or guarantee us or whatever. We broke it down for you. And there's two questions, some of which you guys have already asked, and we're going to get into it right now. Number one is a death benefit. If we give an insurance company money, they're going to give us a death benefit, yes? And death benefit is not going to buy us any cars. We'd be dead. That's not for us. So let's just call it out. There's a death benefit on the right-hand column. It's right there. Everybody cool? But we're not going to talk about that. We need cash to buy cars. You guys with me? Okay, let's go. So we're going to put dollars in, all right? And I don't know how old you are. This person happened to be 50. They happened to put in $10,000, but you get to pick that premium. You pick it. It'll buy a death benefit. Cash value is the amount we're going to design for you on purpose. That's going to be cash immediately. Let's look at the first section of time. The first section of time in 7 years. This person deposited $10,000 of their money inside premium of whole life insurance. $10,000 per year is the same as $833 per month. Yes, you can pay it monthly, you can pay it annually. I just didn't want to make 12 columns, so I put it annually, $10,000. You guys with me? You don't have to pick that number, but remember, $10,000 might be a 1/10 of your income. It might be a 1/100th of your income. All of your money, all of Elena's money and Francine's money last year went in the bank. $10,000. Some of you put $10,000 in someone else's bank every month. I said they did this in an entire year. This is not that much for most of you. There was an immediate cash value available of $5,800, but they wanted to buy a car, so they didn't have enough money to buy the car they wanted. So they left it. They didn't use it. Now you can use it. Green Cup, it's available immediately within 30 days, but they just decided not to. In the next year, they put in another $10,000. They have a total cash value available of $11,900. In the third year, they put in $10,000. They had 21. They borrowed 20. They need a car. You guys with me? They took out $20,000 from their own cash value. Their money was still in the game. They borrowed the insurance company's money, $20,000 of the total, $424,000. The insurance company said $21,000 was liquid if they ever called them. So they took $20,000 out. They bought a car. Done. The car dealership and them traded the money in the car. That was over. But they borrowed from their own system. So they put in a car loan payment back to their own green cup, cup 2, $400 a month, $4,800 per year for 5 years, 60 months. So let's add it up. They deposited a total of 58,000, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 4, 4. They change their deposit. It's their system. They can change it. They can go a little bit lower. They can go a little bit higher. But the insurance company doesn't change it. They changed it. 58,000 went in. 24,000 went in as a loan repayment off of 20,000 that came out. So they injected net $62,000 into their own system rather than Wells Fargo. You guys with me? How much money do they have? Someone type it in the chat. How much money do they have at the end of 7 years? How much money is available in this banking system, in this bank account? They put in 62. How much is available that they could spend if they wanted to spend it all today at the end of 7 years? It's right there in the column. $58,391. Exactly. Throw it in. You guys see that? So here's what's crazy. They put 62 in. They spent a bunch of that money, and they have 58. They've got 95, 96% of all the money they ever spent, and a car. They put 62 in net, and they have the vehicle and $58,000 still in cash. Cars don't last forever. Let's buy another one. In year 8, they said, my car's 5 years old. I want a new one. They take a loan against their cash value in their policy, $20,000. They pay it back at the same rate. It was comfortable. It was working for them while they had changed their premium deposit to 4. 20,000 went in, 24 went in to repay a loan with interest of 20,000. That means net 24. How much money do they have now? They have $94,811 and 2 paid-for cars. They have all the money, and they have the cars. They own them. They could sell them, trade them, give them to the kids. How do you like buying cars my way, ladies and gentlemen? How in the world is this possible? It's because the money we give the insurance company is uninterrupted, compounds and grows. We're not withdrawing it. It's not subject to taxes or fees. We're borrowing against the value in the far right column. We have that much equity. We can use it, lose it, or abuse it, but it's ours to play with for anything. So what if you don't need cars? You want to buy real estate? Is $94,000 enough to put a down payment on your next rental, your next business opportunity? Great. The question is then, when are you going to start? If something is compounding, then day one's the worst day. The day you die is the best day. So we just needed to start this yesterday, didn't we? The Chinese proverb says the best time to start was 20 years ago. The second best time is the day you heard it from Jay Do at the Cash Compound. Now, I think we are out of time at this point. So I'm going to fast forward to the end. And I want to help you guys understand that what we do is we help people mostly at the beginning. They're not investors like yourselves. We help them pay off their debt. What if you could put your dollars in a place with uninterrupted compounding growth and have a separate pool of money to pay off your debt first, and stop paying interest to third parties and banks and on the Visa card and the pet store? We're going to chart this out for you on the house, complimentary, and coach you through how to use this system. I want to throw in the chat here some of my links. I want to be cautious and with your time. I may have time for questions. I don't know. We'll see what the boss says out there. But we wanted to help you guys understand that the most important thing you can do with your money is keep it. Keep it, but you got to have to keep it in the right place. If you keep it in a Folgers can, it won't buy you any death benefit. Okay? If you keep it in the bank, it won't give you a separate pool of money to borrow against. And remember that cash value, no matter how big it gets, no matter how high it goes, this is insurance. It's not taxable. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this? Are you ready? What if you could place your money in a pool, in a place where there's a guaranteed compounding pool of dollars that you can borrow against that won't interrupt your money from compounding? And there is a separate pool of money to spend, income tax free, no matter how big it gets. What if you could borrow against that as the volume continued to grow? And then you could spend OPM on real estate. Or if you like red Solo cups, you could buy that. Or I guess if you wanted computers, you could buy that. Or if you don't like cars and you like to ride really expensive bicycles, you could borrow against to do that. But you need to learn how to be the bank. There's one thing you need. Place your dollars inside premium of a whole life insurance policy from a mutual company. We set those up for people. We're brokers. We help people do that. What questions do you have? And I'll turn things back over to the boss. Thank you so much for having me. I wanted to keep it right at 1 hour. I think that's the time that I was allotted. If I have more, I'll take it. And I'll show you guys more things or take questions. But my link is in the bio. Thank you, Realty411, for having me here. I've got my phone. You can text me right now. Look, let's talk about this further. I'd like to find a recording of this video. I'd like to find your resources. And we're going to help you understand. Is there usually a minimum time before you can borrow? Jennifer, you just saw it. It was immediately. Remember, this person put dollars in. Great question. And there was an immediate borrowing power in the example that I showed you right here. Right? They put in 10. There was immediate buying power, borrowing power. They didn't use it in this example because I said I was going to show you cars. And this person needed 20 grand for their car. But you could take out OPM 5811 and do whatever you want with it. You could buy me a birthday present if you liked, but your money was still safe, sound, guaranteed to grow in cash flow. We'd get new money next year. Do you need to be employed with a W-2 to qualify for life insurance? No. You need to be alive. You need to pee in a cup. All right. Great questions. What else? What else, if anything? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jeremiah Dew from the Cash Compound. Sometimes with the Realty411 stuff, you see that we're affiliated with the Money Multiplier, just in case you see one of our mentors, Brent. My brother does some of the live events. I do some of the live events. If you want to find us on social, depending on where you look, we might be the Cash Compound, but we might also be the Banking Bros. I'll put that in the chat. Please follow us. I have got a Facebook page and a private little group here if you want to join that. No cost as well. I'll drop that in the chat. Click the link. Throw in your email here. We'll send you some free stuff and we'll let you into our Facebook group. We help people every day, what we call crack the code to cash flow. Brother Ben is looking over us here and he wants us to take good care of him. So we're going to make sure that every dollar that we get, we keep. We're just going to put it in the right place first, and then we're going to be foolish or smart or crazy with the separate pool of income tax-free growing money that we can get. That's what we're going to do. Okay. Please ask any questions you have. Wonderful. We do have time. Ladies and gentlemen, what questions do you have about this process? I can pull back up things on my screen. Please follow. Please click that link and all that. We're going to give you the information for free. So how soon can this be started and borrow from? Gee, we just answered that. I'll say it again. If you'd like a policy, you're going to want it to be set up from a mutual company, from a broker that knows how to do it and get you cash value access immediately. Immediately, okay? That is a custom design. If you don't do it and you go to Jacobs State Farm or Flow from Progressive, they're funny. They have great commercials. Those are good companies. You will not have cash value at all for several years. You will have zero. It'll grow differently for several years. But we're talking about immediate borrowing power. Is there an age limit? There is not an age limit to get it started, because if you don't qualify because you're fat and ugly, then we're going to start it on your kids. So it doesn't matter how old you are. We can start it on your business partners. If you're missing a heart, a brain, and courage, and the insurance company says you don't qualify, then we're going to put it on your spouse. What's the minimum amount in the year? Marie, I'm going to ask you a question. I want everybody to answer, and then I'll answer your question. Okay, what's the minimum amount in the year is what Marie asked. Here's my question. Marie, if there was a place that you and me and G and Elizabeth and May and Francine could place our dollars where it was guaranteed to compound and grow for the rest of our whole life, we got a big pool for our family, friends, church, and charities when we die, income tax free, and a growing pool of that number that just kept getting bigger no matter what, that we could borrow from and buy stuff, and our money was safe and kept compounding, and it was income tax free to use it, then how much of your money, Marie, would you want to be in that environment? How much of your money would you want to be in that environment? Currently, you got your money down at Navy Federal. Doesn't do any of that, right? How much of your money do you want an environment with a guaranteed compounding pool, separate, that you can borrow from, income tax free, just keeps going up, you do whatever you want with it? How much of your money do you want in that pool? I'll wait and I'll answer some other questions until I get your answer. What are the requirements to withdraw? We didn't say withdraw one time. We're not going to withdraw our money. We're going to borrow the insurance company, Ritu. Why would we take our money out? Our money is compounding and growing, and they give us a separate pool. Why don't we borrow that? Why would we withdraw ours? Marie, that is the wrong number. Someone help Marie out. Oh no, how much of your money do you want in an environment that's going to compound and grow, guaranteed, separate pool, keeps going up? How much of your money? There we go. All right, Realty411 came in and saved it. It's probably Linda working the chat there. I want as much as I can. It's not a number. It's how much I'm trying to get as much as I can in that environment. Yes? Anybody with me out there? I'll come back to it. I'll let Marie let that sink in. What is the guarantee? The guarantee is you get a pool of money for when you're dead. Your friends, family, church, and charity get it, Elena. You get a separate pool that you can use now, and it's how much of the pool that is available gross when you're dead. It's the net amount now. It keeps going up for the rest of your whole life, and the insurance company will put it on paper. That's the guarantee. And also, Elena, did you see me use a guaranteed number throughout my presentation in 2 different examples? I said, if you drop your money off at the bank, what were you going to earn? That was kind of a hint. I'm not saying that's exactly what the insurance company says. We use 5 different insurance companies for this. But what was the guarantee? If you left your money in my till, or if you put the money in the bank in the big bank wheel, what did I say? We're 2. Okay, we're going back to you. Here we go. What is how much minimum premium one needs to pay? It doesn't matter what the premium is. You guys are actually asking some, I may not have, I don't know if I had more time here, but you guys are asking some questions that are very, very simple. So I'm not sure if you're understanding what happened here. Can I ask you guys who are asking questions? They're fair questions. They're fine. I'm here to educate. Where do you keep your money now? Do you have guaranteed compounding? You have a death benefit? You have a separate pool, income tax free, that keeps going up to use? Where do you keep your money now? What are we comparing? Nothing is invested. This is whole life insurance. Nothing is invested. But where do you keep your money now? Oh, she used my first name. Judith used my first name. Okay. I better straighten up. Sit up straight. Elena, whole life insurance is guaranteed. In 200 years in your state, it has never failed, and it always pays out. So what about 251,000? What about 300,000? What about $1 million? Death benefits and guarantees from life insurance are guarantees. You don't need the government. If we're going to introduce the government back into the game, they're going to tax us. Judith asks, Jeremiah, what companies do you use? Out of my 10 whole life insurance policies that I own personally, I've used 3 different companies. The most important thing is not the company for 2 reasons. One, you can't go there without Flo or Jake. You can't get life insurance without an agent. Second, whole life mutual company that pays dividends that we can engineer on purpose for immediate cash value. So it's custom every time. And that's a type of company, not a company. It's a type of company. And you can't set it up without a broker or agent who knows how. Marie, life insurance has always been tax-free to heirs. It doesn't go through probate. There's no taxes on the death benefit. And cash value is simply the net amount of death benefit we can get to. No taxes. Read my lips. No new taxes. Who's old enough to remember that one? I think I'm barely old enough. Read my lips. No new taxes. This is life insurance, folks. Am I answering your questions? Because I know I'm being kind of vague here and there, because I think some of you, obviously we're just typing. I think if you could have a face-to-face with me, you'd ask like longer questions. Okay, but I have to kind of, and these questions are all over the board. So I'm trying to be helpful by helping you think. This is life insurance. It pays out. There's no taxes. I didn't invent, you can't invent new taxes on life insurance. So it doesn't matter if I showed you a new way to use life insurance, it's still not taxable. Got it? Okay, very good. Indexed universal life and universal life insurance is not guaranteed to grow in cash flow. The premium cost of universal life insurance rises. Whole life insurance is level. You got it, Ritu? So no matter how old we get, no matter how long we have it, the same amount of premium keeps making the death benefit go up in these types of policies. There is guaranteed cash value use immediately. We're going to set it up that way. That is custom. It's not going to change if you ask me again. If you go somewhere else to someone who doesn't know how to do it, because many people, I forget, sometimes you're just thinking, let me go get this from my cousin. If they knew how to do it and they worked with the style of company that could, they would have already told you. Every dollar you decide to put in will compound and grow. You get a separate pool of money to use, lose, or abuse, keeps rising, death benefit, income tax-free. And if you borrow against that pool of money, cash value, no taxes. Okay, dividends are annual. We're utilizing mutual companies because annually they have profits, but they have no owners. So instead of utilizing flow at Progressive, where they give their profits to stockholders, policy owners get mutual company profits. So we're going to participate with the company. We're literally going to be an ownership partnership with the company, and dividends are going to be paid to us annually. And I don't like them to send me the money. I like them to put it right back on top of my money in the red cup. So not only is some of my income going inside premium, which is guaranteed to compound and build a policy for me, they're putting in a nice little shot. You see that? My shot glass? They're putting in a shot glass of dividends each and every year. Am I helpful on these questions? I would highly suggest that you guys get on my calendar and let's walk and talk this through. I don't expect you to know everything, obviously, from one presentation, but it's free. That consultation, I would love to chat you through it. You, when you're ready, will pick your own premium. How much of your money do you want to keep compounding and growing and flowing? My answer was all of it. I could get in there. Marie's answer was 5,000. Yeah. Ritu, how much is the dividend and yield paid annually on this compound investment? Oh, there is no investment. Ritu, try again. This is life insurance. There's no investment. If you give the money, they guarantee all of this has to happen. Try again, Ritu. Okay. Oh, Elena thinks this presentation was about life insurance. Oh no, guys, did I fail you? Did I fail you? I'm sorry. This was about banking. We're going to use life insurance for the process of banking because banking is the best business in the world. So you should put your money in the same place the bank does. You should use your money the same way the bank does. This was not about life insurance. This was about how to use life insurance for this process. I mean, our investment, we don't have any investments. We have a life insurance policy. It's guaranteed, Ritu. All right. There we go, Elena. Very good. Okay, I meant our life insurance, what are the returns? They give you all the money. Your money never left. There are no returns. You can, oh boy. Okay, let me pull this back up real quick. This will be helpful if I show you the cups, I think. Okay, so let me get the cups back up because Ritu thinks this is an investment because he said returns. No. Remember that whole life insurance is not an investment. It's insurance. Okay, so let me show you this one more time, and the 3-cup setup is just the easiest way. And if we can't have long, in-depth conversations, you can watch more information. Okay, when we give an insurance company money, we have a policy. It's guaranteed, and it buys us death benefit, not an investment. Right there, we bought something. It's guaranteed. It must pay out. So let's give the insurance company some premiums. You pick the number, they'll tell you what that death benefit is based on your age, based on how much money you gave them. Cash value is a net representation of how much money of what they owe you is available today. Today. Someone's still asking me out there in their head. Today, immediately. We're going to set that up on purpose. Today. Okay, today. All right. Okay, here we go. Cash value can be borrowed. It's not our money. Return, it's not our money. There's no return. Our money is still compounding and growing. Remember, there are guarantees on the dollars we give them. Okay, cash value is borrowed from the money they owe us. We can go invest it. We can spend it. We can pay off our debt with it. We can buy cars with it. And over the course of time, our renters, ourselves, whoever pays it back in, we've got it again. We've got it. This is our policy. We've got it again. It replenishes the death benefit. So now if we die, we have the whole thing back. And if we pay interest, remember banks, don't they charge interest? So we charged interest too. The interest goes here, and it just makes the other two cups bigger. So we have whatever we purchased. We got all the money back in the green cup, and then the interest we would have paid third parties is still here. Here's what's going to answer. Someone is going to get it, and I'll go back to the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, reminder, we can invest the green cup. This is just where we save our money. We save our money and we spend theirs in the green cup. If you'd like to invest, which I highly suggest you do, use their money to invest so your money can still be with you. If you put your money in investment, it might be locked up for a long time. That house may not flip. But if you use their money, green cup, your money keeps earning. If you use your money for investment and it goes bad, not only did it not earn, it went backward. But if we keep our money inside premium and pay ourselves first, that's the rule. Pay yourself first. Just put your money here. It buys you all of these benefits. It's guaranteed to go up, and then you're spending the green cup because you need money to spend and buy shirts and clothes and jump on this webinar and pay your phone bill, don't you? I know it's tough to get your mind around because everything we've always been taught for 1,000 years is investing. I'm suggesting that you keep your money before you invest it in other stuff. Any other questions? I know it's still fuzzy, and sometimes you just can't swallow it on the first pass. But remember, keep your money, save your money, spend someone else's. Save your money, invest someone else's. Save your money, pay off your debt with someone else's. You can't possibly beat someone who still has all their money and it's earning, and they're doing the exact same thing you're doing for investment because they still have their money and they're investing cash value. Is that helpful? Did I do well enough for you? I know you still have questions out there. We'd love to send you to our resources. If I get a text from you, I'll text back tonight. We just got to have this conversation start, right? If you'd like to talk through this one-on-one, ask me all those questions again to make sure you understand it, or just be able to have a more comprehensive response from me, I will give it to you. Don't you worry. Put your name in that text. Cool. Okay, 916 number. Go ahead and give me your name. Give me your name, please. 916 number that just texted. Love it. And I'll hit you with the resources. We can get on the call. What other questions, concerns do you have? Substitutions, exchanges, or refunds? Ladies and gentlemen, keep your money. Your money is sitting somewhere right now. But I suggest you keep it in whole life insurance so you can have a separate pool of growing cash, income tax free to spend on